Chapter 985 Heavenly Warning. Name: Sun Yun. Age: 214 years old. Residential address: Number 21 Jia, Sanyuan Street, Nujiangfang, Fengyuxiancheng. After Du Menjian completed all the formalities at the immigration window and verified her foreign national residence permit, she looked at Hong at the window next to her. The same questions and forms revealed to her that Hong, like herself, had also purchased property in the eastern wilderness, intending to settle down and live in seclusion there. This kid is quite quick-witted. He actually figured out that the eastern wilderness is the safest place right now. Sun Yun is a fake identity that Du Menjian obtained with the help of the Sun family. Through this identity, she purchased properties in many immortal cities of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect certainly wouldn't go to Eastern Wu to verify whether this identity was real or not. As long as the spirit stones were genuine, that would be enough. However, since we are currently at war, foreign nationals need to settle in the border immortal city for a period of time and confirm that they are not spies of the demons before they can apply to go to the eastern wilderness inland. That's why, even though Du Menjian owns more than a dozen houses in the eastern wilderness, she can only stay in Fengyu, Immortal City for now. Senior sister. At this time, Hong also finished the formalities and came out. Since they were both refugees in the eastern wilderness, the two were no longer awkward and started chatting. It turned out that the property they had purchased was actually on the same street. Du Menjian, you also bought the house through Sun Changqing. Sun Changqing was one of the heads of the Sun family's Chamber of Commerce in the eastern wilderness. Later, he got in touch with Song Huangda and secretly opened up a business line to help purchase goods in the eastern wilderness, helping many people in Dongwu to purchase real estate in the territory of the Five Elements sect. Hong nodded slightly. His identity was shady, so he could only rely on personal shoppers. In Dongwu, he was considered Sun Huangling's subordinate, so he naturally knew Sun Changqing. Du Menjian glanced at the name on his residence permit, Fu Hong. Junior brother, I will leave Fengyu Immortal City after settling here for half a year. What about you? Compared to Du Menjian, Hong didn't have as many spirit stones. After all, his main source of income was robbing. He was only able to buy a house in Fengyu Immortal City outright because Zhou Yi had introduced preferential policies for foreigners from Dongwu when the city first opened. We'll see when the time comes. Hong mumbled something, saying that he was thinking about whether he could meet Chen Mobai after the war ended. Although he hadn't come into contact with the core secrets of the Jade Mirror Demon sect over the years, he had learned a lot of information about the demonic path, which he felt should be useful to the Five Elements sect. Then let's stick to what we agreed on before. Du Menjian thought that she was unfamiliar with the place and needed a subordinate to do her bidding, so she used her cultivation technique to give Hong another nudge. Okay, senior sister. Hong nodded outwardly, but inwardly he was thinking that he would find an opportunity to report Sun Huangling to Chen Mobai. The news that Chen Mobai had killed the little demon lord and Du Menjian spread quickly. Dio Xianlin, who was preparing to ambush someone on the way, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Wen Baiyu's report. Although she considered herself to be exceptionally strong, invincible below the nascent soul stage, she could only hope to achieve a Pyrrhic victory against the little demon lord. This Taoist was actually able to kill the little demon lord and then kill her disciple, Du Menjian. It is evident that her strength is no less than hers. In fact, considering her identity as a sword cultivator, even if she were to defeat her with demonic secret techniques, she would probably lose half her life in a fight. Fortunately, it was little demon lord and Du Menjian who got caught in this mess. Thinking this way, Dio Xianlin felt that she had the best of luck in her hands. After all, it was originally supposed to be a fight to the death between her and Chen Mobai. But now they've avoided it. It's a pity Yuner died, delaying your path to enlightenment, Dio Xianlin said gently, looking at Wen Baiyu who was standing respectfully to the side. After Du Menjian died, Wen Baiyu was the most capable subordinate of Dio Xianlin, so she directly gave him the method to complete the Jade Mirror reunion technique. However, without the ability to devour, it might take Wen Baiyu hundreds of years to cultivate on his own. Not at all, these are minor matters for me. Master's nascent soul transformation is the most important thing. Wen Baiyu spoke solemnly, and although Dio Xianlin knew he wasn't being honest, she still felt very comfortable. Du Menjian's soul lamp is in the Jade Mirror Demon Sect's Dongli headquarters, so neither of them knows that she is still alive. The news of the little demon lord's death must be spread to all the other demon kings on 10,000 Immortals Island, especially those personally trained by the demon lord. Dio Xianlin began to arrange the next steps. Originally, she and the little demon lord were in charge of this battlefield. Now that the little demon lord is dead, the Desolate Sea demon clan has collapsed. Although there are still two other fourth-tier demon beasts, they certainly cannot take charge of the overall situation. We still need to bring in some more experts, at least on the surface, to give Mingzun some explanation. Yes, master. Wen Baiyu nodded, and just as he was leaving, Dio Xianlin remembered something else. Previously, Zhuo Dongdu, the Sand Master of the Flying Sand sect, died in the eastern continent. It is said that the people of the One Yuan Dao Palace were responsible, and the sect's most precious treasure also went missing. Go to the Myriad Star Alliance and inform the Flying Sand sect that the One Yuan Dao child is guarding the battlefield here. I think Tai Shi Waiguang will also be interested in this. Wen Baiyu was slightly surprised after hearing this. He happened to know the truth about this matter. It was Su Zilu, one of Mingzun's subordinates, who was responsible, and Su Zilu had already died at Chen Mobai's hands. If the Flying Sand sect is indeed drawn here, the Five Elements sect alone will definitely not be able to defend Eastern Wu, and it is even estimated that even the Eastern Wilderness headquarters will be breached. Wen Baiyu felt a deep sense of regret. He had watched the Eastern Wilderness develop step by step over the years and greatly admired Chen Mobai's abilities. He felt that such a pure land should not be destroyed in war. But his stance is that of the demonic path. An existence like Yiyuan Daozi will definitely be able to transform into a god in the future. If it is possible to kill him before he grows up, Wen Baiyu would be happy to see it happen. It just so happens that, when Wen Baiyu was developing in the Desolate Sea, her backer was one of the Sand Masters of the Flying Sand sect. Dio Xianlin knew this, which is why she entrusted this matter to him. After Chen Mobai killed the little demon lord and Du Menjian, he originally thought that the demons of the Desolate Sea would quickly launch a counterattack, and he also made preparations for the Five Elements sect and the Eastern Wu alliance to retreat. However, after only half a year, things became calm on the Eastern Wu battlefield. It seems that the other side was intimidated by his overwhelming strength. Chen Mobai remained vigilant, as Teng Xianji was constantly warning him through the Heavenly Heart, indicating that the war they were about to face would be even more terrifying. While recovering from his injuries by taking the pills refined by Qingnu, he also dispatched Song Huangda to gather intelligence from the Desolate Sea. With this 6-month buffer, Jiang Xingheng finally managed to completely straighten out the affairs of the mortal world in Eastern Wu, and relocated the vast majority of the mortals in Eastern Wu into the 12 prefectures. The Five Elements sect is also working hard on the rest, but because the Eastern Wu region is vast and sparsely populated, many mortal villages are located deep in the mountains, making it difficult to find and relocate them. Sect Leader, this is the latest intelligence summary for the Desolate Sea. Inside the tent, General Song Huang handed Chen Mobai a neatly arranged jade slip. The contents of these jade slips were largely contributed by the cultivation families of Eastern Wu. Because this place borders the Desolate Sea and they possess the technology of treasure ships, the various families have business dealings with the Desolate Sea. After Song Huangda compiled and summarized the information, he captured many demons on the battlefield, extracted a lot of intelligence, updated and organized it, and sent it to Chen Mobai. The Desolate Sea, though one of the 4 seas, is the weakest place in terms of strength among the 5 continents and 4 seas of the Heavenly River realm. The concentration of spiritual energy is also the lowest. Long ago, this was a battlefield where many powerful beings fought for supremacy on the desolate sea. As they fought, the high-end spiritual veins were shattered and scattered, resulting in the state we see today. However, Chen Mobai had heard Yi Qing mention that deep within the desolate sea, there was a cage set up by the Linkang immortal realm, which imprisoned many powerful demon spirits captured by immortals from the upper realms after they descended to the mortal world. However, after a great change in the world, all those who had cultivated to the void were forced to ascend, and this cage disappeared. The demon lord's origins are mysterious, and the 9 heavens demon suppression sect suspects that he escaped from a cage. But the great changes in the world happened 30,000 years ago, and even a nascent soul true spirit should have died of old age by then. On the desolate sea, since the great battle between the flying sand sect's ancestor He Sha and the demon lord more than 800 years ago, resulting in one death and the other disappearance, there has been no existence at the nascent soul level. The 2 major forces occupying this area are the alliance of various spirit islands in the desolate sea, with the flying sand sect at its core, and the myriad star alliance, and the myriad immortals island left behind by the demon lord. However, Wangxian Island was already shattered by ancestor Hesha during the Great War of the Gods, and now only the core part remains. Before the demon lord disappeared, he had 4 disciples. One of them died at the hands of the myriad star alliance. The little demon lord was the 5th, but before the initiation ceremony could be held, the myriad immortals island was attacked and destroyed by the myriad stars alliance. Besides the 3 demon kings and the little demon lord, there were also some 4th-order demon beasts from the desolate sea, who united to form the Wangxian Island in a broader sense, to confront the Wangxing alliance and avoid being defeated one by one and gradually devoured by human cultivators. There were a dozen or 20 of these 4th-tier demonic beasts, but most of them only dared to move when facing the myriad star alliance. The rest of the time they basically lorded it over their own sea areas. This time, the little demon lord has come out of the mountains and subdued 3 4th-tier demon beasts, as well as a so-called 800,000-strong desolate sea demon clan. He is ambitious and wants to make a name for himself. Its plan was to use the abundant blood and gourds on the land to attract the other 4th-tier demon beasts of Wangxian Island to join its ranks after defeating Eastern Wu. Then, a massive army of millions of demons will inflict immense damage on the eastern lands. Then, we can see if we can use the war as an opportunity to devour millions of cultivators from the Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness, break through to the 5th rank, or even save the demon lord. Unfortunately, its lofty ambitions were thwarted by Chen Mobai. Pay attention to the movements of the 3 demon kings of 10,000 Immortals Island. Chen Mobai gave Song Huang a few instructions, and the latter immediately nodded. Then Liu Wenbai and the others reported on the tasks at hand. Although the main battlefield has quieted down, the infiltration of the demons from the desolate sea has not stopped. However, since the 5-element sect has moved most of the mortals to the big city for protection, they can only cause some damage. Master, this is a message from junior sister Luo. Finally, Liu Wenbai took out a communication talisman and handed it to Chen Mobai. Although Chen Mobai didn't say anything, Luo Yixuan was in Dongyi, and she took the initiative to send him various updates about the situation there every now and then. Most of them are records of Zhou Yi's various behaviors. In her view, Chen Mobai's decision to send her to Zhou Yi's side clearly showed that he didn't trust him and wanted her to be in charge of monitoring him. After watching it a few times, Chen Mobai complained that she was sending out message talismans too frequently, so he asked Liu Wenbai to contact her. Oh, the Dongyi are about to be overwhelmed. What Liu Wenbai handed to Chen Mobai was naturally important information, but the contents recorded on it were not very good. Although the 5th-tier Black Dragon and Golden Flame Lion of the Xuanjiao Royal Court retreated and disappeared from the battlefield after their great battle with the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace. However, the battles on the Eastern Yi battlefield were even more intense. The situation in Golden Crow Immortal City is relatively good, with 7 nascent soul cultivators stationed there, plus a fifth-order grand formation. Even though the Xuanhai demon clan is stronger, they can barely hold on. However, the Golden Flame Suwani's journey from the depths of the desolate ruins to the eastern barbarian lands opened up a path, and now some fourth-tier demonic beasts from the depths of the desolate ruins have led their tribes along this path into the eastern barbarian lands. This was clearly instigated by the Golden Flame Suwani, who wanted to use the demonic beasts in the desolate ruins to wipe out the remaining forces of the eastern barbarians, and then leave the Golden Crow Immortal City as an isolated city. Even with 7 nascent soul cultivators in charge, they will inevitably fall eventually. As the demonic beasts of the desolate ruins headed towards the Golden Crow Immortal City, they also spread outwards, greedily devouring various spiritual plants and cultivators' blood and food on the eastern Yi land. The entrance opened by the Golden Flame Lion is located between the 5 Elements sect and the Kongseng Valley. Therefore, Zhou Yi and Ku Zhu had no choice but to lead their cultivators to fight against these monsters from the desolate ruins. Despite having the advantages of formations and terrain, both sects suffered repeated defeats. Because there are just too many monsters in the desolate ruins. 6 of the 7 defensive lines set up by Zhou Yi and his disciples have been breached by the monsters of the desolate ruins. They are currently retreating to the last line, the Mirror Immortal City, where they are still able to hold out thanks to the formation personally set up by Chen Mobai. However, according to Luo Yixuan, Zhou Yi is already arranging a plan to abandon Dangyi and retreat to Donghuang. Just as Chen Mobai finished reading, Song Huangda rushed in and handed him an urgent secret letter from the Eastern Yi. This was written by Zhou Yi himself, and the content is very similar to that of Luo Yixuan. Sect leader, junior brother, I am no longer able to defend the eastern barbarian territory with my current strength. To ensure the safety of our disciples, I suggest we retreat immediately. The responsibility for this defeat lies entirely with me. The evacuation plan is as follows. After reading it, Chen Mobai could only sigh softly. If we retreat, the 30,000 mu of medicinal fields inherited from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace will have to be handed over to the demon beasts. However, compared to resources, people are definitely more important. Therefore, Chen Mobai directly signed the order to agree to the retreat and had Song Huangda deliver it to Zhou Yi as quickly as possible. The only saving grace is that the 5 Elements sect has not yet undertaken any infrastructure construction in the eastern barbarian lands. This is because their main base in the eastern wilderness is not yet fully completed, and they do not have enough manpower. They have only built a bright mirror immortal city on the ruins of the former Xuanxiao Dao Palace as a temporary facility for the large teleportation array. If the eastern barbarians are wiped out by the demon race in this war, the only benefit will be that they can rebuild on a large scale after the war and further expand the heavenly canopy and earthly network. The situation on the eastern Yi battlefield made Chen Mobai even more worried about the battlefield on the eastern Wu side. He had a premonition that this war between good and evil might deal a huge blow to the cultivation world of the eastern continent. Hopefully, the major holy lands can hold out on the front lines of the eastern battlefield. As soon as news of the retreat from the eastern barbarians spread, Qing Nu was the first to get anxious. She personally took the teleportation array to the front line to discuss the matter with Chen Mobai. Those 30,000 mu of medicinal fields are the main source of medicinal materials for her Danxia pavilion. If they are occupied by the demon race, the production of pills will be reduced by at least 50% to 60%. Now that it is wartime, the demand for pills among cultivators has increased several times over. If production is reduced again, the pill market will easily collapse, and prices will rise to the point that lower-level cultivators cannot afford them. There's nothing we can do about it. However, before Zhou Yi retreats, he will bring back all the harvestable medicinal herbs from the 30,000 mu of medicinal fields. Then, Minger will oversee the conversion of some fertile fields in the eastern wilderness that are used for growing spirit rice into medicinal fields. The sect's various immortal cities also have some medicinal herbs stored in their warehouses. I will also introduce some policies to control the price of pills. Hopefully, we can get through this period. Although Chen Mobai possessed extraordinary cultivation, he could only tap into his internal potential in these matters. That's all we can do. From now on, Dangxia Pavilion will focus on Bigu pills and healing pills. We'll stop refining pills to improve cultivation for the time being. After hearing this, King Nu nodded helplessly. During wartime, elixirs can only meet basic needs first, and then other things can be considered. The eastern wilderness is relatively peaceful because it is ruled by the five-element sect. But in the eastern Wu and eastern Yi regions, the price of elixirs has already skyrocketed. The price of fasting pills, in particular, has increased 7 or 8 times. Then Chen Mobai asked about the little demon lord's corpse, as it was a valuable material. I extracted half a drop of 5th-tier essence blood from its body, but it doesn't quite match its form. It's a pity we don't have the tools to analyze its genetic map here. King Nu brought this up. She used Chen Mobai's specially made cold iron scalpel to cut and preserve the rest of the little demon lord's scales, inner core, meridians, bones, etc. Only the essence blood was refined using the method of the immortal sect, and she discovered something different about it. She separated half a drop of 5th-order essence from a bowl of peak 4th-order blood essence of the little demon lord, and judging from its aura, it was not an ordinary 5th-order essence. I'll try to find a second-hand one later. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded to indicate that he had made a mental note of it. Unfortunately, there was only half a drop of 5th-tier essence blood, which was not enough to refine the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. Here, this is a 5th-tier lightning attribute inner core. You should find it useful. Qing Nu took out a glass bottle containing a special potion that sealed the 5th-order thunder pearl of the little demon lord. This thunder pearl doesn't match the attributes of the purple lightning sword, so you should keep it. Chen Mobai shook his head. He already had enough 5th-tier items. One more wouldn't make a difference. I've only just reached the core formation stage, so I can't use it. Qing Nu looked troubled. To refine this thunder pearl, she needed at least the cultivation level of nascent soul. By the way, I remember that the power furnaces of the Lingxiao Palace, the 4 symbols Dao Palace, and the Starry Sky battleships in the Immortal sect use thunder pools as their cores. I'll check the blueprints later and see if we can build the Immortal sect's war artifacts here in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai remembered something and spoke up. Upon hearing this, King Nu's eyes lit up. If this 5th-order lightning attribute inner core can be used to build a Dao palace, then even if a nascent soul cultivator attacks in the future, the 5-element sect will have the ability to fight or even kill them. After spending a tender night together, King Nu prepared to return to the eastern wilderness via the teleportation array once more. She was in a hurry to go to Dangyi to transplant the precious medicinal herbs from the 30,000 mu of medicinal fields. Only she and Zhuo Ming could do this. Zhuo Ming was recovering from her injuries, so only she could go. Chen Mobai was a little worried, so he took out the Dinghai sword and handed it to King Nu. What? You're handing me over to a core formation cultivator? That's an insult to the sword. I disagree. However, the Dinghai sword was still not being challenged enough, and when it saw that Qing Nu only had the cultivation level of core formation, it actually threw a tantrum. Qing Nu is my Taoist partner. Please protect her safety, senior. I also have some spirit stones here. Chen Mobai needed the Dinghai sword, so he could only continue to use spirit stones to smash it. This isn't about spirit stones. I'm a sword of principle. Acknowledging you as my master is already an exception. Although Dinghai Giant said this, his tone was softer than before. I recently obtained permission from the 2 sages of the immortal sects to allow you to absorb and refine the water essence within this pure yang cauldron. Fortunately, Qing Nu possesses a Ruyi gourd, which can purify water essence, making it even more convenient for you to absorb it. As Chen Mobai spoke, He took out the pure yang cauldron and then transmitted his voice to Qing Nu, who immediately took out the ruyi gourd. As soon as the cauldron opened, wisps of pale blue water essence were absorbed by the gourd, condensing into drops of pure water essence. Upon seeing this scene, the spirit of the Dinghai sword appeared, its little face filled with a conflicted expression. This is merely a request for you to protect my Taoist companion, not for Qing Nu to take charge of you. Consider this your role as an elder, protecting her for a period of time. Chen Mobai gave the spirit of the Dinghai sword a way out, which the latter readily accepted. Since you put it that way, I can't very well refuse. The Dinghai sword loosened its grip slightly, then happily burrowed into the ruyi gourd and began absorbing the essence of water. King Nu was delighted to see this. This is one of the 3 great flying swords of the immortal sect, a top-tier magical artifact that she never dared to dream of before, but now it has fallen into her hands. Although it's protecting her now, once she reaches the nascent soul stage or even the deity stage, the Dinghai sword will eventually recognize her as its master. It's so good to have you as my husband. Qing Nu thanked Chen Mobai profusely and left Dongwu with the Dinghai sword. Time flies, and another year has passed quickly. As Chen Mobai remained in charge of Eastern Wu, the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Immediately afterwards, Song Huangda sent one bad piece of news after another. On the desolate sea, not only the demon king of Wangxian Island, but also the Wangxing alliance were gathering. The 2 sides seemed to have formed an alliance and were heading towards Dongwu in 2 separate groups. Dayazi, it must be about the time I killed Zhu Dongdu. Inside the tent, Su Zilu, who was residing in a pot of soul-nourishing wood, heard the news and took the initiative to show herself and admit her mistake. If the Myriad Stars Alliance attacks Eastern Wu, it will put itself on the side of demons. After the war ends, the Eastern Holy Land will not let them off the hook. Chen Mobai knew that blaming Su Zilu at this point was pointless. However, he felt that this matter could be salvaged. A silver light emanated from his body, as he had already cast a void illusion, projecting it towards the gathering place of the Myriad Star Alliance army that Song Huang had discovered. The Myriad Stars Alliance is an alliance formed by the most elite forces among the human cultivators of the entire Desolate Sea. At its peak, in addition to the Flying Sand Sect, there were 36 immortal island forces with nascent soul cultivators in charge. However, in the great battle with Wangxian Island, in addition to the death of Ancestor Hesha, many of the 36 immortal islands also suffered casualties, and the forces of 12 immortal islands disappeared permanently. Even so, the strength of the Myriad Star Alliance remains incredibly powerful. However, the Flying Sand Sect's attempt to attack the eastern continent this time violated the principles of the Myriad Star Alliance. The cultivation world of the Desolate Sea also knew the strength of the eastern continent's holy land, and believed that the righteous path would ultimately prevail in the war between good and evil. To avoid being purged in the future, only a handful of immortal islands were willing to follow the Flying Sand Sect. Chen Mobai's illusory form arrived above an island with a second-tier spiritual vein, and quickly sensed the aura of the 5 nascent soul cultivators there. According to Song Huangda's intelligence, the Flying Sand Sect dispatched 3 Sand Masters this time, and the other 2 were the island lords of Heiyu Island and Haishan Island. Chen Gixian of the 5 Elements sect pays respects to the 5 venerable ones. After waiting for a while and confirming that no one had noticed, Chen Mobai used his void power to vibrate the air and make a sound. In an instant, 5 beams of nascent soul spiritual light shot into the sky, surrounding him completely. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a wide black robe and a jade belt with a coiled dragon around his waist. His eyes were deep and sharp, his face was dignified, and his cultivation was extremely powerful, already at the peak of the nascent soul stage. "Huh!" The old man suddenly exclaimed in surprise the moment he saw Chen Mobai. Void illusion. He recognized Chen Mobai's methods at a glance. "This must be Elder Taishi of the Flying Sand Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Mobai politely greeted the old man in black robes. Taishi Waiguang of the Flying Sand sect was recognized as the #1 expert in the Desolate Sea and had long ago reached the nascent soul stage. He killed more than 10 fourth-tier demonic beasts. Of the demon lord's 4 disciples, the only one who died was because he encountered him. End of this chapter. Chapter 986, A Word to Defeat the Enemy. Chapter 986, A Word to Defeat the Enemy. Chen Qingdi, your true identity is known to all, so why use that fake name of Turtle Immortal? Taishi Waiguang said in a deep voice. Although he was an old man, his eyes were sharp, and his aura was even stronger than that of the little demon lord. Elder Taishi is renowned, so I won't beat around the bush. May I ask what your purpose is in leading so many cultivators from the Myriad Star Alliance to the border of the Eastern continent? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the 5 nascent soul cultivators opposite him sneered. What are we doing here? Doesn't Taoist Yiyuan know? Junior brother Zhu died at the hands of Hunyuan True Qi, and the heavenly meteor sand he was guarding was also taken away. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Tai Shiwei's eyes were icy cold, and his tone was sharp. As he spoke, the surrounding sea suddenly surged in layers, as if the entire sea surface was being suppressed by his aura. Zhuo Dandu died at the hands of Hunyuan True Qi, but this has no necessary connection with the fact that you all joined forces with demons to attack Dongwu. This move was not a wise choice for the Wangxing alliance. Upon hearing this, Tai Shiweiguang frowned slightly, and the 2 nascent soul cultivators beside him showed displeasure. Chen Qingdi, for the sake of the other 3 great holy lands in the east, as long as your Yiyuan Dao Palace hands over the heavenly meteorite sand, our Wangxing alliance can remain neutral in this war between good and evil in the east. At this moment, a slender nascent soul cultivator spoke up. He was Tao Zhengdian, another sand master of the Flying Sand sect. He had reservations about the arrival of the Flying Sand's army. After all, the Desolate Sea no longer has any nascent soul cultivators, and this move would definitely offend the Eastern Continent Holy Land. However, if one of the 5 divine sands is missing, the Flying Sand sect will lack the foundation to resist nascent soul cultivators, so they don't want to miss such a good opportunity. In Tao Zhengdian's view, as long as the lost meteorite sand can be retrieved, Zhu Dandu's grudge can be temporarily put aside. We will report back when the Yiyuan Dao Palace has completely fallen into ruin. After listening, Chen Mobai remained calm and composed, saying, Zhu Dandu's death was orchestrated by Mingzun of the Dongli demonic path. The heavenly meteor sand is also in Mingzun's hands now. Whether you believe it or not, I can guarantee that what I'm saying is true. Today, so many cultivators from your Myriad Stars Alliance have entered the waters of the Eastern Continent, violating the rules set by the Eastern Continent Holy Land. If you withdraw now, I will pretend this never happened. I hope you can understand that there are no more nascent soul cultivators in the Desolate Sea. The victory of the righteous and demonic paths will only produce the righteous path. If you want to become the targets of future purges by the Holy Land of the East, then go ahead and join forces with the demons. That's all I have to say. I hope you all will carefully consider whether you can withstand the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator. After the war began, Chen Mobai was the most aware of the power of the nascent soul stage. Compared to the other 2 battlefields, the Eastern Wu territory was simply not in the eyes of the Holy Land. If it weren't for the good relationship between Chen Mobai and Yi Qing, the Holy Land probably wouldn't have paid any attention to the Eastern Wilderness. Even if all 3 border regions of the Eastern Continent fall, it will not affect the outcome of the war between good and evil. In this world, the one who can ultimately decide everything is the God of transformation. But in the Desolate Sea, there are no gods who have transformed. Taishi Waiguang was also very clear about this. It is precisely for this reason that he is eager to retrieve the lost heavenly meteorite sand. Only after the 5 divine sands are complete can he resist the transformation into a nascent soul. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Taishi Waiguang fell silent. Among the nascent soul cultivators beside him, some had livid faces, Some had angry eyes and some had complicated expressions, with their heads down and brows furrowed. Of all the continents and seas, the desolate sea is the one most eager to have a god-level cultivator. Yiyuan Daozi said that the death of junior brother Zhu was instigated by Mingzun, and that the heavenly meteorite sand was also in his hands. I wonder if you can swear an oath. While Taishi Waiguang remained silent, Tao Zhengdian spoke up. I am only telling you this because I do not want the Holy Land of the East to commit more killings. I hope you will take heed. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, one of the burly palm-wielding shamans was so angry that he laughed and couldn't help but make a move. He opened a gourd at his waist, inside which shimmered grains of purplish-gold lightning sand, like dancing thunderbolts, which flew out with dazzling light and blasted towards Chen Mobai. But Chen Mobai's appearance here was merely an illusion. He didn't show off his void magic. Disappointed, he shook his head and was about to dispel the avatar. Master of the One Yuan Dao, I wonder if I could make a deal with you. But at this moment, Taishi Waiguang, who had been silent all along, made a move. He directly blocked all the Tian's thunder sand that flew out of the gourd's mouth, and grabbed the thousands of lightning rays with one hand and pressed them back. Elder Grand Historian, please speak. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised to see this scene. Judging from this move alone, Taishi Waiguang was indeed worthy of his reputation. Even if it was Mingzun who instigated it, it is an indisputable fact that junior brother Zhu died at the hands of your Yiyuan Dao Palace's Hunyuan True Qi. If Yiyuan Daozi returns to Wudi Mountain in the future, I hope that he can give my Facia sect an explanation for this matter. Whoever killed my junior brother, I will make him pay with his life. Taishi Waiguang spoke, his tone very forceful. Regardless of anything else, the Flying Sand sect was once a sacred land in the desolate sea. Although it no longer has any nascent soul cultivators, it still needs to save face. Last time he went to Dongzhou in person. He originally wanted to go to Wudi Mountain, but unfortunately he was stopped by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. I have no connection with the Yiyuan Dao Palace, but I have a grudge against Mingzun. If I happen to meet him after I become a god, I will kill him to give your Facia sect an explanation. Chen Mobai said something that made all 5 people opposite him widen their eyes. This guy is way too arrogant. Do you really think becoming a deity is such a simple thing? Moreover, Mingzun is one of the top 15 people in the Heavenly River realm. Even Yuan Kink, the number 1 in the Eastern continent, can only suppress him, but cannot kill him. All right, for the sake of what Taoist Yiyuan said, my Facia sect will give you face today and will leave. Taishi Waiguang was originally hesitant, wanting to take revenge but not wanting to offend the nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern continent. However, the 5 Directions Divine Sand was too important to their Flying Sand sect, so after receiving the news, he had no choice but to come. But who would have thought that this Taoist master of one origin would be so arrogant? Their massive army pressed in, and they were not only unafraid but even dared to make threats. If it were anyone else, Taishi Waiguang would have torn him to pieces. But this Chen Qingdi, not only did he unleash the Tao of One Yuan, but he also created the illusion of the void. That was a closely guarded secret of the Taixu Misty Palace, and now that he was using it openly, it was clear that he had gained the approval of this superpower in the Heavenly River realm. The fact that Chen Qingdi was able to master the void illusion shows that he is also exceptionally talented in spatial manipulation. With the support of the Yiyuan Dao Palace and the Taixu Pio Mio Palace, it's estimated that 1 Tengsheng Zhenling pill has already been reserved for him. That's probably why he's so confident about his nascent soul stage. With this in mind, Taishi Waiguang decided to give face to the future nascent soul cultivator, who was very likely to become a nascent soul cultivator. Thank you. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, then scattered into a sky full of silver light and disappeared from the spot. Elder Y. After only their own people remained, the burly sand master who controlled the heavenly sandstorm asked with a puzzled expression. It was only because Taishi Waiguang had high prestige that the others present would not have tolerated it. I tried to recall the heavenly meteorite sand by using the sect's secret treasure-refining incantation, but there was no response. However, I still have a general sense of its location, and can confirm that it is in the upper central part of the eastern continent, roughly in the eastern land and eastern Li. I thought it was suppressed by the primordial bell, but now, combined with what Chen Qingdi said, I guess it might have been put into the samsara disk by the Mingzun. At this point, everyone present became serious. If the heavenly meteor sand was indeed stolen by the bright venerable, then even if their flying sand sect produced a nascent soul cultivator, they might not be able to get it back. I hope that the righteous holy land of the eastern continent can kill the Mingzun. Tao Zhengdian sighed and said those words. This is the tragedy of not having a divine transformation. They came over aggressively, but Chen Mobai, using his title of nascent soul cultivator, made them retreat with a single word. If the flying sand sect had a nascent soul cultivator, even if what Chen Mobai said was true, they would only first conquer the eastern wilderness, capture this one Yuan Dao child, and then have the nascent soul cultivator from the eastern continent holy land come to negotiate. Let's retreat. The few of us came here and at least lured out those demon kings from Wangxian Island. Hopefully, they will all die on the land of Dongzhu. Tai Shi Waiguang ordered all the 1,000 treasure ships that the Myriad Star Alliance had sent to retreat. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 nascent soul cultivators all suddenly understood. Chen Mobai's feat of killing the little demon lord and Du Menjian also reached the ears of the major forces in the Desolate Sea. The demon kings of Wangxian Island were in a dilemma. They wanted to avenge the little demon lord, but they were also afraid of losing too much and being preyed upon by the Wangxing alliance after the war. It was precisely because of this that the battlefields of Eastern Wu remained calm for a long time. After receiving the message from Wen Baiyu, Taishi Waiguang, considering the overall situation of the Fascia sect, decided to lead his army out on a mission. It would be best if we could force Chen Mobai to back down. It could not only restore the reputation of the flying sand sect, but also perhaps find the lost heavenly meteorite sand. Even if the situation were reversed and they were forced back by Chen Mobai, the actions of the Myriad Star Alliance still stirred up the demon king of Myriad Immortals Island, who was wary of such actions. The demon army of Wangxian Island has now assembled, numbering nearly 1 million. Moreover, they don't have treasure ships, unlike the people of the Myriad Star Alliance who can retreat at any time. Under these circumstances, the 3 demon kings of Wangxian Island will definitely have to fight against Yiyuan Daozi on the battlefield of Dongwu. Regardless of who wins or loses, the Wangxing Alliance, who will sit on the sidelines and watch, will definitely be the beneficiary. After figuring it out, the few nascent soul cultivators who were initially somewhat reluctant immediately smiled and directed their treasure ships to turn around. Soon, news of the disappearance of the Myriad Star Alliance army reached the demons of the Desolate Sea. Meanwhile, the fact that Chen Mobai was openly conversing with Taishi Waiguang and the others in midair was also witnessed by the people on the 1,000 treasure ships, who knew that there were spies from the demonic path among them. Although the demonic cultivators below did not know the specifics of the conversation between the nascent soul cultivators, they did know that this one Yuan Dao child had forced Tai Shi Waiguang, the #1 cultivator in the Desolate Sea, to retreat with just a few words. In an instant, the name of the one Yuan Taoist resounded throughout the Desolate Sea. I never thought the old man was such a coward, letting a young man ride roughshod over him like this. Upon learning of this, those on Wangxian Island immediately launched into a tirade of curses. They also harbored deep hatred for the Myriad Stars Alliance. However, Tai Shi Waiguang was undoubtedly the strongest in the Desolate Sea, and he also possessed fifth-order divine sand. Therefore, when they heard that he had led the cultivators of the Myriad Stars Alliance to take action, they all felt that it was a good opportunity to break through the Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness, and summoned 1 million demons from the Desolate Sea to come over. Who knew that Taishi Waiguang would be so shameless, making a feint and bringing 1,000 treasure ships to wander around, only to be easily fooled away by Chen Mobai. The Flying Sand sect, after all, originated from the Eastern Imperial Court and can be considered a holy land of the human race. Obviously, they don't want to offend those holy lands in the Eastern continent. Besides the three demon kings of Wangxian Island, Dio Xianlin was also present. When she was young, she fought against Taishi Waiguang, and the result was evenly matched. That's why she became even more wary of Chen Mobai. After the little demon lord was killed, Taishi Waiguang met with him and immediately turned and retreated. Just how powerful is this person's cultivation? Should we retreat too? A woman of stunning beauty, with skin as white as jade and only her vital parts covered with seashells, held a fragrant fan and spoke with a frown. She is a clam spirit in human form, known as the Jade Pearl Demon King. Her cultivation is the weakest among the three demon kings, but she has the most aquatic demon beasts under her command and has close ties with many fourth-order demon beasts in the desolate sea. She is considered the core demon king who maintains the myriad Immortals Island alliance. No, so many of us demons have come here. If we were to slink back like the myriad star alliance, how could our desolate sea demon clan hold our heads high in the other seas of the heavenly river realm? A demon king with two heads and a burly physique spoke. He was a two-headed serpent from the sea, born with two inner cores, and was said to have the bloodline of the Xuanjiao royal court. He was known as the two-headed demon king. Senior brother, what do you say? The Jade Bead Demon King turned to look at the last demon king who had remained silent all along. It had completely transformed into a human, with a slender figure, long blue hair, and emerald eyes. He was none other than the leader of the three great demon kings of Wangxian Island, and the first nascent soul demon clan member trained by the demon venerable, the Azure Sea King. Its reputation among the humans of the desolate sea is similar to that of Taishi Waiguang among the demons. However, after the little demon lord was born, it gradually handed over the power of 10,000 Immortals Island to this junior brother, and simply occupied the ruins of 10,000 Immortals Island to cultivate in seclusion, pursuing the realm of the fifth-order nascent soul. If the little demon lord hadn't died, it wouldn't have stepped out of the myriad Immortals Island. Do you still remember what Master said? The King of the Blue Sea asked a question. The Jade Pearl Demon King and the Two-Headed Demon King exchanged a glance, their faces full of doubt. When the Demon Lord preached on 10,000 Immortals Island, he said countless words, but they did not know which sentence the Azure Sea was referring to. Our Master said that our opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage lies on land, but once we set foot on land, we will trigger our own tribulation to reach the nascent soul stage. As soon as the Azure Sea King finished speaking, the other two demon kings suddenly realized that the demon lord had indeed said those words. However, compared to Bai Hai and the little demon lord, they are only equivalent to the late nascent soul stage, and have not yet reached that level. Upon hearing this, Dio Xianlin's heart stirred. She remembered that the little demon lord had died at Chen Mobai's hands, and wondered if this was the little demon lord's tribulation of becoming a nascent soul. If that's really the case, then the demon lord's realm is truly unfathomable. No wonder he's one of the 6 wonders of the world. He actually figured this out so many years ago. I have sat in meditation beneath my former master's seat on Wangxian Island for hundreds of years, but I have never been able to take that step. It seems that I will eventually need to go to the mainland. As soon as the Azure Sea King uttered these words, everyone present understood their meaning. This battle must be fought. At that very moment, Chen Mobai, inside the Eastern Wu camp, suddenly saw his fluctuating heavenly heart warning stabilize. 3 days later, many of the puppets that the 5-element sect had scattered in the sea reacted, confirming 2 pieces of information. Song Huangda, who was in charge of this matter, rushed to the camp to report. The Myriad Star Alliance has retreated, and the Myriad Immortals Island has come to attack. Besides the 3 demon kings, the puppets in the sea also detected the terrifying auras of 10 fourth-tier demon beasts. The Myriad Immortals Island alone is equivalent to 13 nascent soul cultivators. If you add the demonic path, the number would be even greater. However, The demonic path is used to being hunted down and is accustomed to concealing their aura, making them undetectable by the five elements sect's puppets. Such formidable strength is beyond the five elements sect's ability to withstand. But after listening, Chen Mobai calmed down. The Daoshui demon refining array and the Wanshuan Gihai array, which were set up in Dongwu, have reached the fourth-order superior level after Chen Mobai improved and strengthened them over the years and integrated the spiritual veins of Dongwu. Facing the million-strong army of the Desolate Sea Demon clan and the demonic path, he believed he could hold out for a long time. Even if these two formations are broken, there is still the heavenly curtain and earthly network of the eastern wilderness behind them. As one of the few fifth-tier array masters in the immortal sect, Chen Mobai has strong confidence in the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Although the version in the eastern wilderness was only a simplified one, he was confident that he could stop even a nascent soul true monarch. The Golden Crow Immortal City was able to rely on a fifth-order formation to block the nascent soul Black Dragon, but in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai used the heavenly curtain and earthly network to block the wilderness sea demons, which he felt was a bit of a waste of his talents. Senior Brother Mo, notify the Eastern Wu to retreat. Once the enemy was clear, Chen Mobai felt relieved and ordered Mo Duguang to lead the cultivators from the Five Elements sect and Eastern Wu back to their original encampment at Jinfengpo. This matter had been discussed long ago, so the Eastern Wu side was not flustered. In fact, they were eager to retreat. After receiving the official notification, they immediately changed the treasure ship into flight mode, loaded their own family cultivators, and followed the Five Elements sect's flying boat to retreat. Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang stayed behind to cover the rear, along with the Tai Sui child. It controls the fourth-order Earth Immortal array that Zhu Ming set up here. With its own strength, it can reach the level that Zhu Ming needs to absorb Earth Dao soldiers or even spit out his essence blood to activate. Sir, everything is ready. After activating the entire formation, the Tai Sui child came over and bowed and scraped to Chen Mobai. Originally, it called its master, but King Nu thought it sounded bad. She came from a celestial sect, where the feudal relationship between master and servant had long been considered worthless. Chen Mobai didn't care about this, but after the Tai Sui child took human form, it became very clever in some ways. Since its mistress, Qing Nu, didn't like it, it immediately changed its address and started calling him master using terms from mythological plays. Thanks for your hard work. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly to the Tai Sui child, who immediately said that it was no trouble at all and that he should wait. Within this earthly immortal array, there were also some disciples of the Five Elements sect who retreated one after another through the medium-sized teleportation array. After the last group of people left, Chen Mobai looked up at the seaside. 4 terrifying auras appeared, and within a few breaths they landed on the shore, meeting their gazes. This must be the one Yuan Daozi who killed my junior brother. The leading male cultivator with blue hair and green eyes pointed at Chen Mobai and asked Dio Xianlin beside him, who nodded slightly. After receiving confirmation, Bai Hai said nothing more, took out a jade-green halberd and slashed directly at Chen Mobai. How dare you? Seeing this, Chen Mobai frowned. He hadn't expected that even after he killed the little demon lord, there would still be a demon who wouldn't give him any face. However, he was aware of the name of this Azure Sea King, knowing that hundreds of years ago, he was a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, and the demon cultivator who listened to the demon lord's sermons for the longest time. This attack was even more powerful than that of the little demon lord. Senior brother, you go first, I'll be there shortly. Chen Mobai spoke to Mo Duguang, who knew that his presence would only hinder Chen Mobai's performance, so he nodded and flew directly into the teleportation array. Seeing this, the Jade Bead Demon King immediately took action, scattering a bright white pearl to try and stop Mo Duguang from leaving. However, a yellowish-brown light barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking the pearl in midair. Amidst the violent shaking, the Earth Immortal array actually began to twist slightly. The Tai Sui child immediately spat out a mouthful of extremely pure earth elemental energy and integrated it into the array plate in its palm. Chen Mobai had already taught it the essence of this array over the past few days. Although it is a spirit in human form and has average comprehension, it is able to forcibly memorize content related to the earth element by virtue of its talent. Under its control, the formation emitted the brightest earthy yellow light, then suddenly bounced the pearl that was squeezing the light shield back. Upon seeing this, the Jade Pearl Demon King was immediately embarrassed. With a flick of its beautiful eyes, it sent a surge of powerful water elemental energy into the returning pearl. Immediately, the shimmering white pearl, like a streak of water, changed direction again and hurtled towards the earth immortal array. Amidst the deafening roar, Tai Sui Tongzai felt the array plate in his palm suddenly become heavy, and even a crack appeared. However, since this formation is integrated with the surrounding spiritual veins, if it were to be broken, all the spiritual energy would first need to be depleted. So, although it looks like it is about to break and cannot hold on, it remains twisted but not broken under the bombardment of the pearls. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai had already drawn his sword and was exchanging blows with the famous Azure Sea King of Wangxian Island. The enormous myriad sword's avatar rose from behind him. As the purple lightning sword trembled, bolts of lightning fell from the sky, absorbed by the mid-grade fifth-rank sword, and clashed with the halberd slashing down from the sky. With a deafening roar, the cliff edge where Chen Mobai was standing suddenly collapsed and shattered into countless fragments. However, the seawater also spread outwards from the center of their fight. Just one strike. This coastal environment, formed over countless years, has been completely altered. The cliff beneath Chen Mobai's feet had completely disappeared. The seawater that had been pushed out by the aftershocks of their fight began to flow back in, pushing the coastline hundreds of meters toward the land. The Azure Sea King solemnly withdrew his halberd. He had used 90% of his strength in that attack. Even a minor demon lord would have to transform into his true form to defend against it with his dragon horns. This Taoist of 1 yuan is indeed terrifying in strength. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the Azure Sea King's emerald eyes intensified. The two sides are already enemies, and it can only be a fight to the death. Now that Chen Mobai has been cornered here, then even if it means losing face, we must kill him completely here. Attack together. The Jade Pearl Demon King and the Two-Headed Demon King, who were waiting for Bai Hai to display his power, suddenly heard these words that surprised them. It should be noted that even when facing Taishi Waiguang, Bai never asked them for help. Is this Tao child of 1 yuan truly that terrifying? With this thought in mind, the Jade Pearl Demon King had no choice but to abandon the Earth Immortal array that was about to be shattered by his own pearls. He drew a coral longsword from behind him, held another pearl in one hand, and attacked Chen Mobai's myriad sword's avatar from another direction. Roar! The two-headed Demon King went even further, directly revealing its true form as a two-headed serpent on the sea, which was also hundreds of meters long, no less impressive than the myriad sword's Dharma body. The enormous two-headed serpent resembled a sea demon, riding terrifying waves and storms. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, and bolts of lightning struck, moving with it as it coiled and snapped at the myriad sword's Dharma body. When Chen Mobai saw the true form of the two-headed Demon King, he was slightly taken aback. He felt that it looked somewhat similar to the true form of the little demon lord. It's not that they look alike, but rather that both of them possess dual powers of lightning and water attributes. However, the little demon lord has a richer family background and possesses two fifth-order inner cores, while the two-headed Demon King can only rely on his own arduous cultivation, so he only unleashed the aura of the peak nascent soul stage. Rumble! At this moment, the Azure Sea King once again wielded his fifth-tier halberd, and with a single swing, the entire sea and sky were split in two. The terrifying killing aura made Chen Mobai's hair stand on end. This blow was enough to threaten his life. Let's retreat. At this moment, Chen Mobai gave an order to the Tai Sui child. Mo Duguang had already left just now. There's no need for him to invite trouble when facing the three great demon kings of the desolate sea and Dio Xianlin. Upon hearing this, Tai Sui Tong Zai immediately took the array plate and destroyed the teleportation array here. Then, he used his innate Earth Chinese letter. Earth Chinese letter is a type of magic that allows one to escape into the depths of the earth. An extra chapter tomorrow, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 987. The Array of 10,000 Rivers Returning to the Sea. Chapter 987. The Array of 10,000 Rivers Returning to the Sea. The Azure Sea King and the others naturally sensed that the Grand Prince had left. However, their attention was entirely focused on Chen Mobai, wanting to finish off this one Yuan Dao child in one fell swoop, and no one paid any attention to him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was in complete chaos on the coast of Dongwu. Chen Mobai's 10,000 swords Dharma body stood in the center. The purple lightning sword slashed the Fangshan halberd, the azure frost sword cleaved the two-headed demon king, and the five elements divine light danced in the sky. All around were fierce attacks from the enemy. Even Dio Xianlin, who was watching from the sidelines, took out a blood-red scimitar, narrowed her eyes, and quietly slashed at Chen Mobai's true form on the shoulder of the myriad swords Dharma body. However, with the blessing of the square-inch book, Chen Mobai would not miss any detail on the battlefield. He glanced at Dio Xianlin. The moment their eyes met, Dio Xianlin's heart tightened. For some reason, a strange fear suddenly welled up inside her, like a sheep being stared at by a tiger. "I'll let you off the hook for now." Chen Mobai suppressed the urge to kill Dio Xianlin, retrieved the purple and green twin swords, and vanished in a flash of silver light. As soon as he left, the myriad swords Dharma body also disappeared. With a deafening roar, the attacks of the three demon kings and Dio Xianlin missed their target, instantly creating a huge gap in the sea and triggering a raging tsunami that surged outwards in all directions. Four powerful and vast divine senses searched the heavens, the seas, and the earth, but they could not find a trace of Chen Mobai. The Jade Bead Demon King asked in surprise, "A heaven escape talisman?" These demons were also aware of the life-saving talismans used by human cultivators. Besides the teleportation array, it was the most popular product among cultivators in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm from the Taixu Misty Palace. "Impossible. The Heaven Escape Talisman has a prelude. We could easily interrupt it." Dio Xianlin shook her head directly. She had 3 escape talismans in her storage bag. She had used them to escape from life-or-death crises several times during her cultivation. As a 4th-tier talisman, the Heavenly Escape Talisman involves a process of guiding the power of the void when activated. To prevent interruption, it forms a protective void shield. But those present were at least in the late nascent soul stage, and there were even 2 half-step divine transformation beings. If Chen Mobai were to use the escape talisman in front of them, Dio Xianlin would be confident that she could cut through the void protective shield on her own, and taking advantage of the time it took for the void to guide him, tear Chen Mobai to pieces. When people from the Taixu Misty Palace use the Heaven Escape Talisman, there is no prelude. But at this moment, the King of the Blue Sea said something that made Dio Xianlin freeze in shock. Other cultivators in the Heavenly River realm use the Escape Talisman, but because they cannot control or utilize the power of the void, they need the process of being guided and located by the void. However, the cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace cultivate the power of the void, so they can indeed skip the prelude. "Isn't he the one Yuan Dao child?" Dio Xianlin said with a frown. "You're asking me. Intelligence is handled by your demonic path." The Azure Sea King turned to look at Dio Xianlin, giving her a slightly scrutinizing glance. It roughly understood why the little demon lord had died at Chen Mobai's hands. It's obvious that the problem lies with the teammate in the demonic path. After so long of fighting, we still know absolutely nothing about our most powerful adversary. This matter is due to the negligence of our Jade Mirror Demon Sect. Your Majesty, please do not blame us. Upon hearing the tone of the Azure Sea King, Dio Xianlin knew that it was dissatisfied with the demonic path. Considering the current strength of Wangxian Island, they temporarily swallowed their anger. The 1 Yuan Dao child has already retreated, and 1 million demons from the desolate sea have come ashore. You demons need to make sure you have all the food you need, or don't blame me for letting my minions eat you directly. Although the Azure Sea King appears to be very peaceful, he has been in charge of 10,000 Immortals Island and has been fighting against the 10,000 Star Alliance for so many years. He is also a decisive and ruthless person. Unlike the relationship between Little Demon Lord and Dio Xianlin, which had Du Menjian to mediate, it had absolutely no trust in the demonic path. Upon hearing this, Dio Xianlin met the gaze of the Azure Sea King before her, and the tension between them suddenly surged. The two-headed Demon King and the Jade Bead Demon King stood on either side of Dio Xianlin with perfect coordination. The demons only unite because of the great enemy that is the righteous path. I will have my disciple Wen Baiyu handle this matter with you. Not wanting to fight the 3 demon kings here, Dio Xianlin left these words and then vanished in a beam of moonlight. Senior brother. Seeing Dio Xianlin leave, the two-headed demon king, who had transformed back into human form, licked his lips and gestured with some interest. Never mind, she's no weaker than me. The Azure Sea King shook its head. Although it hadn't actually fought Dio Xianlin, it had secretly tested her and confirmed that this demonic giant lived up to her reputation. This time, it led the demons of Wangxian Island here in order to become a god. Before the righteous path of Dongzhu falls, there is no need to turn against the demonic path. After all, once they landed, they knew nothing about the eastern continent and still needed the demonic path to guide them. After using his Void Walk ability to leave the battlefield, Chen Mobai returned to Xiaokingling, where he was stationed, as quickly as possible. 3 days later, the Tai Sui child returned. Under Chen Mobai's command, both large formations were activated, covering the plains area where the spiritual veins of Eastern Wu were most abundant. He personally oversaw the Tushita refining demon formation, while Mo Duguang was in charge of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Because the area it covered was too vast, and the setup time was not as long as that of the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai adjusted the defensive priority of this great formation. Beings at the nascent soul level will be identified by the great formation due to the immense energy within their bodies, and will be directly isolated and blocked from the outside. Those who have reached the core formation stage or are third-tier demons can pass through, but their power will be suppressed by the formation, preventing them from unleashing their full potential once they enter its range. The formation will slightly suppress second-tier desolate sea demons. Only first-tier ones can pass through without hindrance. Although the opposing side has 1 million demons, Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang can go all out within the formation. However, in order to keep the desolate sea demon clan at bay above Eastern Wu and prevent them from destroying the eastern wilderness that he had built up over the past 100 years, Chen Mobai was also trying his best to mobilize his forces and gather them at the front line covered by the 2 great formations. Meanwhile, because the eastern barbarians were also retreating, Baiyuan City also needed to reserve a large army of sects to defend against the monsters that might rush out of the desolate ruins. Therefore, Chen Mobai's idea was to motivate the cultivators on the eastern Wu side. All the major families are easy to talk to, as their ancestral foundations are here. They are extremely grateful that the 5-element sect is willing to help, and they will do their utmost as long as there is hope of protecting it. Only those rogue cultivators, after being shut down and sent back to the eastern wilderness, although some of them hid in the desolate mountains and wilderness, most of them were sensible and followed the main force. There were even quite a few independent cultivators who earned more spirit stones than they could have earned in their entire lives in the cultivation world of Eastern Wu, because they took on jobs for the 5-element sect. However, while these independent cultivators are willing to do manual labor, 9 out of 10 of them refuse to go to the battlefield. Chen Mobai even estimated that if the demon race attacked, they would be the first to scatter and flee. Chen Mobai understood this perfectly well, It was because the rogue cultivators lacked motivation. Therefore, as long as their enthusiasm is mobilized, the 100,000 to 200,000 independent cultivators following Xiaoqingling and Jinfengpo can at least help alleviate some of the pressure on the five elements sect. Master, this is a list I made after taking inventory of the sect's treasury. Please take a look. That day, Liu Wenbai handed a jade slip to Chen Mobai. It contains a wide variety of elixirs, cultivation techniques, artifacts, and even obscure puppets and spirit beasts. Accompanying this list is an upcoming announcement. The above divides the demon race into 4 tiers and 12 grades. For example, if a cultivator kills a demon beast of the upper, middle, and lower grades of the first tier, they can come to the 5 elements sect to receive 1, 5, and 10 merit points respectively. These merit points can be exchanged for all items on the list at the 5 elements sect. Even if there is insufficient stock and it cannot be exchanged on the spot, the 5 elements sect guarantees to replenish it after the war. In order to motivate the independent cultivators, Chen Mobai had Liu Wenbai bring over 1,000 portions of the 3 treasures for foundation establishment and 20 foundation establishment pills from Dangxia Pavilion. To further motivate the cultivation families of Dongwu, they even added their stockpiled water element golden elixir and golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir. However, it takes 100,000 merit points to exchange for core formation elixir. The value is exactly this: to kill a peak 3rd-tier demon beast or a fully formed core beast. Chen Mobai could foresee how crazy the cultivators in Dongwu would go after this announcement was issued. After all, before, due to the monopoly of the major cultivation families, it was very difficult for independent cultivators to obtain pills that could help them break through their cultivation realm. To prevent the big fish from eating the small fish, Chen Mobai stipulated that merit points could not be transferred, and he also specially opened a reporting channel. If anyone cheats on merit points, the 5 elements sect will kill them with swift and decisive measures. The list that Liu Wenbai had prepared included all the treasures that the 5 elements sect had accumulated over the years. Some of them are even close to being scrapped. For example, flawed magical artifacts crafted by the refining department, puppets from the later versions of the puppet tribe, and spirit beasts from the spirit beast department with impure bloodlines and unattractive fur, etc. If these were sold in the eastern wilderness, they would be condemned. However, according to Liu Wenbai's observation, in eastern Wu, these were still good things that were cheap and of good quality for those independent cultivators. Delete these. As a prestigious sect, the 5 elements sect cannot afford to damage its reputation just to deal with inventory. However, after reading it, Chen Mobai picked up his pen and crossed these items off the list. There's a Jin family in Dongwu that's quite good. Go talk to their patriarch and have them act on behalf of our 5 elements sect to sell and dispose of these things among the independent cultivators. Just when Liu Wenbai thought he had messed things up, Chen Mobai suddenly spoke up again, making him realize something. The defective inventory still needs to be dealt with, but the 5 elements sect cannot intervene. They need to ensure that the items redeemed with merit points are of good quality and without any problems. This way, the independent cultivators on the eastern Wu side will have no worries and will fight desperately against the wild sea demon clan for their own future. This disciple has learned a great deal. Liu Wenbai spoke with admiration. Add this item to the list. After reading it, Chen Mobai picked up his pen and wrote one last line. Each year, 10 cultivators from Eastern Wu, with the most outstanding merit points, are selected and granted Eastern Wilderness residency. After taking a look, Liu Wenbai was filled with admiration for Chen Mobai. Compared to the vague and uncertain 3 treasures of foundation establishment, this Eastern Wilderness residency was a real ticket to immediately escape the bloody battlefield of Eastern Wu. As expected, the announcement caused an uproar in Dongwu the moment it was released. Many Qi refining perfection cultivators who originally intended to remain hidden dropped their pretense at this moment. Upon seeing the announcement, they immediately revealed their identities and even openly began forming cliques to jointly kill the approaching Desolate Sea Demon clan. Not only were the independent cultivators extremely excited, but even the major families of Eastern Wu were also thrilled. The five-element sect's core formation elixir is known to them better than anyone else. It was through this that the Zhu family gained another core formation cultivator, which helped them stabilize the situation after their original core formation ancestor passed away. In an instant, the cultivation world of Eastern Wu, which had been somewhat lifeless due to the war, burst forth with unprecedented vitality because of the merit point exchange list from the five-element sect. In order to ensure that they could kill the demons of the Desolate Sea, these cultivators from Eastern Wu took out their life savings. Cultivation families with deep pockets naturally purchased the best pills, magical artifacts, and formations directly from the five-element sect. Meanwhile, the independent cultivators who lacked funds purchased the five-element sect's inventory through various overt and covert channels. These independent cultivators all knew these were flawed items, but they were still highly sought after. Because the price is only 30–40% of that in the five-element sect shops. However, its efficacy is about 70–80% of that of the genuine product. Magical artifacts and puppets, which can greatly enhance combat power, are in high demand and short supply. Only those with connections among independent cultivators can obtain them from the Jin family. This single act not only helped the five-element sect clear out its decades-long accumulated inventory, but also earned them tens of millions of spirit stones. After reviewing the statements, Liu Wenbai felt deeply that he still had much to learn from Chen Mobai in terms of business acumen. Half a month later, the figure of the Blue Sea King appeared in the sky above Jinfengpo. Upon receiving the news, Chen Mobai immediately rushed over via the teleportation array. After staring at each other across the Great Formation for a long time, the Azure Sea King retreated. Subsequently, hordes of the Desolate Sea Demon clan appeared before the Great Formation. What surprised the Azure Sea King and his companions was that the cultivators inside the formation on the other side were all looking at their million-strong army with eyes gleaming with greed. The fourth tier and 12 levels, with the highest level being the first level, which is the level of the three great demon kings, can directly earn 10 million merit points. If one had the protagonist's luck like in mythological novels and managed to kill just one enemy, they could instantly achieve financial freedom and spend the rest of their life living a carefree life in the Eastern Wilderness Immortal City. Upon landing this time, the Azure Sea King did not divide his forces. Instead, he gathered all the demons under his command together and assembled them in front of Golden Peak Slope. The sea monsters formed somewhat disorganized ranks according to the location of their respective demon kings and set up camp. At the same time, the three demon kings led the remaining 10 fourth-tier demon beasts and charged towards the myriad rivers return to the sea formation. Chen Mobai personally presided over the event, holding the most crucial array plate and directing the cultivators of the five-element sect's array department to activate the array flags in the spiritual veins. Amidst a deafening roar, 13 powerful demonic energies, like shooting stars, crashed into a semi-transparent light barrier and were bounced back. The Azure Sea King, with the highest cultivation level, was the first to regain his footing. He frowned, took out his halberd, and slashed at the semi-transparent light curtain that seemed to cover the entire world before him. Its cultivation level was close to the 5th rank, and even the 4th rank superior grade myriad rivers returning to the sea formation felt the pressure from this attack. The translucent light barrier was slashed by the halberd, creating a tiny, narrow cut about the length of an arm, but it healed instantly. Upon seeing this, the Azure Sea King frowned. It can use shape-shifting techniques to instantly slip through the openings into the Great Formation. But in that case, it would have to confront Chen Mobai directly. It knew the little demon's strength best. Since Chen Mobai was able to kill it, it knew it wouldn't fare well in the other's territory either. So, to be on the safe side, it didn't choose to force its way into the formation. At this moment, the two-headed Demon King, the Jade Pearl Demon King, and the other fourth-order demon beasts also used their respective methods to attack the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. A terrifying and vast demonic aura surged forth, causing lightning and thunder, and a violent storm to break out in the sky. Such power also brought the cultivators of Eastern Wu to their senses, making them realize that merit points were not so easy to obtain. They should stick to their own methods and target first-tier demonic beasts. Little by little, they can at least exchange for one of the 3 treasures for Foundation establishment. Rumble. 13 sea demon kings, each at the nascent soul stage, relentlessly bombarded the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, causing this 4th-tier high-grade formation to shake violently. The semi-transparent water curtain even seemed to be about to twist, deform, and break. Seeing this, Chen Mobai knew he couldn't be stingy, so he took out 5 water element stones and inserted them into the 5 core spiritual pivots of the formation. This water elemental stone is equivalent to a top-grade spirit stone, but little Yellow Dragon Girl can produce it continuously at Yellow Dragon Cave. Chen Mobai doesn't need this kind of water elemental energy. It was always kept by Qing Nu before. Last time she came, Chen Mobai asked her for 30 pieces. The Wanchuan Gihai formation set up this time uses 3 fourth-order water veins on the Dongwu Plain as the energy source for the formation, plus hundreds of other third-order and second-order water veins. It can almost be said to be the pinnacle of water-based formations. However, the formation's ability to draw spiritual energy from the veins is somewhat slow. Faced with the bombardment of 13 nascent soul demon kings, Chen Mobai, who was holding the formation plate, sensed that if the opponent continued to bombard it for another half a day, the formation would reach its limit and break down. Although it was still early, Chen Mobai, being cautious, still used 5 water element stones to restore health when the formation's health bar was down by 30%. In an instant, the translucent water curtain which had begun to distort immediately began to surge with crystalline waves, becoming round and full again, dissipating all the demonic energy, lightning, water blades, ice, and frost that fell upon it. Hurled. The Azure Sea King seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation before him and sent out his vast divine sense to investigate carefully. Before long, it discovered that the attacks of these demon kings, after failing and dispersing into water spiritual energy, were gathered and scattered in midair, and were actually being absorbed by the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. In other words, as long as they don't break through the formation in one fell swoop, each of their attacks will actually enhance the formation's power. Stop. Upon discovering this, the King of the Blue Sea called for a halt. What should we do? After listening to what it said, the 2-headed demon king touched one of its bald heads and asked with some difficulty. The Great Formation cannot cover the entire Eastern Wu. Why don't we divide our forces and go around to check the surrounding areas and let the men eat their fill first? One of the 4th-tier demon kings, with a fish head and a human body, explained a method based on his understanding of formations. That's all we can do. I'll lead half of the army to block the cultivators from the 5-element sect and Eastern Wu. You can take turns eating all the humans on this land. The Azure Sea King nodded, agreeing with the method. Upon hearing its words, the remaining demon kings all beamed with joy. They followed us ashore, weren't they just after food? Especially for cultivators, who possess naturally high-purity spiritual energy, consuming more of it can purify their bloodline, causing them to evolve more and more towards true spirits. Junior sister, please contact the Jade Mirror Demon Sect and ask them to find a way to break the formation. After only the 3 demon kings remained, the Azure Sea King spoke to the Jade Pearl Demon King, who immediately nodded. Although the Demon Lord had taught them about formations, they had no talent in this area and couldn't find a good way to break the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Even if the Demon Lord were to arrive, he would only be able to rely on brute force against this formation from the immortal sect. Break the formation. When Wen Baiyu heard this after being summoned by the Jade Pearl Demon King, he couldn't help but look troubled. He is a genius and also has some knowledge of formations. This time, the 13 demon kings charged into the formation, but they were no match for the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. He also observed from a distance using the jade mirror secret technique and knew that the formation was so powerful that it was beyond his ability to solve. But Dio Xianlin made him fulfill all the demands of the demons of the desolate sea, and he couldn't refuse. "What, you can't do it?" Seeing Wen Baiyu's expression and looking at his handsome face, the Jade Pearl Demon King said something with a hint of amusement. "I have a good friend who is from the Xuanji sect, and I invited him to come and take a look." After saying this, Wen Baiyu immediately took his leave. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, the Jade Pearl Demon King snorted in boredom but didn't stop him from leaving. The Xuanji Demon Sect is the #1 formation master in the demonic path. The most famous nascent soul true lord is Wang Xuanji, the former national teacher of the Eastern Imperial Court. He is most skilled in arranging military formations and setting up magic arrays. He once led the army of the Eastern Imperial Court to annihilate a holy land and shocked the 5 continents and 4 seas. However, it was precisely because of this that the Xuanji sect was hated by all the holy lands of the Eastern continent, and after the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, it was immediately relegated to the ranks of the demonic path. After leaving the camp of the Wild Sea Demon clan, Wen Baiyu immediately went to see Dio Xianlin and reported the matter. "I'll contact the Xuanji sect. The situation on the eastern battlefield is at a stalemate, so I think Quang Jiyuan will be willing to leave the dangerous nascent soul battlefield and come to Eastern Wu to make a living." Quang Jiyuan is the most powerful cultivator in the Xuanji demon sect. Among all the holy sons and daughters of the previous generation of demonic cultivators, he is the most talented. He was already in the late nascent soul stage and a fifth-order array master before he was 500 years old. He is hailed as a potential successor to Wang Xuanji. "Then I'll have to trouble you, master." When Wen Baiyu heard that Dio Xianlin wanted to invite Quang Jiyuan over, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew the current generation of holy sons and daughters of the Xuanji demon sect, their relationship was just so-so. He had only pretended to be friends with the Jade Pearl Demon King in order to get away from him. Compared to the demon race, it is much easier for the demonic path to gather intelligence. Among the independent cultivators of Eastern Wu, there were many who had long been desperate and were their people. Soon, Wen Baiyu learned the general situation of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, and the Duluo demon refining formation through his own informants. It is known that this formation will only unleash its full power when it blocks beings at the nascent soul stage. Beings below the 4th rank outside the formation can directly enter. Afterwards, Wen Baiyu informed Wangxian Island of this information, and soon the Jade Pearl Demon King dispatched a group of the Desolate Sea tribe, which he did not particularly like, to charge into the enemy lines, thus verifying the information. They also learned that the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the suppression of the formation, allowing first-order demonic beasts to move freely. Knowing this, King Bihai did not hesitate at all, and immediately commanded his demon beasts to begin testing the defensive power within the formation step by step. Although I learned from the demonic path that the 5-element sect and the Eastern Wu cultivators at Jinfengpo numbered 2 to 300,000, I still needed to test the numbers myself before I could feel at ease. The first major clash between the two sides broke out late at night. The entire 10,000 demons were divided into hundreds of teams, pouring in from all parts of the formation and attacking the 5-element sect's camp from all directions. At the same time, the Azure Sea King also led 4th-tier demonic beasts to bombard the formation from above, trying to see if this method could reduce the suppression of the formation on the demons entering the formation. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised to see this, not expecting that the King of the Azure Sea would have thought of this. The power of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation has an upper limit. Given the priority of resisting 4th-tier power, it is natural to first block the Azure Sea King and his forces. As soon as they entered the formation, the demon army, which had been walking with difficulty, immediately felt their steps become much lighter. The feeling of relief greatly invigorated the leading third-tier demon beast, which brandished a large cleaver forged from seabed cold iron and slashed at Ning Leshan, who was flying up. Walrus King, Thunder King, your troops may also go in. After verifying his idea, the Azure Sea King suppressed most of the power of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, while directing the two demon kings stationed in the camp below to send the second wave of demon army into the formation. This wave consisted of 100,000 demons, who roared and charged into battle after receiving the order. Chen Mobai, observing from above using the illusion of emptiness, felt as if countless ants were spreading towards the hillside. Brothers, let's give it a shot. The chance to change our destiny is right in front of us. At this moment, in the camp of the rogue cultivators of Eastern Wu, a Foundation establishment youth who was leading the charge, gripped a mixed iron rod, roared and charged at a second-tier demon beast. The second update will be a little later as I typed rather slowly. Please forgive me, you can read it tomorrow morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 988 The Fruit of Tao Law Takes Shape, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 988 The Fruit of Tao Law Takes Shape, Bonus Chapter. Among independent cultivators, those who can cultivate to the Foundation establishment stage are the most ruthless of all. Basically, each of them had hundreds of lives under their command. The Foundation establishment youth who shouted the message was the leader of a tribulation cultivation organization named Gao Mingxin. After learning that the five-element sect was willing to provide the core formation elixir, this leader of the tribulation cultivators, who was hiding in the Yunmeng marsh, pondered for a moment before deciding to bring his men to join the army. If other families or forces in Eastern Wu had offered such conditions, Gao Mingxin would have scoffed at them and ignored them completely. But the five-element sect is different. Since Chen Mobai took over, although this sect has been ruthless in its treatment of enemies, almost always wiping out entire clans, its reputation is impeccable. What you say goes. Chen Mobai said that there should be no profession like tribulation cultivator in the eastern wilderness, and then it really didn't exist. At least, no cultivator dared to do it openly. The other major projects, such as land reclamation, desertification control, river dredging, and formation deployment, were unthinkable in the entire eastern continent. But under Chen Mobai's leadership, they were all accomplished. Now that Chen Mobai is fighting against the demons of the desolate sea and has offered various treasures from the five-element sect as a reward, even a ruthless cultivator like Gao Mingxin, whose first thought is not whether it is true or false, but how to survive on the battlefield. However, those who are destined for tribulation have achieved their success through fighting and killing. This time, they were fortunate enough to encounter the five-element sect releasing a core formation elixir, and they felt that they could fight their way to it. Chen Mobai, suspended in midair, watched as the two torrents within the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation collided, and blood and flesh splattered under the bombardment of various magical artifacts and talismans. He couldn't help but sigh. In this battle, it is highly likely that more than half of the living beings on the land of Eastern Wu will perish. This is why there is no single, absolute unified power. If the five-element sect were stronger, and both he and Qing Nu had reached the nascent soul stage, the demons of the desolate sea would absolutely not dare to set foot on land. Even the Eastern Li demonic path, the bright venerable ghost gods and others would have to cower within their sects, afraid to show their faces. Chen Mobai has been in the heavenly river realm for over 100 years, bringing unprecedented peace and prosperity to the eastern wilderness, but only to the eastern wilderness. With great power comes great responsibility. He felt it was his duty to bring peace and prosperity to Eastern Wu, and even to the entire eastern continent. Regardless of whether the system of the immortal sects is suitable here, unification as a prerequisite for peace is absolutely correct. After realizing this, the 49 pages of the Tao Law Heavenly Book that Chen Mobai had memorized suddenly began to overlap and transform into an illusory Tao fruit. The crown of heaven and earth and all beings appeared above his head at some unknown time, with millions of lines beginning to outline the shape of the illusory Tao fruit. This crown of heaven and earth symbolizes his status as the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, allowing it to exert its maximum power within the Eastern Wilderness. It was with the help of this ability that Chen Mobai was in harmony with the will of heaven and the spirit of earth, almost a chosen one of destiny. But this only applies to the Eastern Wilderness. Now, Chen Mobai felt that the range of the heaven and earth's crown of all living beings had expanded by several times. This entire region of Eastern Wu, including the Yunmeng Marsh between it and the Eastern Wilderness, was included within it, and the spirits of heaven and earth resonated with him. Even the cultivators of Eastern Wu below, and the ordinary people of Eastern Wu in the 12 counties further away, were praying to him. Hopefully, he can lead the army of cultivators to resist the demons of the desolate sea. At that instant, Chen Mobai suddenly felt something similar to the immense and overwhelming power of all living beings that he had felt when he led the 5 Elements sect army to fight against Master Bingyun in the desolate ruins. That time it was the people of the Eastern Wilderness, but this time it's the people of Eastern Wu. After receiving the power of the thoughts of all living beings in the land, the crown of heaven and earth underwent some subtle changes. A groove appeared in the center of the original white jade crown. The lines of all beings continuously converge and merge within this groove, forming the shape of the fruit of the Tao. In an instant, Chen Mobai comprehended all the contents of the Tao Law Heavenly Book downloaded from the immortal sect through the heavenly calculation beads. His understanding of the Tao Law Heavenly Book surpassed that of all the sages of the immortal sect. He is now confident that, if he were to use astronomical calculations, his compatibility with the rules of the immortal sect would be at least 90%. Chen Mobai turned his head to look at the Eastern Wilderness, the capital of the Zhao dynasty. A blue Tao fruit, invisible to the public, emerged from an altar in the royal palace. Summoned by the crown of heaven and earth, it transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Chen Mobai. Mu Zai Ocean, who was cultivating in the tomb of the king of Zhao outside the capital, opened his eyes and instantly arrived on the ground. He happened to see the Tao Law fruit flying away. "This is a Tao fruit?" Mu Zai Ocean asked in shock. The fruit of Tao Law is one of the Tao fruits of the immortal sect's divine transformation, and it contains the profound mystery of the manifestation of the laws of the great Tao, which caused Mu Zai Ocean, a demonic cultivator who had transformed into a demonic sect, to misunderstand it directly. It is said that this Tao child of the 5 Elements sect has obtained the inheritance of the longevity sect. Could this be the Tao fruit left behind by the heavenly venerable? Mu Zai Ocean muttered to himself. He naturally knew that the situation in Eastern Wu must be chaotic and devastating. This Tao child of one origin has even used his Tao fruit, which means he is under immense pressure on the battlefield. This is both a good thing and a bad thing for him. Because the 5 Elements sect is, after all, a righteous path and is his natural enemy. But it is precisely because of this that the dragon veins beneath the Eastern Wilderness are able to thrive, allowing the imperial corpse he is raising to achieve even greater things in the future. But why did Chen Gixian leave the Tao fruit in the mortal city? Mu Zai Ocean still had one question. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the palace more often. Even though each Tao fruit required a special refining incantation to be refined, it would have been good to observe it up close. More than 40 years have passed since Chen Mobai obtained the seed of Tao Law, and Jiang Xingheng planted it in the Eastern Wilderness. Over the years, Jiang Xingheng promoted the 5 Elements laws, which he and his apprentice had compiled and revised, throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. With the help of the 5 Elements sect's powerful strength, the law was implemented from top to bottom in both the cultivation world and the mortal world. And so this fruit of Tao Law took root and sprouted, and to this day, it is beginning to take shape. Today, Chen Mobai has comprehended the Tao Law Heavenly Book and knows all the mysteries of the Tao Law fruit. With the sincere prayers of the people of Dongwu, This Tao fruit has finally taken shape. The Eastern Wilderness, Eastern Wu, and Yunmeng Marsh are now all under the control of the crown of heaven and earth. In just a few breaths, the fruit of Tao Law flew from the Eastern Wilderness to the Eastern Wu, like a verdant gemstone inlaid in the groove of the crown of all living beings in the world. Millions of threads seemed to have found a place to attach themselves, each one merging into the Tao fruit, causing the newly formed Tao fruit to become more profound and solid within. At this moment, Chen Mobai, on the land of Eastern Wu, felt the same invincible feeling he had on the Eastern Wilderness. The fruit of the Tao and the crown of all living beings in heaven and earth produced a superimposed effect that Chen Mobai had not anticipated. An indescribable power of the great Tao surged from all directions of heaven and earth, landing on the fruit of Tao Law. It was then filtered and transformed by all living beings in heaven and earth, and bestowed upon Chen Mobai. With the blessing of the Tao fruit, Chen Mobai felt his nascent soul suddenly swell, and then easily broke through the bottleneck, advancing to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. After the breakthrough, Chen Mobai felt somewhat emotional. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. You should know that thanks to Qing Nu's pills, he had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage not long after returning from the Big Dipper conference and refining that bottle of pure yang condensing true pill. However, the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels was quite formidable, and the ongoing war between the righteous and demonic factions kept him on edge, preventing him from completely relaxing and going into seclusion. Even he himself felt that it might be possible to break through this barrier only after the Great War ended. Little did he know that it was on this battlefield that he gained a deeper understanding of the Tao Law Heavenly Book, received the invincible blessing of the Heavenly Heart, and even took this opportunity to cultivate the Tao Law fruit into shape. Although this Tao Law fruit cannot compare to those cultivated and matured by the immortal sect over thousands of years, it can still be considered a Tao fruit. Once Chen Mobai extends the 5 elements law to Eastern Wu, and even Eastern Yi, he will likely be able to attain the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Currently, the Tao Law fruit only benefits from the blessing of the Eastern Wilderness, at most granting the refiner the strength of a perfect nascent soul cultivator. However, Chen Mobai will certainly not be bound by the mere Eastern continent in the future, so he did not use his true body to refine the Tao Law fruit, but instead wore the crown of all living beings of heaven and earth. With a thought, the myriad swords avatar appeared behind him, and the crown of heaven and earth and all beings that was originally on Chen Mobai's head immediately grew larger and landed on the head of this avatar. In an instant, this external avatar was empowered to reach the 4th order perfect realm. Chen Mobai even had a feeling that if this avatar was originally at the 4th level of perfection, it might be able to cross that insurmountable barrier and control the power of the divine transformation. Is this the fruit of enlightenment? Only after realizing this did Chen Mobai understand just how powerful Yi Qing truly was. His Tao Law fruit, a small fruit that had only taken root and developed in the Eastern Wilderness for a few decades, already possessed such power. The Tao fruit secretly passed down by the various holy lands and left behind by ascended cultivators would probably be 10 or even 100 times stronger, right? How powerful would the Tao Law fruit, nurtured by the rules of the immortal sect for thousands of years, be after being refined? Reading this, Chen Mobai's desire to protect Eastern Wu became even more urgent. Besides the Eastern Wu, there were also the Eastern Yi, the desolate ruins of the Eastern continent, and even the desolate sea. He felt that wherever there were living beings, they should all be within the reach of his Tao fruit. Only after such unification will the Tian realm be free from the cruelty of war. Once his Tao heart was clear, Chen Mobai immediately wielded his myriad swords Dharma body and unleashed a sword strike at the demon race that had rushed into the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. This sword is azure frost. A wave of icy cold swept across the land, and within the range of this sword strike, thousands of sea monsters were instantly turned into ice sculptures, their life force extinguished. End of this chapter. Chapter 989 Three-Year War. Chapter 989 Three-Year War. Tens of thousands of cultivators and demons were entangled on Golden Peak Slope. Magical artifacts, talismans, spells, puppets, and all sorts of spiritual light shone, turning one demon beast after another into pieces of flesh. However, one cultivator after another exhausted his spiritual power and died tragically on the spot. Such a brutal war is rare, even in the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai's myriad swords avatar stood in midair, confronting the Azure Sea King and the others outside the Great Formation. With him and Mo Duguang in command, none of the Eastern Wu cultivators who had chosen to join the battle dared to retreat. Because the Five Elements sect's announcement clearly stated that anyone who retreats on the battlefield will have all their merit points cancelled. Therefore, faced with the surging sea demons, all the human cultivators gritted their teeth and persevered, fighting with all their might against their opponents. Behind the demon race were several demon kings, whose hierarchical concept was even more strict. Even though they knew they were going to their deaths, they still took up their weapons and charged into the myriad rivers, returning to the sea formation wave after wave. Gradually, the original yellow earth and green hillsides were stained red with blood. Mo Duguang hovered in midair, his gaze icy. The sword light in his hand was like the blazing sun. With each swing, a small team of demons was reduced to fragments. However, the number of the sea monsters was simply too great. Like a tide, wave after wave surging into the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Moreover, the Azure Sea King and the others were also trying their best to reduce the power of the Great Formation, so Mo Duguang had to devote most of his attention to them. However, if a powerful third-tier demonic beast emerges on the battlefield, requiring several core formation cultivators to join forces to deal with it, Mo Duguang will still wield the longevity sword to kill it, relieving the pressure on the Five Elements sect and the Eastern Wu cultivators. Compared to the individualistic tactics of the independent cultivators, the cultivators of the Five Elements sect formed different battle formations. Some formations used their magical artifacts in unison, turning the surging demonic beasts into mincemeat the moment of close combat. Others used their spells to bloom like fireworks, sending the demonic beasts to their doom before they even had a chance to charge at them. Pud, an old man with white hair, wearing dark gold armor, looked at the large group of demonic beasts surging forward again and shouted at the Five Elements sect cultivators in another formation. In an instant, thousands of talismans were activated, transforming into fireballs, lightning bolts, wind blades, frost swords, and so on, turning the group of demonic beasts that had just rushed into the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation into corpses. Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang oversaw the entire operation from midair, but a commander-in-chief was needed on the battlefield, a position that originally belonged to Zhu Ming. However, after she went back to recuperate, she became available, and according to seniority, she should be Sheng Jiaxi. However, she was not very proficient in this, and Ning Leshan was the same. Although he was in charge of the gold vein, he was more skilled at fighting and killing on his own. In the end, Chen Mobai made the decision and allowed his grand disciple Duan Shuyu to take over. Before cultivating, Duan Shuyu was a mortal general who led the Zhao army to unify the eastern wilderness. After becoming a disciple of Jiang Xingheng, he cultivated the White Emperor's military elephant scripture, bestowed upon him by Chen Mobai. This golden path immortal scripture is a method of combat. Only under such circumstances can it exert its greatest effect, condense the killing energy of heaven and earth, and even lay the foundation for Duan Shuyu to advance further. Duan Shuyu did not disappoint Chen Mobai. In the first battle, he commanded the 30,000 cultivators of the Five Elements sect here with ease, unleashing their strongest combat power. The Five Elements sect's army was divided into square formations. Some held shield-shaped magical artifacts and were responsible for defense on the outermost perimeter. Some drew spiritual energy in the center and cast powerful spells that required time to guide, and there were also flanking forces that rode spirit beasts and puppets. There are also the talisman troops standing at the very top of the mountain, providing fire support wherever the battle is urgent. At this moment, no one cared about the consumption of talismans. Box after box of talismans on the mountaintop were used up, turning into a sky full of colorful magical light, which fell on the place where the demons gathered the most, causing a violent explosion. Each explosion takes away the lives of a group of demons. Under Duan Shuyu's command, the five-element sect army performed exceptionally well, stabilizing the center and halting the advance of the desolate sea demon clan. On both sides, the various families and independent cultivators of Eastern Wu, though somewhat chaotic, managed to stabilize their positions by relying on the five-element sect and engaged in the fiercest battle with the demon race halfway up the mountain. On the side of the Wild Sea Demon clan, the number of second- and third-tier demon beasts far exceeds that of the human race. Many of the five-element sect's powerful spells that were gathering momentum were blocked by the third-tier demon beasts, which resulted in insufficient firepower coverage and allowed the originally stalemate battle line to advance towards the mountaintop. However, at this time each time, Duan Shuyu would mobilize the remaining core formation cultivators from Dongwu and the sect to push back the unbalanced battlefield. Of course, Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang, occasionally unleashing sword strikes to kill some third-tier demonic beasts, was also a key factor in maintaining the balance. Seeing that another large force of the desolate sea demon clan had entered the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and his second nascent soul flew out from behind his head. He controlled the Yuan Yang sword aura and condensed it into a shimmering thread of light, which swept across like a line, cutting the two leading third-tier demon beasts and the 3,000 low-tier demon beasts behind them into two pieces. Seeing this, the Azure Sea King knew that without the demon kings like himself entering the great formation, there was definitely no way to break through the golden peak slope before them. "Let's retreat." The Azure Sea King waved his hand and spoke. The several fourth-tier demon kings beside it immediately commanded their tribes to withdraw from the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Seeing the demonic beast army that had been surging towards them retreat, the morale of the five-element sect and the Eastern Wu cultivators soared. Ning Leshan and others even joined forces with the core formation ancestor of the Eastern Wu family to chase them down from the mountain. They only stopped at the edge of the Wanchuan Gihai formation. Chen Mobai watched as the Azure Sea King disappeared, and then landed on the summit of Golden Peak Slope with Mo Duguang. This is the ancestral land of the Jin family, possessing a fourth-order spiritual vein. The scenery is beautiful and picturesque, and it is famous throughout Eastern Wu. However, after such a fierce battle, it was like a ghost town. Trees had collapsed, the ground was full of potholes, and the corpses of demons and cultivators were piled up like mountains, with blood flowing like rivers. After the demons of the desolate sea retreated, many cultivators sat down on the spot, their faces pale, and without caring about their posture, picked up a spirit stone and began to absorb it to restore their nearly depleted spiritual power. This battle lasted for half a day, but for many cultivators, it was like the blink of an eye. Now that I've suddenly relaxed and let out a breath, I realize that my body is trembling and my mind is exhausted. Before Chen Mobai could speak, Duan Shuyu had already arranged for the five-element sect members to organize the patrol battlefield to prevent anyone from being dishonest or secretly harming their comrades at this time. Song Huanda had already discovered that a lot of information about the tribulation cultivators had infiltrated the group, and had even developed many informants within the tribulation cultivator group. As for the quality of the cultivators who have undergone tribulation, it is clear that we cannot have high hopes for them. If, after the war ends, a cultivator who has recovered his spiritual power dies at the hands of his own people, then the cohesion and centripetal force of the team will collapse directly. After Duan Shuyu arranged for the five-element sect members to patrol and guard the area, as expected, some cultivators with shifty eyes abandoned their thoughts and instead took the heads of the demonic beasts they had killed to a temporary camp on the mountaintop to exchange for merit points. Some demonic beasts were killed by teams working together, and the five-element sect also opened a collective account accordingly. However, This was mainly to provide convenience for the cultivation families of Dongwu, since they wanted to use the strength of the entire clan to earn merit points and exchange them for core formation elixirs. However, compared to the cultivation families, the independent cultivators teams have more disagreements. So, after the team has distributed the benefits, one person will compensate the others, and then go to the 5-element sect to exchange for merit points. Besides outsiders, Chen Mobai also opened up these merit points to the 5-element sect. After all, not everyone can obtain either the 3 treasures for foundation establishment or the spiritual medicine for core formation, even within the 5-element sect. It would also be good for the cultivators from Eastern Wu and the disciples of the 5-element sect to read it as well. Most of these disciples were trained in the peaceful environment of the Eastern wilderness, and they lacked a fierce drive and ambition. This war was a good opportunity for us to hone our skills. Besides merit points, the corpses of demonic beasts are also considered spoils of war, belonging to the cultivators who slay them. However, few rogue cultivators have the ability to process the corpses of demonic beasts and convert their parts into spirit stones. On the 5-element sect side, the heads of various departments also posted new announcements in a timely manner. For example, the talisman-making department would purchase the skins of marine creatures. These skins, after being processed with special techniques and soaked in medicinal solutions, would become excellent talisman paper. The puppeteers would also select body parts from demonic beasts and modify them into their own puppets. There are also weapon crafting, alchemy, and so on. However, since low-level demonic beasts do not have inner cores, the alchemy department is of little use here. But soon, Chen Mobai discovered that the local cultivators in Dongwu had special methods for utilizing the corpses of demonic beasts. They would use it to make soup, and with the addition of special medicinal herbs, it would taste delicious and could enhance a cultivator's physical strength and vitality. After each war with the Wild Sea Demon clan, the entire Golden Peak slope was filled with large iron pots used for simmering soup, wisps of smoke rising from them. For cultivators focused on body tempering, this place is practically a celestial realm. What used to be incredibly precious demon beast flesh and blood is now practically dirt cheap, something they could eat until they were sick of. Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang also enjoyed the banquet prepared by the major families of Dongwu. After finishing the meal, they removed the 5th-order water spirit talisman and discovered that their water spirit root had increased by 5 points. This discovery made him even more interested in tasting delicious food. After several direct confrontations, the Azure Sea King began to command his Wild Sea Demon clan to detach a portion of his army, preparing to bypass the coverage of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation and head towards Eastern Wu or even the Eastern Wilderness. However, they discovered that, in addition to the Wanchuan Gihai formation, there was another equally powerful formation. The 2 formations combined covered such a vast area that they almost completely blocked the area bordering Dongwu and Yunming's. In that case, if the demon race of the Desolate Sea wants to go to the Eastern Wilderness, they will have to break through these 2 great formations. Alternatively, they could take a longer route and go through the ruins. However, this would mean that they would have to bypass the entire Eastern Wu, which would be a very long journey. Moreover, the inland monsters in the desolate ruins and these sea monsters are not the same species. If they were to encounter each other, they would most likely end up fighting. Although the Azure Sea King was very confident in his strength, he did not intend to lose his demon beasts in this way. After all, they came ashore to eat people, not to die. At this moment, the half of the demon kings who had been sent out brought another piece of bad news. Across the entire land of Eastern Wu, except for the areas covered by the Great Formation, it is almost impossible to find any humans. Even if there are any, they are all in the deep mountains, the old, weak, sick, and disabled who cannot move, and their lives are as bland as chewing wax. Summon the people from the Jade Mirror Demon Sect to see me. Upon learning of this, the Azure Sea King frowned and spoke to the Jade Pearl Demon King. Half a day later, a disheveled and grimy Wen Bayu flew out of the tent and returned to Dio Xinlan's location with a grim expression. He reported the demands of the desolate sea demon clan, who required them to provide food for the demon path every day and to break the formation as soon as possible. Foolish demons. After hearing this, Dio Xinlan couldn't hold back any longer and berated the great king of the Blue Sea and his group of demon cultivators from 10,000 Immortals Island. She is a powerful figure in the eastern continent, second only to the Mingzun and the Ghost God. Even the top nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent's holy lands must be on high alert when they encounter her. When has she ever been ordered around like this? If the Azure Sea King were a nascent soul cultivator, she would tolerate it. But it's only a mere fourth tier. Master, what should we do? At this moment, Wen Baiyu asked. During the time when the demons of the desolate sea came ashore, I suffered a lot of torment. Every time I went to see those demon kings, I felt that I would never return. However, the secret technique he needed was in Dio Xinlan's hands. Now that Du Menjian was dead, he was only one step away from obtaining it, so he had no choice but to obediently listen to her. However, the demon race truly doesn't regard them as human beings when it comes to their demonic path. Wen Baiyu, a dignified holy son of the demonic path, was actually being hinted at for sexual favors by the Jade Pearl Demon King. He had had enough. Once they're on land, will they be able to go back? Dio Xinlan spoke coldly, and Wen Baiyu pondered for a moment before her face suddenly showed realization. I understand, Master. The next day, the requested blood offering was not delivered by the demonic path. The two-headed demon king was furious and prepared to kill Wen Baiyu as a sacrifice to the flag. But Wen Baiyu had already disappeared. Subsequently, the demon kings discovered that not only Wen Baiyu, but also many of the other demonic cultivators who had stayed in the demon camp to guide the way had disappeared. These were all core disciples of the Jade Mirror Demon sect, while the rest were either cannon fodder of the demonic path or simply rogue cultivators who had practiced demonic arts. Kill them all. The Jade Bead Demon King's face was icy cold. He waved his incense fan at the dozens of demonic cultivators who were being held captive not far away, preparing to vent his anger. Forget it, let's keep it. There are some things that only humans can do. But the Azure Sea King shook his head, stopping the Jade Pearl Demon King from this wasteful act. Senior brother, the demonic path is shameless. They agreed to join forces, but they just ran away. The two-headed Demon King was furious. Dio Xinlan did this because she saw that we had already reached the shore and wouldn't turn back. What the demonic path needs is merely to restrain or weaken the righteous path's strength. This battlefield in Eastern Wu is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It's also my fault for pushing too hard before. At this moment, the Azure Sea King also understood why the Jade Mirror Demon sect had disappeared. When the little demon lord and Dio Xinlan made their oath, it was only a promise that they would cooperate and not attack each other. However, running away directly would not be within the scope of the oath's backlash. With 1,000,000 sea monsters coming ashore, the amount of blood and food they need every day is simply beyond the capacity of the Jade Mirror Demon sect to provide. If it's certain that the task cannot be completed, simply giving up and disappearing might not be a bad approach. Damn it, humans are all cowards. Tai Shi Waiguang ran away with the Myriad Star Alliance, and Dio Xinlan also ran away with the Jade Mirror Demon sect. Should we continue fighting? After cursing for a while, the two-headed Demon King suddenly realized that the original three-party joint contract only involved their Wongxian island. He suddenly felt a sense of being tricked and resentful. Let's keep fighting for now. Anyway, the five-element sect's strength is no match for us. The King of the Blue Sea had no intention of retreating. With so many demon kings here, as long as it's not a nascent soul cultivator from the Eastern Holy Land, they can do whatever they want in Eastern Wu. Just think of it as a trip here, because I got tired of the sea. With this mindset, the Wild Sea Demon clan swept through the spiritual lands of Eastern Wu that the five-element sect had ceded, while simultaneously gathering a large army to attack the Great Formation. Besides the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, the Azure Sea King also visited the Duluo Demon refining formation. However, compared to the 10,000 rivers returning to the sea formation, this formation is slightly higher in level. Chen Mobai also placed his 8 views lantern of the Tashida heaven in the center of the formation as the spiritual pivot. Moreover, this formation is not only defensive, but also contains demon refining fire. Tens of thousands of sea monsters, thinking it was only a suppressive force like the 10,000 rivers returning to the sea formation, carelessly rushed in and were immediately met with an overwhelming purple-blue divine fire. Although these flames were scattered and only had 1% of the power of the Duluo fire, they turned the low-level monsters to ashes in an instant. The remaining third-tier demons, though they survived the purple and blue flames, were surrounded and killed by the Tai Sui child, Yin Qingmei, and others who had been waiting there, leading the 5 Elements sect's army. Outside the Great Formation, Chen Mobai, wielding the myriad swords Dharma body, fought against the Azure Sea King and the other 3 fourth-tier demon kings. After receiving the blessing of the Tao Law fruit, the myriad swords Dharma body became even more powerful than when it fought the little demon lord. Under his control, the purple lightning and azure frost flying swords unleashed almost 100% of their power, forming a massive yin-yang sword array that enveloped the Azure Sea King and the 3 fourth-tier demon kings. Chen Mobai fought against 4 opponents single-handedly, trapping them for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, due to insufficient true energy, he had to dispel the yin-yang sword formation, allowing his opponents to escape. After this battle, the Azure Sea King realized that Chen Mobai's strength was indeed superior to his own. Realizing this, it was even more unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. The 2 sides are already mortal enemies. With the talent of this Taoist master Yi Yuan, if he obtains the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill, he is very likely to become a deity. At that time, the desolate sea myriad Immortals Island will probably face destruction. Instead of dividing his forces, the Azure Sea King gathered 1,000,000 demons and launched a frenzied attack on the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Compared to the Daoshui demon refining formation, which is suppressed by a 5th-tier magic weapon, this formation is better able to take advantage of the large number of demons in the desolate sea. Because the Wanchuan Gihai formation covers a vast area, demons can pour in from all directions. Although the main battlefield was still Jinfengpo, a large number of low-level demonic beasts appeared within the formation and charged towards the county where people were gathered. However, such a large-scale fluctuation of demonic energy could not be hidden from Chen Mobai, the mastermind behind the formation. The main battlefield at Jinfengpo was unable to mobilize cultivators from the 5 Elements sect in Dongwu, because it had to withstand the daily onslaught of the demon beast army. However, after a test by the Azure Sea King at Xiaoqingling, only a few lost demons would come over. Therefore, Chen Mobai left Tai Sui Tongzi and Liu Wenbai to guard the area, while the remaining 3 core formation cultivators, including Yin Qingmei, led the 5 Elements sect disciples to begin a larger-scale extermination of the demon race than before. Soon, the independent cultivators and various families of Dongwu also discovered that compared to fighting monsters within a large formation on the battlefield, they could better utilize their advantages in small-scale group battles. Therefore, the tens of thousands of scattered cultivators who had originally gathered in Xiaoqingling began to patrol the 12 prefectures of Eastern Wu in groups after receiving permission. Because of the location provided by Chen Mobai, the master of the formation, they were able to easily find the infiltrated monsters. In battle after battle, the demon race suffered heavy losses, and the human race also suffered many casualties. But compared to the main battlefield, these were not so devastating. On the other side of Jinfengpo, inside and outside the barrier surrounding the Wanchuan Gihai formation, there is bloodshed and death almost every moment. Under the protection of the 2 great formations, the 5 Elements sect managed to hold back the 1,000,000-strong demon army of the desolate sea on the land of Dongwu, allowing the eastern wilderness behind to live in peace and prosperity. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in no time. The Wild Sea Demon clan has already lost more than 200,000 troops on the land of Dongwu, but the Five Elements sect and the cultivators of Dongwu have also lost tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. However, by this time, only the elite could survive on the battlefield. Each of them had a cold and ruthless expression, and they would not hesitate to kill demonic beasts. Sect leader, traces of demonic beasts have also appeared in the desolate ruins outside Baiyuan City. That day, in the camp, General Song Huang handed the jade slip he had just received to Chen Mobai with a solemn expression. After reading it, Chen Mobai let out a heavy sigh. A lot has happened in the past 3 years. On the eastern Yi side, facing the attacks of the Xuanjiao royal court and the demonic beasts of the desolate ruins, most of their territory has already fallen. Only the core area where Kongsang Valley is located, and the coastline radiating from Jinwu Immortal City, are still under the control of human cultivators. On the Five Elements sect side, Zhou Yi, seeing that the situation was not good, had already led everyone back to Baiyuan City. The large teleportation array originally set up on Mingjing Mountain had to be destroyed to cut off the possibility of demonic beasts entering the eastern Immortal City directly through it. After the desolate ruins occupied most of the eastern Yi region, most of them besieged the Golden Crow Immortal City, while a portion, under their leadership, headed towards the eastern peak. The desolate wasteland between Dongyi and Dongyu is like their own home to these demonic beasts who originally lived there. Faced with this situation, the Xingqian Dao sect could no longer sit still. Xingji personally rushed back from the front line, sending reinforcements to Jinwu Immortal City while simultaneously tightening its defenses. The sect disciples from various parts of Dongyu were all transferred back to Shicheng, with the intention of abandoning the rest of the territory and only guarding this key gateway to the east. 3 years later, the monsters of the desolate ruins finally realized that there was also a paradise in the eastern wilderness. Senior brother Zhou, you should lead the 5 battalions back to provide support. After reading it, Chen Mobai said to Zhou Yi beside him. After withdrawing from the eastern Yi, Zhou Shenking sent Zhou Yi over because the war in eastern Wu was intensifying. Yes, junior brother sect leader. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, then immediately stood up and directed the 5 Elements sect disciples he had brought from Baiyuan City to return to Baiyuan City via teleportation arrays and flying boats. Junior brother, if we have to fight on 2 fronts, we might not be able to hold out. Have you ever thought about abandoning Eastern Wu? After arranging the manpower, Zhou Yi returned to his tent and asked Chen Mobai a question. End of this chapter. Chapter 990, The 9 Virtues of the Holy King. Chapter 990, The 9 Virtues of the Holy King. Senior brother Zhou, you've got something wrong. Chen Mobai listened to Zhou Yi's words, but said something that didn't change his expression. The only place our 5 Elements sect might not be able to hold is Eastern Wu. The Eastern Wilderness is as stable as Mount Tai, even if a nascent soul cultivator comes. Such strong confidence caused Zhou Yi and Mo Duguang's expressions to change. I was overthinking it. Zhou Yi apologized. No, I can only feel at ease if you go back to oversee things. Chen Mobai smiled and reassured him, saying that it was the truth. Although the heavenly curtain and earthly network he had set up in the eastern wilderness was powerful, it could not exert its proper effect without a powerful cultivator in charge. I will certainly live up to the expectations of my junior brother, the sect leader. Zhou Yi responded with a solemn expression. Master, you wanted to see me. At this moment, Zhuo Ming, who had been summoned, also entered the camp. After recovering from her injuries, she returned to the front lines of Eastern Wu. Chen Mobai, there may be a great war in the eastern wilderness. You will go to Baiyuan City to take charge of the 9 palaces formation. Among the 5 Elements sect, apart from Chen Mobai, Zhuo Ming has the highest level of array formation. Since he needs to take charge of the overall situation on the front line of Eastern Wu, he can only rely on his disciple. Yes, master. Zhuo Ming nodded obediently. take half of the array formation disciples with you. Select more elites. With me here, I can make up for any shortcomings in the array formation masters. Chen Mobai looked at his disciple, who had lost his gentleness on the battlefield, and whose eyes were firm and whose temperament was sharp, and felt a little heartache. If possible, he would like this disciple to spend his life farming and cultivating spiritual plants. Unfortunately, being in the heavenly river realm, they had no choice but to fight. Thank you, Master. Jin Linger has learned a lot about military strategy and tactics from her junior brother Duan Shuyu over the years. Why don't you let her come with me? Baiyuan City is still lacking a commander. Zhuo Ming only asked Chen Mobai for one person. When she came here after recovering from her injuries, Qing Nu asked her to bring Jin Linger to the battlefield for training. Now that she was going back, she thought she would take Jin Linger back with her. Can? Chen Mobai nodded. Let Xiling stay. She has broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment and has just started to cultivate the Crimson Flame Sword scripture. Staying by Master's side will allow her to receive better guidance. When Zhuo Ming came over before, in addition to Jin Linger, he also brought his disciple Han Xiling with him. During the Great War, the Five-Element sect will fairly and impartially select all its disciples to take turns going to the front lines. As a leader, Chen Mobai naturally had to set an example, and the Xiantian lineage was no exception. However, because Han Xiling was in seclusion breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment when the Great War just began, she was left in the eastern wilderness. After she successfully broke through the seclusion, she accepted the sect's command and came to the battlefield of Eastern Wu. Chen Mobai also passed on his improved and perfected Crimson Flame Sword manual to Zhuo Ming, but Zhuo Ming herself was not very proficient in fire attribute, so she could not give her guidance. She hoped that at the crucial moment of Han Xiling's cultivation transformation, she could be by the side of her ancestor Chen Mobai to avoid going down the wrong path. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement. In the Xiantian lineage, all the second-generation disciples have already formed their cores. Among the third generation, Han Xiling has the highest talent. Over the years, she has followed the teachings and guarded Tianping Mountain to take care of the five-pointed ancient maple tree. Her foundation is solid, and her chances of forming her core are very high. Once she reaches the core formation stage, she will undoubtedly become the third-generation top disciple of the Xiantian lineage. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt a sense of satisfaction from the orderly inheritance of tradition. He particularly enjoyed teaching and nurturing students. Watching the younger generation of disciples grow, his divine sense, which had stagnated slightly due to the ineffectiveness of the great Tao tree, actually grew again, and he was about to enter the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. After seeing Zhou Yi, Zhuo Ming, and the others off, Chen Mobai immediately returned to the top of Jinfeng Slope, to the tent with the strongest spiritual energy, and sat cross-legged on a futon. He activated the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram to examine this spiritual cultivation technique through introspection. He discovered that the progress bar, which was originally stuck on the 5 musical notes, had skipped directly. Upon entering the 7th level, Lan Jiyud, one immediately gains 13% progress. This is the final level of the Phoenix facing the sun painting, which requires the unity of knowledge and practice to master. The so-called 9 virtues are: measure, do not understand, be like, long, ruler, obedience, compare, and culture. The mind that can govern righteousness is called measure. Virtue that is upright and harmonious is called harmony. Illuminating all directions is called brightness. Diligent and selfless giving is called category. Tireless teaching is called leadership. Rewarding and punishing with authority is called ruler. Being kind and harmonious and universally obeying is called obedience. Choosing the good and following it is called comparison. Weaving together heaven and earth is called culture. A cultivator must possess a certain level of spiritual attainment and also cultivate corresponding virtues, establishing himself and practicing the way with one heart and one mind. The mind can regulate righteousness and justice, which means establishing rules and abiding by them. Virtue is upright and in harmony with the people, means that one's character is righteous, in accordance with the way of heaven and the hearts of the people, and thus gains the support of all living beings. Illuminating all directions means that the brilliance of the sun and moon shines in all directions, spreading justice and rules to every corner of the world, illuminating everything and bringing harmony to the world. Diligent and selfless governance means governing diligently, without selfishness, and taking care of the needs of all groups. Teaching without weariness is called longevity. This refers to education, which aims to awaken the wisdom of all beings and guide them to enlightenment. Rewards, celebrations, punishments, and authority are the way of the ruler. This refers to the reasonable implementation of rewards and punishments to maintain authority, and it is a swift and decisive approach. Compassion and gentleness prevail over all, means to win people's trust and obedience through a compassionate and gentle attitude. Choosing the good and following it is called comparison. This means that one should not be stubborn and should be good at adopting good strategies and uniting the wisdom of the masses. The warp and weft of heaven and earth are called culture, to govern heaven and earth and all living beings, to make all things orderly, like weaving cloth, crisscrossing and forming civilization. These 9 virtues combined in one person constitute the virtue of a sage king. The reason why Chen Mobai had a 13% progress bar as soon as he entered the viewing the 9 virtues realm was because he had long held himself to the standards of the immortal sects in the eastern wilderness. For example, he brought out the Zion ancient lineage, led the 5 elements sect, brought peace to the eastern wilderness, established various university palaces, and set the 5 elements laws, etc. With a thought, the progress bar for the 9 virtues layer of introspection is further subdivided into 9 progress bars, each representing one of the 9 virtues, with each bar reaching a maximum of 11%. Among these, the longest one is the highest, already at 6% progress. When Chen Mobai was young, he was a well-known wise and virtuous teacher in the eastern wilderness. After taking charge of the eastern wilderness, he devoted the most effort to education. With his moral character consistent, this aspect of education is already more than halfway done. Besides Long, the next one is Mo, which accounts for 3%. But Chen Mobai felt it was a bit too low. With his upright character, in accordance with the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, he has gained the support of all living beings. He feels that his achievements in this regard should be comparable to those in education. However, it's also possible that the combined population of Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu is too small. Even if all the humans in these 2 places supported him, in Danfeng Kayang Tu's view, it would only be a small country, not enough. Upon reading this, Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to let more people in the heavenly river realm experience the virtues of his holy king. Besides Long and Mo, the remaining 4 virtues Du, Ming, Jun, and Wen all have a value of 1%. This indicates that he possesses the virtues of a sage king in this respect, but not many. The 3 virtues of a sage king, likeness, following, and comparison, are completely absent. This indicates that Chen Mobai is not diligent enough, has selfish motives, is not gentle, not compassionate, and is not good at accepting the opinions of the masses. After carefully comparing them, Chen Mobai found them to be quite accurate. That's just the kind of person he is. After finishing his meditation, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and, feeling his spiritual consciousness break through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, nodded slightly. A burst of fire rose behind his head, and the pure yang pearl flew out, transforming into his 2nd nascent soul with a gentle turn. As his divine sense surged in, the energy of his 2nd nascent soul directly advanced to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. His crystalline body grew by 3 points, and his facial features became clearer and more profound. The prototype of this pure yang pearl is the 5th-tier peak, innate fire elemental core of the gold-eating fire ant queen. If Chen Mobai can refine it all into innate pure yang energy, he will be at least equivalent to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. However, this depends on the strength of his spiritual consciousness. If he could possess the divine sense of the nascent soul realm while still in the nascent soul realm, Then he could advance this second nascent soul into a second divine soul. It was precisely for this reason that, after the great Tao tree became ineffective against the devouring God technique, Chen Mobai even considered refining the heavenly venerable Tao fruit to enhance his divine sense. However, he ultimately decided to give up cautiously. After all, with his talent and resources, he could have cultivated to the nascent soul stage sooner or later if he had just focused on his cultivation. Why take such a big risk? The celestial venerable's origins are not entirely pure. In ancient times, he frequently possessed the bodies of holy sons and daughters within the sect. But now, the breakthrough of the phoenix facing the sun diagram has allowed Chen Mobai to find another path to breakthrough. After advancing to the realm of viewing the 9 virtues, the contents of the phoenix script heavenly book that Chen Mobai had once seen suddenly surfaced in his mind. He evolved the heaven and earth crown, which had been recognized by the beings of the eastern wilderness and eastern Wu, and wore it on his head. Gradually, this incomprehensible page became clear in his mind, reflecting the 9 virtues of the Holy King, and finally transformed into a seed of the Tao. This is the seed of saintly virtue. With the Tao seed, the content of the 7th level of the phoenix facing the sun diagram seemed to have a main trunk. It began to merge with the Tao seed of sacred virtue as its foundation, transforming into a colorful phoenix. Accompanied by the clear cry of a phoenix, the phoenix script heavenly book in Chen Mobai's mind suddenly transformed into 2 words: the way. When the world is governed by the way, sages are made. This sage is none other than the Holy King. This is the highest realm of the phoenix facing the sun painting, where the 7 layers are combined into one, the Tao. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai saw his divine sense realm break through to the level of the nascent soul stage. As long as he steadfastly follows the path of the way, he will one day be able to transform into a deity or even reach the state of emptiness. At this moment, the 2 Tao fruits refined in his mind, which came from the jade tree and the pill cauldron, suddenly merged into his mind. All the knowledge and wisdom that the Taoist Dan Ding left behind in the Tao fruit transformed into his foundation at this moment. Chen Mobai even had a realization. If he wanted, he could return to the Dance Weapon Academy now, refine the jade tree of the pill cauldron, and follow the path taken by the pill cauldron Taoist to reach the nascent soul stage and the void refinement stage. However, this would create an even more solid bottleneck when he eventually achieves enlightenment. This is the same situation as refining the Tao fruit of ascended cultivators in the heavenly river realm. But Chen Mobai knew that if he didn't want it in the future, he could spit out the Tao fruit again. So he wondered if he could be like Yi Ching. First, refine the Tao fruit, the jade tree and the pill cauldron, and elevate your cultivation level to the nascent soul stage or even the void refinement stage. Only when there is absolutely no other way to break through to the Tao integration stage should another method be considered. Seizing the moment has always been Chen Mobai's guiding principle. After all, if he relied solely on talent, he wouldn't even have been able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, let alone the deity transformation stage. After refining the jade tree and the pill cauldron, and with the addition of the true spirit pill of the saintly realm, his breakthrough to the nascent soul realm is practically guaranteed. The only problem is that Master Chengxuan probably won't agree. When Chen Mobai was refining the Tao fruit for weapon crafting, he had already refused. In the end, he only reluctantly agreed because of the righteousness of opening up war and the immortal sect. Chen Mobai is not now trying to refine the Tao fruits for weapon crafting or pill refining on the tree, but rather to swallow and refine the entire pill cauldron jade tree. From the perspective of the immortal sects, this is an enormous waste. It's possible that not only Master Chengxuan, but even the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Qi Yuheng and Kaingsing, would disagree. Unless the immortal sects encounter a massive calamity that threatens to destroy the planet and shatters them, they will inevitably need more nascent soul cultivators. But Chen Mobai felt that even if Pluto returned during the next war, it wouldn't reach this level. Unless Pluto and the Three-Eyed Clan come together. But that's too unrealistic. Thinking this, Chen Mobai sighed softly. He also thought of another problem. It seemed that the immortal sects didn't have a way to regurgitate the refined Tao fruit. In other words, if he wants to pass on the Dan Ding Jade tree to the descendants of the Wu Qi Dao Academy in the future, he will need to find a way to obtain a complete set of refining Dao fruits from the Holy Land in the Tian realm, and even the method of condensing Dao fruits. Even if he and Yi Qing had a very good relationship, the latter would not risk being accused of betraying his master and ancestors by passing this on. It seems that I can only go to the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Since the time of the One Yuan true monarch, all the nascent soul cultivators who appeared in this holy land have been formed by refining Dao fruits. And now, the primordial Dao fruit is still being passed down in the Dao Palace, so it is conceivable that there must be such a method. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai called Su Zilu out of the soul-nourishing wood and asked her the same question. Yes, Dao Zai, you may have been fostered in the eastern wilderness since you were a child, so you may not be very clear about the affairs of the palace. At least when I was still in the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the palace master and the grand elder talked about this matter. When Su Zilu was a saintess, the palace master was also a saintess and had already refined the primordial Dao fruit, so he had high hopes for her. If things had gone according to plan, and she hadn't been taken away by the Mingzun, she would have been the next person to inherit the Hunyuan Dao fruit and take charge of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. However, Su Zilu's cultivation level was insufficient at that time, so she was not taught the Dao fruit. However, Chen Mobai did not expect to learn this from her, because she could not even teach him basic cultivation techniques such as the One Yuan Dao scripture because of her Dao heart oath, let alone anything related to Dao fruits. After the great battle between good and evil, it seems I'll need to make a trip to Mount Wudi. After confirming with Su Zilu that the Yiyuan Dao Palace possessed a complete set of knowledge about Dao fruits, Chen Mobai significantly accelerated his original plans for his journey after reaching the nascent soul stage. With the support of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect and the backing of the mysterious Heaven True Monarch, the elders of the Five Emperors Mountain certainly wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Su Zilu nodded repeatedly, looking forward to the day when Chen Mobai would return to Wudi Mountain and set things right. Over the years, she has come to understand that the reason she was so easily taken away by the Mingzun is because there is a traitor in the Five Emperors Mountain. Now that her physical body is destroyed, the only obsession she has left is revenge. This enmity stems from both the Mingzun and the Five Emperors Mountain. You can't keep going like this. Have you ever thought about condensing your Dharma body and nascent soul? Now that he had started talking to Su Zilu, Chen Mobai thought that she was also a nascent soul cultivator, and since the battlefield was in dire need of resources, he wondered if he could make use of her as well. Just give the instructions, Dayazi. I have no objections. Su Zilu nodded immediately. She was already tired of spending every day in the soul-nourishing wood. However, her life and death were in Chen Mobai's hands, so she dared not complain. What she looked forward to every day was being released so that she could chat with Chen Mobai and see the sunshine outside. Chen Mobai, okay, I understand. I'll make arrangements when I have time. The condensation of the Dharma body nascent soul is not something that can be accomplished overnight. In addition to the fifth-order soul-nourishing wood, it also requires the refining of yang-restoring spirit water. Fortunately, Qing Nu is here now. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would have had to go to the immortal sects to find an excuse to see if he could get help from Yuan Su or Peach Blossom Master. Sect leader, you were looking for us. After putting Su Zilu away again, Chen Mobai called in Chu Zuoshu and Yue Zhudo, who had also been sent by Zhou Shenking after the war began. This is a spiritual object from the sea. According to the ancient records of the longevity sect, it is called Sea Soul Agate. You two have been leading the Five Elements Merchant Guild around the eastern continent for a long time. Have you ever seen this? Although Chen Mobai possessed a fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood, it was for his own use, and he certainly wouldn't give it to Su Zilu to refine her Dharma body and nascent soul. On the other side of the Heavenly River realm, finding a new fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood is harder than ascending to heaven. Whether righteous or demonic, anyone who knows that a fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood has appeared will spare no effort to obtain it. As far as Guangxu Zilu knew, Mingzhen had destroyed 2 nascent soul forces in the eastern lands because of the fifth-order soul-nourishing wood. The 5-element sect's possession of 2 pieces of fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood is already an astonishing display of luck. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai's solution was to use sea soul agate as a substitute. After Yuan Su completed his research on the Usura Dharma form, he also acquired this achievement. The immortal sects also require this kind of knowledge to be kept secret. However, as one of the 3 hall masters and second only to the nascent soul stage, Yuan Su would certainly not refuse Chen Mobai's request to see these contents. Chen Mobai wanted to test it out here in advance to see if it was feasible to use sea soul agate instead of soul-nourishing wood. After all, in Chen Mobai's view, Meng Huinger was of mediocre talent and would definitely not be able to form a nascent soul in the future. As his first woman, Chen Mobai also had some feelings for her and thought that if possible, he would help her reach the nascent soul realm. Even the Dharma body and nascent soul. Although Yuan Su was exceptionally intelligent, Chen Mobai was also afraid that something might go wrong if it hadn't been tested. Let's do an experiment with Su Zilu first. This disciple has never seen it. Me too. After listening to Chen Mobai's description of the sea soul agate and seeing the patterns he had drawn, Yue Zhudao and Chu Zuoshu both shook their heads. Sect leader, since this thing is a spiritual object from the sea, we probably need to consult those forces that have more dealings with sects in the sea. Seeing Chen Mobai's disappointed expression, Yue Zhudao immediately spoke up to remind him. The eastern land is the very center of the eastern continent, 108,000 miles away from the sea. He has been doing business there for decades, and the number of cultivators he has met who have been to the sea is very small. I'll write a letter to Tianqinlu later and ask you two to also communicate with the cultivation families in Dongwu to see if they know about this sea soul agate. After listening, Chen Mobai also thought it made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. After Chu Zuoshu and Yue Zhudao went down, they immediately communicated with the core formation cultivators in Eastern Wu and soon received good news. Greetings, sect leader Chen. After entering the tent, Sun Huanglong bowed to Chen Mobai, who was sitting upright behind the desk and was becoming increasingly dignified. Patriarch Sun, there's no need for such formalities. I've heard you've seen this sea soul agate before. Chen Mobai waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit on the low table that had been prepared beforehand, and then asked him with great concern. Reporting to sect leader Chen, I have indeed seen it. It was 200 years ago when I went to the Myriad Star Alliance in the Desolate Sea with my elder brother. That time happened to be the once-in-a-century auction of the Myriad Star Alliance, where various immortal islands brought out rare and precious items, including this spiritual substance. After being ground into powder and taken, it can stabilize the mind and increase the capacity of the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness, making it extremely valuable. However, in the Desolate Sea, it is called the Desolate Sea Jade Egg because it has fine stripes and bands on it, which left a deep impression on me. As soon as I heard Master Chu mention it, I knew it must be this. Sun Huanglong recounted what he knew about the sea soul agate, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly after listening to his description. This is similar to the sea soul agate pattern from the immortal sect. This is a gemstone naturally formed in the depths of the ocean. He was right. If it could take shape in the immortal gate sea, it must also be possible in the heavenly river realm. Then Chen Mobai inquired in detail about the sea soul agate that had been auctioned, because the sea soul agate, which could be used to condense a Dharma body nascent soul, required a fifth-order rank. These items appeared in quite a few at the Wongxing Alliance auction. The fourth-tier ones started at a set of 10, while the fifth-tier ones also had 3. One of them was bought by a mysterious person who did not show his face, while the other 2 were bought by the Fascia sect. Sun Huanglong recalled his memories from 200 years ago in as much detail as possible, so that Chen Mobai could discern them. "Which sand master is it?" Chen Mobai asked again. "If I remember correctly, it should be Zhu Dongdu, because I heard the nascent soul cultivator at the auction call him Brother Zhu." After hearing Sun Huanglong's words, Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly strange. Zhu Dong was already dead at Su Zilu's hands, wasn't he? His most precious possession, the heavenly meteorite sand, was taken away by the Bright Lord. So besides that, who will end up with his storage bag? After thinking it over, it seems that Su Zilu is the most likely candidate. Chen Mobai realized that he hadn't checked her storage bag. Could it be that the fifth-tier sea soul agate he wants is inside? With that in mind, Chen Mobai thanked Sun Huanglong politely and then personally got up to see him out of the tent. The jade egg of the wilderness. It seems there really is such a thing. After seeing Sun Huanglong off, Chen Mobai took out Su Zilu's soul-nourishing wood again and told her about the incident. The latter recalled it and remembered it. Chen Mobai's lips twitched slightly. Then he handed Su Zilu's storage bag to her, and the latter used her divine sense to retrieve one of the jade boxes. Because Su Zilu only had her nascent soul left, each use of spiritual power was irreparable. Therefore, to avoid further depletion, she entrusted her storage bag to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai took the jade box and saw a fist-sized piece of jade, dark blue in color with fine, colorful veins. Zhu Dong had bought 2 pieces, one of which must have been used. The moment Chen Mobai reached out and touched it, he felt that the powerful divine sense he had just broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage began to become more docile and easier to handle. However, just to be on the safe side, he still read through all the information about the 5th-order sea soul agate that Yuan Su had given him from the heavenly calculation beads, carefully comparing it with the desolate sea jade egg in his hand, to ensure that everything matched before he felt at ease. "You're lucky." After the appraisal was completed, Chen Mobai said something to Su Zilu. "That must be because Dao Zai is incredibly lucky. I only got such good fortune because I borrowed a little bit of your luck." Su Zilu was very eloquent, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing her words. "I will teach you a special method for cultivating the nascent soul of the Dharma body. You should cultivate and refine it diligently. Once Qing Nu has mastered the rejuvenating spirit water, you can begin to try it out." Chen Mobai first made Su Zilu swear an oath to ensure that she would never tell anyone else what she knew before he told her about the method of using sea soul agate to replace soul-nourishing wood. Su Zilu was taken aback after hearing this. "Taoist, is there really such a method for creating a Dharma body and nascent soul in this world? Is this also part of the longevity sect secrets?" Chen Mobai didn't say much about it, only telling her to remember it. Next, he called Liu Wenbai over, wrote a letter, and asked him to return to Huanglong Cave and deliver it to King Nu. Qing Nu naturally regarded Chen Mobai's personal instructions as a top priority. Fortunately, the 5 Elements sect had all the materials needed for the rejuvenating spirit water in its inventory. After receiving Liu Wenbai's report, Chen Mobai felt even more strongly that it was his cultivation of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram that had brought him such good fortune. End of this chapter. Chapter 991, Reaching Heaven, Refining the Tao. Chapter 991, Reaching Heaven, Refining the Tao. Just as Su Zilu was pondering the Dharma body nascent soul method of the sea soul agate, good news also came from the heavenly dining pavilion. Although the 5 Elements sect has developed rapidly in recent years, and Song Huangda has even used the Tangshan instrument to grasp the intelligence of all the cultivators in the immortal cities of the eastern wilderness, it is still not as good as the heavenly dining pavilion outside the eastern wilderness. The person in charge of Tankanlu in the eastern wilderness is still Shen Shanking. After receiving a message from Chen Mobai, he personally traveled to the front lines via teleportation array to inform Heihun Agate and provide him with crucial intelligence. The 2 nascent soul elders of Tankanlu have been active overseas for hundreds of years and are familiar with sea soul agate. They even have a 5th-tier one in their building. If the large teleportation array between Dongyi and Dangtu hadn't been destroyed, Tianqinlu and Dangtu would have even wanted to send this sea soul agate over. After hearing this, Chen Mobai could only marvel at his incredible luck. Sect leader Chen, the main reason for my visit today is this top-secret intelligence. As Shen Shanking spoke, he handed a jade slip to Chen Mobai, who was shocked after reading it. The record only mentions one thing. The Lord of the Northern Demonic Path is crossing the sea towards the Eastern continent. This is one of the 5 demons, on par with the Mingzun. He certainly wouldn't come to the Eastern continent to help the righteous path. If the Northern Demon Lord joins the battle, the stalemate in the Eastern continent will be broken instantly. Does the Taixu Misty Palace have a solution? After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask a question. Among the sacred lands of the Eastern continent, only the Taixu Misty Palace still has the resources to mobilize more nascent soul true monarchs. Sect leader Chen, you overestimate our heavenly dining pavilion. We were only able to obtain this information because our 2 ancestors have business in the northern continent. The whereabouts of the Void Palace, especially the nascent soul true monarch, are not something we can spy on. Shen Shanking said with a wry smile. He brought this news today because before the war between the righteous and the demonic, the heavenly restaurant transferred some of its personnel to the eastern wilderness, and the 5 Elements sect took good care of them. So after receiving this information, it was immediately sent to the eastern wilderness, hoping that Chen Mobai could make plans as soon as possible. In the unlikely event that the eastern lands would fall, it is hoped that the eastern wilderness could hold out for longer, or that if the 5 Elements sect were to leave the eastern continent, it could take the people of the heavenly meal pavilion with it. At this point, we can only trust the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai softly uttered these words. The key to this great battle between good and evil lies with the divine transformation true Lord. If even Yuan King cannot stop him, then he will not resist and will lead the 5 Elements sect back to the eastern wilderness. With the heavenly curtain and earthly network array in place, at least the safety of the eastern wilderness can be guaranteed. Even if multiple nascent soul cultivators came, and the eastern wilderness couldn't be saved, Chen Mobai still had the immortal sect as a way out. After Shen Shanking left, Chen Mobai immediately called Mo Duguang and the others over and told them the news. After listening, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Master, I had considered the possibility of the entire Eastern Wu battlefield falling, so I have built many large ships on Yunmeng Marsh. Give me half a year, and I can relocate all the mortals of Eastern Wu from the 12 prefectures to the Eastern Wilderness. Jiang Zhengheng was the first to speak. The first thing he thought of was to take those ordinary people from Eastern Wu with him when he retreated. Many people in the 5 Elements sect felt this was unnecessary, but because Chen Mobai was present, no one dared to say so. They all knew that this sect leader had compassion for all living beings and could not bear to see their suffering. But if we do that, the Eastern Wilderness border, which we finally managed to close off, will be open to Eastern Wu. Mo Duguang spoke up, saying that in order to force the rogue cultivators of Eastern Wu to return to fight, after Chen Mobai's new policies, several counties on the eastern border of the 5 Elements sect were placed under blockade. Opening it to mortals now would probably displease the rogue cultivators of Eastern Wu. Zhengheng, go and take care of it. But Chen Mobai said something that made Jiang Zhengheng nod and immediately leave the tent to prepare for the migration of mortals to the eastern wilderness. When Zhou Yi was around, I asked him to do me a favor and to inject the primordial 5 Elements extinction divine lightning into the core 4th order spiritual veins of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation and the Duluo demon refining formation. After the mortals retreat, we will fight and retreat, and it would be best to lure all the demons of the desolate sea and those demon kings into the formation. After you retreat to Yunmeng Marsh, I will use the primordial true qi to detonate these 2 great formations. At that time, the plains where the spiritual veins of Dongwu are most abundant may be destroyed and turned into wasteland, but all the demons within the great formation will also be turned into corpses. After Jiang Xingheng left, Chen Mobai revealed his final, secretly prepared plan. The demons of the desolate sea were simply too powerful. Even though the two great formations of Eastern Wu were formidable, Chen Mobai still considered the possibility that they might not be able to hold them. Although after returning to the Eastern Wilderness, relying on the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the Azure Sea King and his forces will definitely not be able to break through. But Chen Mobai did not want the flames of war to be ignited in the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, this plan was devised, even if it meant destroying the 6 most powerful 4th-tier spiritual veins of Eastern Wu and hundreds of low-tier spiritual veins, in order to bury the million demons of the desolate sea. As long as people are alive, the lost land can be taken back sooner or later. A brilliant plan. Mo Duguang's eyes lit up after hearing this. From the perspective of cultivators in the heavenly river realm, spiritual veins are irrelevant, since they are not their own. As long as they can be used to kill enemies, they have already played their greatest role. However, this matter will certainly not be communicated to the major families of Eastern Wu, to avoid any unforeseen complications. After learning of Chen Mobai's plan, the members of the 5-element sect calmed down, relieved of their anxiety about the arrival of the northern demon lord across the sea. In any case, that's something the nascent soul cultivators of the eastern continent need to consider. All they had to do was bury their current opponent. Not long after, news came from the eastern Yi region from Tianquanlu. Faced with the surging beast tide from the desolate ruins, Kongseng Valley held out for 9 years until its 4th-grade superior formation, which protected the sect, was corrupted by the demonic sects and shattered. Ku Zhu led the core disciples of Kongseng Valley to escape in several flying boats, and it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. The coastal defenses have completely collapsed, and countless demonic beasts from the Xuanhai Sea have surged ashore, joining forces with the demonic beasts of the desolate ruins to besiege the last remaining Golden Crow, immortal city. However, without the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator, as long as there are enough spirit stones, no matter how many demonic beasts there are, they will not be able to break through the 5th-order grand formation. Therefore, although Jinwu Immortal City was already an isolated city in Dongyi, it still stood on the seashore and did not fall. Under these circumstances, the demon-beast armies of the desolate ruins and the profound sea did not waste any time in the Golden Crow Immortal City. They began their march towards Mount Tai. Some also noticed the eastern wilderness behind them and sent troops out towards the direction of Beiyuan City. The 5-element sect had already fought a battle with the vanguard, relying on the 9 palaces formation to easily keep the enemy out and even annihilate them all. However, these monsters are just the tip of the iceberg. Now, in the eastern wilderness, the tense atmosphere of war is also beginning to spread. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai, as the leader, decided to sacrifice some spiritual veins to end the war on the Eastern Wu side as soon as possible. Half a year passed quickly. Jiang Xingheng led the disciples of the 5-element sect and managed to transport the mortals from the 12 counties of Eastern Wu to several counties on the eastern border, using large ships built with cultivation techniques. Yun came personally to arrange these matters. After all, the housing, food, drink, and daily life of millions of ordinary people are no small matter. Besides the 5-element sect, the mortal Zhao dynasty also cooperated under orders. That day, Chen Mobai's second nascent soul personally led Su Zilu to the Yellow Dragon Cave. Here you go. Since this is the first time I've refined it, there's a bit of toxicity. King Nu handed the freshly refined, rejuvenating spirit water to Chen Mobai. This recipe was modified by Yuangsu, and some ingredients were substituted. However, Zhou Shenking's success in condensing his nascent soul using this method indicates that there were no problems. Just a little bit, it won't have any impact. After Chen Mobai took it and examined it, he found that the erysipelas content was only 1.35%, which was considered to be of excellent quality in the Tianhe realm. Thank you for your hard work, Master Dangxia. Suzilu also emerged from the soul-nourishing wood, her illusory form appearing before Qing Nu in gratitude. The two great formations of Eastern Wu will detonate the primordial five elements extinction, divine thunder together. Therefore, in addition to Chen Mobai, another nascent soul cultivator who is proficient in Hunyuan true qi is needed. With Su Zilu by his side, Chen Mobai was able to let Zhou Yi fight against the monsters of the desolate ruins in Beiyuan City and protect the eastern wilderness with peace of mind. Su Zilu had already thoroughly understood the Usra Dharma form after Yuanxu's improvement over the past 6 months. Her talent was undoubtedly at the level of a Taoist saintess, far surpassing that of Yuan Zhen. After obtaining the sea soul agate and the rejuvenating spirit water, she did not hesitate and immediately began to refine them in the fifth-order spiritual vein of the Yellow Dragon Cave. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu were also very curious about this, so they watched from the side, which could be considered as protecting them. Su Zilu placed the sea soul agate on the top of her nascent soul's head. A surge of primordial true qi enveloped it, and gradually a powerful divine soul force emanated from it, which was absorbed and refined by her nascent soul. The agate from the sea emitted a faint glow, and the colorful veins seemed to come alive, flowing slowly. Next, following the instructions in the method, Su Zilu sprinkled the rejuvenating spirit water and began to guide the power of the sea soul agate to form tiny magic patterns that wrapped around the nascent soul. Su Zilu's cultivation level was high, making the refinement of the sea soul agate much easier for her than for Zhou Shenking. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Chen Mobai and Qing Nu, the sea soul agate and the nascent soul completely fused together under the influence of the rejuvenating spirit water. A burst of multicolored light suddenly erupted, then abruptly receded, like a thread tightly enveloping Su Zilu and gradually spreading into a new multicolored Dharma body. 7 days later, Su Zilu's Dharma body had solidified, but it was still somewhat transparent, and one could vaguely see that it was formed from illusory primordial energy. The fifth-order spiritual energy in the Yellow Dragon Cave began to surge towards her, but Chen Mobai knew that she was a Hunyuan body, and that a balance of the 5 elements of spiritual energy was most suitable for her, so he directly took out his 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant. With the help of the fifth-order 5-element spiritual veins, 10 days later, Su Zilu's Dharma body nascent soul was finally fully formed. She opened her eyes, and a 5-colored light flashed from her pupils. Feeling the body that was completely different from her physical body, she immediately stood up and bowed to Chen Mobai. "Thank you, Daozi, for saving my life." Chen Mobai nodded slightly and arranged a cultivation room for her so that she could familiarize herself with the strength of the nascent soul. Compared to her original late-stage nascent soul realm, this is definitely a significant weakening. However, because she can use primordial chaos true qi, her strength is definitely above Zhou Shenking's. Add to that the 5 elements divine light, primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, and other divine abilities, and even a typical mid-stage nascent soul cultivator would likely be no match for her. "You need to be careful." When she said goodbye to Qingnu, she said with some concern, "Don't worry, no one in this world can kill me." Chen Mobai, however, was full of confidence. With the ability to walk in the void, even if surrounded by the Azure Sea King and others, one can escape at any time. After returning to Eastern Wu with Su Zilu, the 5-element sect began to evacuate according to plan. Eastern Land, Tongshan Peak. After Yuan Zhenggong completed his circulatory cycle, he slowly exhaled. The pure spiritual energy surrounding her, so solid it seemed to dissipate like smoke from her graceful figure, merging into the void and the earth. After the Big Dipper Conference, with the help of the infant nourishing pill, the infant condensing pill, and the 3 lights divine water, she finally succeeded in forming her infant. However, during the ensuing war between the righteous and demonic factions, because she had just broken through, the Yuan family arranged for her to remain in the sect to consolidate her cultivation. After Yuan Kink and Yi Qing left, she enjoyed the 6th-order spiritual energy of Tongshan Peak all by herself, and her nascent soul has now been stabilized. Not long ago, the head of the Yuan family sent a message saying that the war at the front was urgent, and Yuan Zhen, as the holy maiden of this generation, should go to the front line to help out, both morally and logically. Yuan Zhen was already mentally prepared for this. As a disciple of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, she has never been afraid of fighting. However, before heading to the battlefield, she still needed to improve her cultivation level as much as possible. Yuan Zhen sat down again and began to refine the rich sixth-order spiritual energy at the mountaintop. Behind her stood a dark, solemn pagoda, the heaven-reaching refining pagoda, the most treasured artifact of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. While Yuan Zhen was in seclusion, this sixth-order magic artifact was activated several times. It was remotely controlled by Yuan Kink to resist the samsara disk of the Bright Venerable. As it was used more and more, this originally dormant sixth-tier pagoda gradually began to awaken. The Tower of Refining the Tao has 6 levels, with the top level being the most mysterious. It is said to be the place where the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect communicates with the ancestor of the upper realm, and is half of the spirit void immortal realm. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has a lineage of nascent soul cultivators residing in this layer, where they can utilize the power of Tao fruits to absorb the immortal spiritual energy of the spirit void immortal realm for cultivation. It was precisely because of this that Yuan Kink was able to cultivate to the perfect state of nascent soul. The meaning of Chinese letter is this. This is also the greatest foundation of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. The 5 levels below the 6th level are used to imprison various demonic beasts with true spirit bloodlines, ranging from the 1st to the 5th rank. Of course, so far, only the Demon Lord has reached the 5th rank of nascent soul true spirit. The reason for collecting these demonic beasts with true spiritual bloodlines is that they can be used to refine the Tao. This supreme treasure of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect can refine the great Tao within the bloodline of the true spirit, thereby enhancing the tower's spirituality and even nourishing its owner. A complete true spirit possesses the imprint of the great Tao within its bloodline. These, at the very least, point to a realm beyond the nascent soul stage. However, in the current Heavenly River realm, such true spirits are extremely rare. Even the core members of the various demon clan royal courts may not have complete and pure bloodlines. Therefore, the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect can only search for demon beasts that possess some true spirit bloodlines and suppress them in the tower. According to the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect's tradition, once the tower spirit has fused together 10,000 true spirits, it will be able to return from the acquired to the innate and advance to the 7th rank. For this reason, the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect will not use the Tower of Heavenly Refining unless it is a matter of life and death for the sect. Yuan Kink's cultivation has already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and she can take that step at any time to ascend to the void realm. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Refining the Tao, a blurry white figure spoke to a boy with a yellowish-green body, wings on his back, red eyes, and protruding teeth. Then why doesn't he break through? After hearing this, the boy asked. It is the heavenly demon holy embryo that Kong Lingling gave birth to. After Yuan, Zhen brought it to the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect in the azure mirage bottle. It was discovered that it had the bloodline of the earth true locust, so it was pressed into the 3rd level of the heavenly refining tower. After the heavenly demon holy embryo was born, Kong Lingling only allowed it to kill people. After entering the tower, it became like a wild beast, devoid of intelligence. It wandered aimlessly in the tower, fighting against various demonic beasts with 3rd-tier true spirit bloodlines, and narrowly escaped death several times. Every year, it uses its fingernails to carve a bloody mark on its arm, and there are 75 marks to date. In the 10th year, a white figure suddenly appeared beside it. The white figure, who called himself the Demon Lord, lived on the top floor of the tower. Seeing the promising heavenly demon holy embryo, he couldn't bear to let it go to waste, so he used his heaven-reaching great art to remotely teach it the way of demon cultivation. In a daze, the heavenly demon holy embryo received its inheritance, gradually awakening its wisdom and learning about the vastness of heaven and earth and the multitude of all things. It is a celestial demon born from demonic secret techniques. It not only possesses the bloodline of a true spirit, but also the meridians of a human. If it obtains the cultivation method of the beast-gathering demon sect, it is estimated that it can achieve great success. However, the demon lord's demon cultivation methods are by no means inferior. Although there was no spiritual energy in the 5 lower levels of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, making cultivation impossible, the heavenly demon Holy Embryo knew that its realm had already crossed the bottleneck and advanced to the 4th level. In recent years, as Yuan Kink has been using the Tangshan Refining Tower more and more frequently, the demon lord has realized something. Regardless of whether he understands it or not, he has begun to pour his demon cultivation methods into the heavenly demon Holy Embryo. After reaching the void refinement stage, one must leave this realm. To enter the spirit void immortal realm, one must undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations. Yuan Kink is not entirely confident about this. In addition, the 9 heavens demon suppression sect is facing a talent shortage, so he will definitely wait until his disciples have reached the divine transformation stage before he can ascend with peace of mind. The demon lord spoke up, having already explained the cultivation realms and the meaning of ascension to the heavenly demon Holy Embryo, so the latter nodded in understanding. But the heavenly demon Saint Embryo immediately encountered another problem. Isn't the nascent soul stage very difficult? How can he guarantee his disciples' success? After hearing this, the demon lord sighed softly. The Tower of Refining Tao has another hidden ability, which is to condense the true spirit Tao extracted through smelting into pills. For example, if you have the bloodline of the Earth True Locust, you can condense an Earth Tao pill. After a cultivator who practices Earth attribute techniques takes it, their understanding of the Earth Tao will advance by leaps and bounds. My true form is a white snake. After 6,000 years of cultivation, I have transformed into a white dragon. If you condense me into a great Tao pill and consume it, Yuan Kink's 9 heavens profound scripture will immediately reach its perfect state. However, according to my estimation, he should leave half a pill for his disciple. With that, combined with the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan of the moral sect, breaking through to the nascent soul stage will be a sure thing. Yuan Kink has been away from Tangshan Peak for quite some time now. Clearly, the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect has encountered a formidable enemy, requiring his personal intervention, perhaps even mobilizing the power of the Tangshan Refining Tower. In my estimation, his patience is nearing its limit. At this point, the demon lord revealed the method for entering and exiting a hidden place in the deepest part of the desolate sea. That was a cage. It is also a furnace used in the upper realm to imprison the true spirits of demonic beasts and to refine the great Tao pill. The heavenly refining tower of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect was made in imitation of that cage, which is why the demon lord knew so much. But even if it knew, it still couldn't escape from here. The only hope is that the seed left in the heavenly demon Holy Embryo will take root and sprout. Eastern border. Yuan Kink called Yi Ching to her side and entrusted all matters to this disciple. Master. After listening, Yi Ching's expression turned solemn, and there was a hint of reluctance on her face. I'm getting old enough to leave soon. Although it's earlier than expected, being able to take Mingzun and the ghost gods with me makes it all worth the wait. Yuan Kink smiled slightly, indicating that everything was under her control. There are only 3 things I can't let go of. First, that the sect hasn't produced another nascent soul cultivator. Second, the favor I owed the 1 Yuan Dao Palace for shielding them from disaster. And third, the promise I made to Chen Gixian. In the heavenly river realm, the path to ascension through cultivation also requires clarifying the threads. Although Yuan Kink has cultivated throughout his life, there are still many dead ends that he cannot understand, but the most crucial ones are these 3 threads. Master, leave these to me. Yi Ching nodded slightly. Tian realm had its own methods regarding lines. It's called inheritance. Yuan Kink wants to break through to the void refinement stage, and then use her overwhelming strength to take away Mingzun and other demonic gods. However, because some threads have not yet been untangled, she needs to use the sect's secret method to transfer these threads to her disciples. In the parlance of the immortal sects, it means transferring one's debts to another person or sect. In this way, one can ascend to heaven free of debt and without any burden. However, this would cause the disciple to bear the burden of the nascent soul stage, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. But this is basically how most ascended cultivators in the heavenly river realm go through the process. If Yi Qing is also unable to unravel all the threads of his own lineage or those inherited from Yuan Qing, then he can transfer them to his younger disciples. Although each transfer brings more interest, those who ascend simply leave without a care in the world. In short, we should trust the wisdom of future generations. Throughout the history of the heavenly river realm, there have been many sacred sites. However, due to the numerous threads passed down from generation to generation, these threads eventually became an inextricable debt, leading to the destruction of their sects and the extermination of their clans due to the backlash of karma. In the economics terms of the immortal sect, it's bankruptcy liquidation. Once all the members of the sect in the succession line have died, that will be another kind of cleansing. Now that Yuan Qing wants to cultivate the void and take away all the demonic cultivators, including Mingzun, at a higher level, the first thing she needs to do is transfer the threads on her body to Yi Qing. Yi Qing had been mentally prepared for this, and it was precisely because of this that after getting to know Chen Mobai, he felt that he could use Chen Mobai to resolve one of the issues, which led to a deep friendship between them. In the end, they found they shared similar interests and became good friends. Fortunately, I have you as my disciple in my later years. Yuan Qing nodded with satisfaction. The transfer of the thread couldn't be done by just anyone. It required that person's willingness. He extended one of his fingers, and a wisp of celestial light bloomed, already accompanying his fingertip as it landed on Yi Qing's brow. After 7 days and 7 nights, Yuan Qing withdrew her fingers, feeling completely relaxed, as if she had been freed from shackles and floated away. Congratulations, senior brother. At this moment, a Taoist priest with an otherworldly air appeared in front of Yuan Qing, looking at her with envy and saying something. The Taoist was none other than the incarnation of the Taoist sect, the true Lord Wuchen. He was guarding outside while Yuan Qing used a secret technique to shift cause and effect. You will take this step too. Yuan Qing spoke to Wuchen Zhenjun, who smiled slightly upon hearing it. Senior brother De Kong sent word that the Lord of the Northern Demonic Path has landed and is heading towards the east. Wuchen Zhenjun then spoke about something else. If Tianqinlu could get this news, then Dongzhu Shengdi would naturally be no exception. Let De Kong release him. I just don't know if the nascent soul black dragon from the Xuanjiao royal court will come. I really hope we can take care of them all at the same time. After transferring all the threads on her body, Yuan Qing was ready to take the first step towards the void refinement stage at any time. However, after practicing the void realm, the heavens and earth will respond. In particular, if he were to kill demonic deities such as Mingzun and Gishen, he would inevitably have to use the strength of the void refining realm, which would be impossible to conceal. In this situation, he needs to race against time. Before ascending to heaven, having been rejected by the rules of heaven and earth after his breakthrough, he killed all his opponents. Then I'll go and inform him. Upon hearing this, true monarch Wuchen immediately vanished from the spot. I'm going back to Tangshan Peak. You haven't reached the nascent soul stage yet, and that demon lord's cultivation is no less than mine. I'll deal with him before I leave. After only the master and disciple were left, Yuan Qing spoke to Yi Qing, who was also familiar with the Tower of Heavenly Refining, and understood that Yuan Qing was paving the way for his nascent soul transformation before leaving. He nodded in gratitude. This disciple thanks Master. Yuan Qing laughed heartily and silently disappeared into the earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 992, The 9 Heavens Demon-Slaying Ancestor. Chapter 992, the nine heavens demon-slaying ancestor. Yuan Zhen, who was refining spiritual energy on Tangshan Peak, suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly opened her eyes. There was nothing in front of her, but she immediately turned around and sure enough, saw a figure with white hair and a youthful face standing in front of the tower of refining the Tao. "Greetings, master." The moment Yuan Zhen saw Yuan Kink, she immediately bowed. "Well, I've come to take care of some things. You should pack your things too. I'll take you to the border battlefield later." Yuan Kink waved her hand, signaling Yuan Zhen to get up, and then her figure suddenly turned into an illusion and disappeared in front of the tower. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhen vaguely guessed what had happened and couldn't help but look shocked. But she knew that, given her status and the prevailing trends in the Eastern continent, all she could do was obey. There are two ways to enter the Tower of Heavenly Refining. One method is a secret technique of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, which allows one to directly enter the highest sixth level. Another method is to start from the bottom of the tower and climb upwards layer by layer. In the past, Yuan Kink would go directly to the sixth floor, but today might be the last time he came to this tower, so he thought he would take a stroll around again. Yuan Kink gently raised her hand and waved it, and the portal at the bottom of the tower opened, revealing a passage. At that instant, roars rang out, and countless demonic beasts with true spirit bloodlines began to surge towards the open passage as if they were going mad. As Yuan Kink stepped inside, a vast and invisible burst of true energy erupted, sending all the surging demonic beasts flying backward and crashing into the walls surrounding the tower. If these monsters weren't still useful, they would probably all have been turned into mincemeat in that one blow. Yuan Kink gracefully flew into the first level, and the passage behind her slowly closed, as if it had never been opened. The tower was dark inside, but rays of light shone through from the outside, and one could vaguely see one strange and grotesque beast after another. Yuan Kink hadn't been to the area below the sixth level for a long time, and these low-level demonic beasts hadn't been here for very long either, so they basically didn't recognize him. But after that attack, all the demonic beasts looked at him with fear. Yuan Kink wandered around for a while, then suddenly felt it was pointless, so she headed straight for the top of the tower. The fifth level is the Demon Lord's cage. Compared to the 4 floors below, this place is like a complete little world, with starlight shining down from the top and a faint scent of grass in the air. In the very center was a cloud of white mist, inside which sat a figure, none other than the Demon Lord. The moment the Demon Lord saw Yuan Kink approaching, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although this day was foreseen when the Tower of Refining Tao was frequently activated, seeing the number 1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent still made people marvel at how uniquely blessed the human race is. "You've actually taken that step." The Demon Lord's voice echoed in the tower, deep and penetrating. Yuan Kink smiled calmly. After untying the threads, he was no longer bound by any constraints and easily stepped into the void refinement realm. However, if he were to completely cross the threshold and achieve the void refinement stage, he would have to ascend and undergo tribulation. Therefore, he is currently maintaining a balance between having one foot in the divine transformation stage and the other foot in the void refinement stage. The Demon Lord was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and upon seeing Yuan Kink now, he knew that Yuan Kink had made a breakthrough. This is the realm it has always dreamed of, but unfortunately, after thousands of years, it has not even seen the threshold. It is precisely for this reason that it marvels at the unique advantages that humanity has. Although their lifespan is far shorter than that of true spirits, there are always exceptionally talented individuals who emerge in the realm of cultivation, surpassing their efforts of thousands of years in a very short time. You are also a beast with good fortune. It is not easy to cultivate to such a level. It would be a pity to kill you. Today I will give you 2 choices. One is that he died in the Tower of Refining the Tao, and I refined him into the Great Tao Pill, which became the resource for my disciples' nascent soul transformation. Secondly, like that yellow dragon, you can undergo the ascension tribulation with me. If we can successfully reach the spirit void immortal realm, I will definitely petition the ancestor to grant you the position of a demon immortal. As soon as Yuan Kink finished speaking, the white mist around the demon lord began to churn violently, as if it were brewing some powerful force. The entire fifth level even trembled slightly. However, Yuan Kink remained unmoved, simply standing calmly in place. He is now invincible in the human world. You want me to help you withstand the 9 heavens tribulation. The demon lord's tone was slightly cold. Before the true lord of 1 yuan ascended to heaven, why did he have to subdue the fifth-order yellow dragon in Yunmeng Marsh? Besides karma, it was also because during the tribulation of ascension, if one brought along a spirit beast with one's contract, the rules of heaven and earth would regard them as one. In this case, the power of the 9 heavens tribulation will be triggered by the stronger of the cultivators and spirit beasts. However, cultivators can join forces with spirit beasts to overcome tribulation. This is equivalent to distributing the original full ascension tribulation equally between cultivators and spirit beasts. However, between cultivators and spirit beasts, apart from those who grew up together from childhood and shared life and death, there must be a hierarchy among the rest. After Yiyuan Zhenjun subdued Huanglong, he established a contract, under which Huanglong could only acknowledge him as its master and would exert all its strength during the ascension tribulation. The demon lord and Yuan Kink have no basis for trust. If they are to ascend together and leave, they will inevitably have to establish a blood pact that cannot be resisted. Among these issues, there is one major problem. That was the time of ascension. Yuan Kink was at the void refining stage, but the demon lord might not be. Even the peak of the nascent soul stage, which is the most supreme realm in the heavenly river realm, is still not enough compared to the tribulation of ascension. Many of the ascended cultivators in the heavenly river realm carried with them true spirits bound by contracts. Although no news came after their ascension, according to the demon lord's speculation, most of them died in the 9 heavens tribulation, saving the cultivators' energy by shielding them from disaster. Therefore it is unwilling. Yuan Kink didn't say much. His eyes lit up with a dazzling light. On the 6th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, a terrifying immortal light suddenly surged out, causing the void to tremble and distort. The celestial light entered Yuan Kink's body, and he easily crossed that threshold. This wasn't Yuan Kink's breakthrough, but rather that he borrowed the power of void refinement from the 6th level of the Tower of Heavenly Refinement. This was also one of the 9 heavens demon suppression sect's secrets, but it could only be used within this tower. Because of the 6th layer of concealment, it will not be detected. However, once you leave the Tower of Heavenly Refining, you will trigger the rules of heaven and earth. The aura of the void refiner caused the entire space on the 5th floor to distort, and cracks appeared, spreading towards the demon lord. Faced with such power, the demon lord, knowing that either choice would essentially lead to death, also revealed his true strength. The white mist suddenly dissipated, and a pure white spirit with a snake's body and dragon's horns emerged. Countless runes shimmered on its scales, each containing powerful celestial phenomena. After a cup of tea, Yuan Kink reached into the demon lord's body and pulled out a translucent white inner core. As icy blood splattered down, the demon lord struggled violently. The mere difference of one realm made it feel as if it had returned to its childhood, when its tail was crushed by a rock, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not shake it off. This is your last chance, make a choice. Holding the demon lord's inner core, Yuan Kink asked the phantom within, which was almost transforming into a white dragon. This is the essence of the demon lord's thousands of years of hard work. Once lost, the path of demon cultivation will be basically cut off. Didn't you already make the choice for me? Amidst his coughing, the demon lord uttered these words. Yuan Kink nodded gently, then spat out a drop of her own essence blood, which landed on the demon lord's inner core. With the latter's cooperation, the drop of essence blood quickly merged into the core of the inner core and imprinted on the brow of the white dragon's phantom. Then the essence blood transformed into a dense network of blood-red runes, enveloping the entire body of the white dragon phantom and filling its inner core. Thus, the contract was concluded. Yuan Kink nodded in satisfaction, then dissected the demon lord's body again and put the inner core back in her palm. Don't waste your life essence either. After forming a contract with the demon lord, Yuan Kink waved his hand towards the outside of the tower, and the azure mirage bottle from Yuan Zhen's storage bag immediately flew into his palm. The bottle was opened, and the demon lord's essence blood that had spilled onto the ground instantly transformed into a stream of bloody light that disappeared into the bottle and was completely absorbed. Seeing this, the demon lord remained silent. It actually wanted to reabsorb these essences back into its body, but Yuan Kink clearly wanted to leave something for the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect before leaving. The amount of this essence and blood, if given to the moral sect, would probably be enough to refine a single true spirit pill for sainthood. Moreover, the essence of the white dragon is highly compatible with the water attribute cultivation techniques of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and can be used to refine other pills to enhance the cultivation level of nascent soul cultivators. Demon Lord, would you be interested in joining me for a stroll on the 6th floor? After throwing the azure mirage bottle out of the tower and handing it to Yuan Zhen, Yuan Kink turned to the demon lord and asked him this question. Good. Since a contract had already been signed, the demon lord knew that he could not disobey Yuan Kink and could only accept any of his orders. Moreover, it was indeed very curious about the 6th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Refining. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yuan Kink suddenly created an upward ladder in the starry sky at the top of the 5th floor of the tower, and he took the lead in climbing up the ladder. The demon lord followed closely behind. Upon entering the 6th level of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, the demon lord was greatly surprised. This place turned out to be a vast universe, and he and Yuan Kink stood in the void. In the distance, there were swirling galaxies, like the celestial rivers sweeping across the heavens. Yuan Kink, the 37th generation disciple of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, pays respects to the ancestor. Yuan Kink bowed to the Milky Way composed of countless stars. Under the astonished gaze of the demon lord, the endless starlight formed a Taoist with disheveled hair and bare feet, dressed in a black robe. Is this the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor? Shocked, the demon lord noticed that the Taoist's star-shaped pupils were looking at him, and he couldn't help but lower his head. It's a pity. The world here in the heavenly river realm will undergo a great change in 1,000 years. If you stay in the lower realm, I can feel more at ease about my lineage. Before Yuan Kink could speak, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor already knew about his ascension and looked regretful. My disciple Yi Qing's talent is no less than mine. In response, Yuan Kink only said this one sentence. I hope so, but your lifespan is almost up, and you are indeed about to ascend to heaven. As the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor spoke, he extended a finger, and a ray of light appeared out of thin air, landing on Yuan Kink's head and eventually merging into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. If you have time before you ascend, please find out something for me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kink nodded respectfully. Master, please give your instructions. Rumor has it that the Taixu True King, who has already transcended, recently reappeared in the Linkang immortal realm and sought out a few of us, wanting to restore the great Tao of the heavenly river realm, which was altered by the true demon. Given his level of cultivation, there must be something very important to him in the heavenly river realm that he wants to personally descend upon. You can observe the actions of the Taixu Misty Palace. If you notice anything unusual, inform me after you arrive in the Linkang immortal realm. Also, you should have your disciple reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, you cannot enter the 6th level of the Tower of Heavenly Refining. If I have any matters to discuss in the future, it will be difficult for you to convey them to me. After the Nine Heavens demon-subduing ancestor finished speaking, Yuan Kink was also surprised. The legend of the true king of Taixu is widely known in the heavenly river realm. It is one of the primordial holy spirits of the Milky Way realm. These beings, long, long ago, had already transcended the celestial realm and ascended to the other shore along with the jellyfish. They've actually come back. Could it be that something has changed on the other side? Knowing this, Yuan King also felt that she was in a bit of a rush to ascend. But it's too late now. He could only hope that his disciple Yi Qing would be able to protect the lineage of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect during the impending cataclysmic change in the world. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Demon-subduing ancestor had already transformed into starlight and disappeared before Yuan King and the Demon Lord's eyes. From beginning to end, the Demon Lord was only glanced at by him. The ancestor sits down, and there is a seventh-order Xuanwu true spirit. If you can follow me to ascend to the spirit void immortal realm, I will ask the Xuanwu ancestor to bestow a drop of his essence blood upon you. As Yuan King turned to speak to the Demon Lord, she handed him a storage bag. When the Demon Lord opened it, he found a bag full of water element mystic stones and some highly nourishing pills. It knew that this was Yuan King's way of restoring its vitality and essence. Even Yuan King wasn't entirely confident in facing the tribulation of ascension. If the Demon Lord were to recover to its peak, it could at least take action during the first two heavenly tribulations, saving the Demon Lord's energy. You can rest here. I'll come and call you before I leave. Yuan King said that the spiritual energy on the sixth floor of the Tower of Heavenly Refining was so abundant that it was unlike anything found in the mortal world. It is the seventh level of celestial energy. With the help of top-grade spirit stones and pills, the Demon Lord can quickly recover to his full strength here. It seems that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect encountered a powerful enemy outside, which enabled you to break through to the void refinement stage. My cultivation is also quite good. Now that we have signed a contract, you can rest assured that I will not cause trouble. Why don't I accompany you out and help you resolve this problem first? After thinking for a moment, the Demon Lord spoke these words. Although Yuan King painted a very grand picture for it, it guessed that after entering the Linkong immortal realm, it would only be a little white dragon under the reins of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and might even be used as a carriage mount. So it wanted to see if it could take advantage of the opportunity to go out and leave behind some backup plans for future escape. No need, I can solve all the troubles by myself and my sword. However, Yuan King shook her head and directly rejected the Demon Lord's suggestion. He was also very clear that although he could make the Demon Lord submit to him through the contract, it was still a peak existence in this world, and even under his nose, it might still cause some trouble. To be on the safe side, it's best not to let it leave the Tower of Heavenly Refining before ascending. The Demon Lord looked regretful upon hearing this. After Yuan King left, it frowned deeply. At this point, it did not use any secret techniques to go to the third level to see the heavenly demon holy embryo, lest it be discovered. However, even if a backup plan is left on the heavenly demon holy embryo, if the latter cannot leave this Tower of Heavenly Refining, it will one day become a great Tao imprint within the tower. By then, all its arrangements will be a joke. Even a demon lord of such cultivation level could not escape the Tower of Heavenly Refining, let alone this one. I only hope that one day in the future, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect will fall because of the karma of this tower, and hopefully it won't be for too long. The Demon Lord can only pin his hopes on this now. At the point when Yuan King ascended and left, and Yi Qing had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, it was the weakest time for the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. It felt that if the true spirits of those demon royal courts had any brains, they would all try to overturn this towering Tao refining tower. The connection between this tower and the true spirit of the demon race is far too deep. After Yuan King dealt with the demon lord and came out of the Tangshan refining tower, there was another middle-aged man with a tall hat and wide belt on Tangshan Peak, in addition to Yuan Zhen. Greetings, Master. The middle-aged man was Yuan King's eldest disciple, and also Nai Yuanzhang, the sect leader of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has a total of 3 Tao fruits. Te, the Nine Heavens, vanquish the demons. Among them, the inheritor of the demon-slaying Tao fruit is Nai Yuanzhang. Before Yi Qing, he was highly regarded by Yuan Qing and was considered by many to be the new nascent soul cultivator of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. Unfortunately, he failed to break through to the nascent soul realm 300 years ago. Even so, Nai Yuanzhang is still the strongest person in the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, second only to Yuan Qing. This towering peak is now in your hands. Yuan Qing spoke to her eldest disciple, Nai Yuanzhang, then waved her sleeve and disappeared with Yuan Zhen beside her. Disciple respectfully sees master off. Although Yuan Qing was no longer there, Nai Yuanzhang still showed great courtesy, bowing in the direction where he had disappeared to bid him farewell. That day, Chen Mobai was arranging the retreat for Eastern Wu when he suddenly received a message from the east. This was sent by Yi Qing. After Chen Mobai opened and read it, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yi Qing didn't say anything important, only that the battle between the righteous and demonic forces in the east and the East Li had reached a critical point, a life-or-death struggle. He also mentioned above that the current lord of the northern demonic path, the white-boned Dharma King, has crossed the sea, and the situation has reached its most critical moment. However, Yi Qing also said that the Eastern Continent Holy Land has a strong foundation, and even if the opponent has an additional white-boned Dharma King, it has enough strength to deal with it. However, the Holy Land is currently focused on the demonic path, and it is willing to give up on the 3 border regions and even the Eastern Peak. Therefore, Yi Qing wrote a letter telling Chen Mobai not to focus too much on the gains and losses of Eastern Wu's territory. In the crucial battle between the righteous and demonic forces that is about to unfold, it is hoped that Chen Mobai can protect himself from the onslaught of the monsters in the desolate sea and the desolate ruins. At the end of the letter, Yi Qing added a word of advice. Even if the 5 Elements sect is destroyed, Chen Mobai must be protected. Although the words weren't explicitly stated, Chen Mobai understood Yi Qing's meaning. The 5 Elements sect has perished, but there is still the 1 Yuan Dao Palace in the Eastern Land waiting for Chen Mobai to inherit it. However, if he dies, then the connection between him and the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect may become a dead end. However, Chen Mobai felt that Yi Qing had a deeper hidden meaning beyond these things. Based on the current intelligence, and the fact that the Eastern Continent Holy Land has not retreated despite the Northern Demon Lord's arrival across the sea and is still holding the border, Chen Mobai vaguely realized the truth. Could it be that Yuan Qing is going to practice the Void Realm and carve out a bright and clear world? That's why Yi Qing specifically mentioned the connection between Chen Mobai and the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Even though he had guessed this, Chen Mobai didn't dare to verify it. For him, the most important thing right now is to deal with the demons of the desolate sea. Dayazi, everything is ready. At this moment, Su Zilu flew into the tent and told him something. After she successfully cultivated her nascent soul, Chen Mobai immediately dispatched her to check the integration of the primordial 5 elements extinction, divine thunder, and the Eastern Wu spiritual vein. Although theoretically, this divine lightning could detonate spiritual veins and destroy the world. In the past, Zhou Yi, at the core formation stage, scared away the white crow ancestor after the death of the primordial ancestor, and that was all thanks to this. But Chen Mobai had never seen the actual effect. Even the 1 Yuan Dao Palace rarely has the opportunity to use such methods. After all, the spiritual veins in the East all have owners. For the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder to detonate the spiritual vein, it needs to be combined with a grand formation in order to spread throughout the entire spiritual vein. They certainly wouldn't use their own Wudi mountain for experiments. This meant that Su Zilu, the holy maiden, lacked experience in using the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder to detonate spiritual veins. However, the 1 Yuan Dao Palace had a few instances of such world-destroying acts throughout its history. Su Zilu had heard these things from her master, the previous palace master, when she was still a saintess. Therefore, she found it much easier to handle than Chen Mobai. How are things going with the Sea Demon clan? Upon hearing that the work of detonating the spiritual veins with the Hunyuan 5 elements extinction divine thunder was ready, Chen Mobai immediately summoned Mo Duguang and the others to inquire about the situation on the front lines. The migration of humans from the 12 counties of eastern Wu was not concealed from those demons, and they should have known about it long ago. A few days ago, as you suggested, junior brother, we deliberately seeded the area east of the 10,000 rivers returning to the sea formation to a large force of the desolate sea demon clan. And now, the west and south sides are also gradually being lost because of our insufficient number of cultivators. Only on the main battlefield, because Jin Fengpo is guarded by you and me, as well as the army of the 5 Elements sect, and we are still resisting. If we retreat now, the demons of the desolate sea will definitely think that they defeated us by relying on their superior strength. After Mo Duguang finished speaking, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, looked at the three-dimensional map in the tent, and marked the areas within the Wanchuan Gihai Formation region that had already fallen in red. Besides the fall of the 3 sides of the formation, numerous red dots lit up throughout the 12 counties of eastern Wu. These were the long-invading demon race from the desolate sea, along with some traces of demonic forces. Looking down from above, nearly a quarter of the entire 3-dimensional map of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation has already been occupied by the demon race. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai reached out and overturned the sand table in front of him. It's time. Notify Dongwu that the desolate sea demon clan is too powerful. Prepare to retreat. Faced with this message from the 5 Elements sect, Sun Huanglong and the others looked worried, but were at a loss for what to do. After all, the power of the desolate sea demon clan was right before their eyes. Even after so many years of consumption by the 13 fourth-tier demon kings, demon beasts still continuously come ashore, maintaining a population of millions of low and mid-tier demon beasts. If the 5 Elements sect hadn't intervened, the various families of eastern Wu would have been utterly defeated and fled at the first touch when faced with a monster of this size. They understand that the 5 Elements sect has done its best to hold on until now. On behalf of the cultivation world of Dongwu, I, Sun, express my gratitude to your sect for your protection over the past 10 years. Your great kindness and virtue will be remembered by all the people of Dongwu forever. During the retreat, Sun Huanglong led representatives from several major families of eastern Wu to Chen Mobai's tent to bow deeply in gratitude. I hope that when this war ends, you won't turn around and blame me. Chen Mobai felt unworthy of the honor and said this. Sun Huanglong and the others shook their heads repeatedly, expressing that they would only feel gratitude towards the 5 Elements sect and would not harbor any resentment towards them. In the cultivation world of eastern Wu, anyone who dares to harbor resentment towards the 5 Elements sect is truly worse than a pig or a dog. The Jin family's core formation ancestors said this, and all the other ancestral masters of the eastern Wu family nodded in agreement. The 5 Elements sect could have relied on its formations to retreat to the eastern wilderness, but it still led its elite forces, and even 2 nascent soul elders, to come and protect eastern Wu. And they stayed there for 10 years. This kindness is almost like a second life. In the eyes of the cultivation world of eastern Wu, the 5 Elements sect was more like a sacred place than any other sacred place in the eastern lands. Everyone, I have already arranged for my disciples to receive you on your journey to the eastern wilderness. Leave the rearguard matters to me. Feeling guilty, Chen Mobai personally left the camp and escorted Sun Huanglong and the others onto the 5 Elements sect's flying boat. Now, anyone from outside the eastern wilderness who wants to enter can only do so via the 5 Elements sect's flying boats. Even the treasure ships of eastern Wu, which transport their own disciples, can only dock at Yunmeng Marsh first. However, since Sun Huanglong and the other core formation cultivators all had houses in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai specially sent a flying boat to pick them up. In midair, Sun Huanglong and the others saw Chen Mobai standing on the mountaintop watching them leave, and they were even more moved. Once they leave the territory of Eastern Wu and reach the surface of Yunmeng Marsh, let's start the explosion. After the flying boat disappeared, Chen Mobai said to Su Zilu beside him. This was his final act of mercy. End of this chapter. Chapter 993, Devastation. Chapter 993, Devastation. Your Majesty, the human cultivator army within the Great Formation has retreated. The large-scale retreat of the Five Elements sect and the Eastern Wu alliance could not be concealed from the demon race. Soon, some exceptionally talented demons noticed outside the Great Formation that the vital energy that had been gathered at Golden Peak Slope was becoming thinner. After some investigation, they discovered flying boats, treasure ships, and other vessels retreating towards Yunmeng's. Let all the men attack Jinfengpo, and we'll go head-on. Upon learning of this news, the King of the Blue Sea did not hesitate and immediately issued the order for a general offensive. In its view, the human race was already at its last gasp. Over the years, although the sea demon race has suffered many losses, it has been able to continuously conscript sea demons ashore by relying on the vast ocean, thus consuming them through sheer numbers. Cultivators from the human race are not as easy to train as those from the desolate sea demon clan. Each one needs at least 10 or even several decades of cultivation before they can be effective on the battlefield. In the eyes of the Azure Sea King, the fact that the human race's formation has been able to hold out until now is due to its power. Senior brother, we're finally about to break through. The Jade Pearl Demon King, standing to one side, angrily put away the incense fan in his hand and looked at the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, which had blocked their army for years. As they spoke, streams of demonic energy shot into the sky and landed in midair. Meanwhile, atop the summit of Jinfeng Slope opposite, Chen Mobai also manifested his myriad swords Dharma body, confronting these demon kings. Chen Gixian, since you're already on the run, why bother trying to hide it from us? Upon seeing the enormous myriad swords Dharma body opposite him, the Jade Pearl Demon King couldn't help but shout out in anger. Hey, you liar! I'm right in front of you, how can you say I ran away? Chen Mobai, however, sneered and spoke sarcastically. HMPH still putting on airs. Upon hearing this, the two-headed Demon King roared angrily, unleashing his demonic aura and revealing his true form. He then condensed a dark blue lightning bolt and blasted it towards the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. At the very moment it unleashed its thunder, the fourth-tier demonic beasts, including the Azure Sea King, also launched their attacks in perfect unison. The simultaneous attack of the 13 fourth-tier demon kings instantly altered the celestial phenomena within a radius of thousands of miles. Thunder, wind, frost, rain, and blades rained down as if to engulf the entire landmass, crashing down upon the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation amidst a deafening roar. Chen Mobai's myriad swords avatar's expression changed slightly, but he still tried his best to support the core array plate, pushing the defensive power of this great array to its limit. Although he lacked the assistance of other array masters, with his current nascent soul level 8 spiritual strength, coupled with the enhancements of the Tengxianji and Yingdaling realms, he still managed to unleash 80% of the power of the myriad rivers returning to the sea array. A semi-transparent light curtain that enveloped the heavens and earth drew upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming into a tangible form. It collided with the wind, thunder, rain, and lightning unleashed by the 13 demon kings, generating a series of earth-shattering sounds. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of Jinfengpo, where the 10,000 swords Dharma body stood tall. Chen Mobai's expression changed slightly. Under the influence of the spirit realm, he sensed that the reason for the decline in the grade of the fourth-order spiritual veins here was that, due to the extraction by the Great Array over the years, the speed of their regeneration could not keep up with the consumption of the Great Array. After the spiritual veins dropped in grade, Jinfengpo also began to be unable to support itself. After the first crack in the middle, smaller cracks appeared and spread throughout the entire mountain. Ha ha ha, today is the day the formation is broken. The 13 demon kings outside the Great Formation also witnessed this scene. The two-headed king, who was the most impatient, laughed loudly and once again unleashed a dark blue lightning bolt in his true form, spitting out a thick bolt of lightning. The king of the Azure Sea also had a cold face as he swung his halberd. Its attack alone was equivalent to that of half a demon king. With each swing, the light barrier of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation was cut open. The crack, which would normally heal quickly after being cut, is now healing more and more slowly. Meanwhile, the demon army, which had already stormed into the formation, easily reached the foot of Jinfengpo Mountain, because it lacked the interception of the five-element sect and the Eastern Wu cultivators. The first few 100,000 demonic beasts charged toward the enormous thousand swords Dharma body standing atop the mountain. The second nascent soul emerged, and with a split of its hands, the fifth-order Yuan Yang sword fiend had already multiplied into countless forms, as if a rain of orange-red sword light had fallen on the mountaintop. As the Yuan Yang sword light fell, nothing was spared. One after another, the demonic beasts were cut in half, their corpses piling up all over Jin Feng Slope. However, under the orders of the demon kings behind them, these demon beasts could only suppress their panic, roar to vent their fear, and continue to rush towards the mountaintop. The second nascent soul drew its sword again and again, each time splitting into countless sword lights, capable of slaying tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Yet, an endless stream of demonic beasts, like ants, continued to swarm toward the summit of Golden Peak Slope. Squeak! Just as the second nascent soul cultivator was feeling somewhat fatigued and preparing to recover, the entire Golden Peak Slope suddenly erupted with a sound of unbearable strain. This famous mountain in eastern Wu was now riddled with cracks. The array flags placed throughout Jinfeng Slope were thus exposed to the eyes of the 13 demon kings. The Azure Sea King immediately commanded the demons within the Great Formation to head towards these formation flags. After unleashing another round of sword light to slay the demonic beast, Chen Mobai sighed as he watched dozens of array flags being destroyed and turned to ashes. Boom! The moment the battle flags were broken, the Azure Sea King's halberd also landed on the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, suddenly slashing out an unprecedentedly huge gap. To the delight of the demon kings, the massive crack suddenly stopped healing halfway through. A breach has been created in the Great Formation. Upon seeing this, the demon kings of the Desolate Sea were even more excited. However, even the most reckless two-headed king did not rush directly into the formation, but looked at the Azure Sea King, wanting it to make a decision. Even the king of the Blue Sea was hesitating at this moment. Although all the current circumstances indicate that the five-element sect has already suffered a defeat, and it is time to press their advantage, Chen Mobai is, after all, a powerful figure who has killed the little demon lord, and he instinctively feels that it is not that simple. Senior brother, Chen Gixian, has escaped. At this moment, the myriad swords Dharma body on Jinfeng Slope suddenly disappeared, leaving only Chen Mobai's true body. As the second nascent soul transformed into a blaze of fire and disappeared behind Chen Mobai's head, the latter immediately used the ground-leaving flame escape technique, flying towards the eastern wilderness like a stunning rainbow. As he departed, the entire Wanchuan Gihai formation seemed to collapse in an instant. The translucent, sky-covering curtain of light shattered along the gaps it had cut, revealing the cracked Golden Peak Slope and countless empty tents. Junior sister, you stay here and lead the men forward, the rest of you follow me. Seeing this, the Azure Sea King finally put aside all his worries, took the lead, and charged into the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, chasing after Chen Mobai in the direction he had fled. Apart from the Jade Pearl Demon King, the other fourth-tier demon kings also followed the Azure Sea King in pursuit without hesitation. Chen Mobai hasn't used the ground-leaving flame escape technique for a long time. After all, there's the ability to travel through the void for short distances and various teleportation arrays for long distances, so using it suddenly now feels a bit rusty. But this is good, as this speed will allow the Azure Sea King and the others behind to catch up. As time went by, they soon arrived at the center of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. There is a celestial city here, which is Huangwu Celestial City, the center of Eastern Wu. The reason Chen Mobai chose Jinfengpo as the front line of the Wanchuan Gihai formation was to protect this place. However, at this time, the once most prosperous center of Eastern Wu was deserted. 99% of the cultivators have been transferred to Yunming's by the five-element sect. Chen Mobai scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that there were still a very small number of cultivators in Huangwu Immortal City. He didn't bother to find out why these people hadn't left and flew directly into the very center of this immortal city. There is a medium-sized teleportation array here that leads directly to the Wind and Rain Immortal City. However, after the retreat was completed, the teleportation array had already been destroyed by the Five Elements sect and could no longer be used. Shortly after Chen Mobai landed, 12 beams of demonic light flew down from the horizon. With each earth-shaking tremor, every demon king that landed created a huge crater outside Huangwu Immortal City. Chen Mobai hadn't expected that even at this point, these demon kings would still be so cautious and wouldn't directly rush into the Immortal City. They must have felt that Huangwu Immortal City was protected by a grand formation no less powerful than the Wanchuan Gihai formation, and they were afraid that if they fell into it, Chen Mobai, before his death, would use the formation to exchange a few of them for him. Chen Gixian, do you want to choose this place as your burial ground? The Azure Sea King, wielding his halberd, flew through the air, his gaze coldly fixed on Chen Mobai in the center of Huangwu Immortal City. You guessed right about the burial ground, but it's not mine, it's yours. Chen Mobai spoke calmly. The spiritual vein where Huangwu Immortal City is located is the most powerful in the entire Eastern Wu. Moreover, because it is located in the center of the entire plain, it connects with the spiritual veins of the entire Wanchuan Gihai formation through a vigorous river system. If the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder is detonated in this place, its power can be brought to its maximum in the shortest amount of time. HMPH, even when you're about to die, you're still being stubborn. The Azure Sea King snorted coldly, raised the halberd in his hand, and a beam of cold moonlight, capable of splitting the sky and splitting the earth, fell upon the entire Huangwu Immortal City. It seemed that with this single strike, the Immortal City would be cleaved in two. However, a semi-transparent light barrier appeared and blocked its attack once again. You can only rely on the Great Formation to prolong your life. Upon seeing this, the King of the Blue Sea spoke sarcastically. However, this was not unexpected for it. If Huangwu Immortal City in the center of Eastern Wu was not protected by a Great Formation, it would become alert. You're trying to use this formation to hold us back and buy time for the humans and cultivators from Eastern Wu to retreat, aren't you? HMPH, I won't let you have your way. The Azure Sea King thought he had seen through Chen Mobai's scheme, so he selected 4 demon kings and sent them off in all directions. The Great Formation has been broken. Go and search for blood offerings throughout Eastern Wu. If you find none, lead the army towards the Eastern Wilderness. After the 4 demon kings left to carry out their orders, the Azure Sea King used a secret technique to contact the Jade Pearl Demon King in the rear, instructing her to lead 1,000,000 demons from the desolate sea toward the Yunmeng Marsh on the border of Eastern Wu. When Jiang Zhengheng led the humans of the 12 counties of Eastern Wu to evacuate, some of the commotion was still noticed by the demon race. Even the demonic path, though hidden, still secretly transmits intelligence to the demon race. After all, the primary goal of the demonic path is to undermine the righteous path. In the eyes of the demonic path, the 5-element sect's actions in protecting Eastern Wu over the years are nothing short of a model of righteousness. Sometimes, even Dao Xianlin suspected that all the conscience of the Yiyuan Dao Palace resided in Chen Mobai alone. If the One Yuan Dao Palace were in the position of the 5-element sect, it would definitely not even glance at Eastern Wu and would firmly guard its own gate. Upon receiving the notification from the Azure Sea King, the Jade Pearl Demon King immediately led 1,000,000 demons from the desolate sea deep into the center of the eastern Wu Plain. After leaving 200,000 demons behind in Huangwu Immortal City, he led the remaining 800,000 demons and joined forces with the other 4 demon kings. They then split into 5 groups and rushed towards the border of Yunmeng Marsh. The Sea Demon clan, after all, originated from the sea, and their strength was greatly reduced on land. If they were to enter the environment of Yunmengs, even if they were protected by the same Wanchu and Gehai formation, they were confident that they could directly use 1,000,000 demonic beasts to shake the entire Wanli waters and reduce the foundation of the formation to nothing. Thinking of this, the Jade Pearl Demon King couldn't wait to rush into the Cloud Dream Marsh and show the 5 Elements sect how terrifying the desolate Sea Demon clan would be after gaining access to water. Within Huangwu Immortal City, after acquiring 200,000 demons, the Azure Sea King unleashed the secret techniques taught by the Demon Lord, evolving battle formations for attack. The original formation of Huangwu Immortal City had long been modified by Chen Mobai into part of the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, but this formation is most powerful when it is in its entirety. After being destroyed at Jinfengpo, its power was reduced to half by the time it reached Huangwuxian City. Therefore, Chen Mobai only resisted for 5 days before the great king of the Azure Sea's halberd cut a gap large enough for all the demon kings to enter and exit. At this moment, none of the demon kings hesitated any longer. They all transformed into demonic light and followed King Bihai into Huangwu Immortal City. Amidst a series of deafening crashes, the tall buildings in the Immortal City were smashed apart by these demon kings who had revealed their true forms. You should feel honored to have died at the hands of so many demon kings on our Wangxian island. The Azure Sea King landed in front of Chen Mobai and spoke coldly. As it spoke, the semi-transparent light shield that enveloped Huangwu Immortal City seemed to reach its limit and shattered with a crash. However, the 200,000 sea monsters outside the city did not enter. They are unable to participate in battles at the nascent soul level, and the Azure Sea King believes that Chen Mobai will have a terrifying outburst before his death, so if they get too close, many of them may be killed or injured. Judging by the time, it's about time. But at this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up and said something like this, still trying to be mysterious. Upon hearing this, the great king of the Azure Sea sneered, raised his halberd and slashed down at Chen Mobai. A huge, narrow crescent-shaped blade descended, neatly cleaving the entire Huangwu Immortal City in two, with Chen Mobai at its center. Looking down from the sky, apart from the area around Chen Mobai, the earth was cleaved in two by this halberd. Not bad, your strength is higher than that of the little demon lord. After blocking the attack with the fifth-order light shield of the Heavenly Origin Pearl, Chen Mobai felt the mournful cry of the Heavenly Origin Pearl's spirit and couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of the Azure Sea King. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. The Azure Sea King raised his halberd once more, and the fourth-tier demon kings beside him followed suit, unleashing their most powerful bloodline abilities, determined to obliterate the one Yuan Dao child who had killed the little demon venerable. Have you ever seen fireworks? At this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly asked this question. Boom! The Azure Sea King did not answer again, his cold gaze falling on Chen Mobai as he gripped the halberd and slashed at the Heavenly Origin Pearl's light barrier. It had just estimated the defensive capabilities of this fifth-tier magic artifact. This blow will shatter it completely. However, Chen Mobai smiled in the face of its attack, raised a finger to his lips, and softly uttered a single word. Bang! A ray of multicolored light emanated from Chen Mobai's entire body, and in an instant, it spread underground through the Tianyuan Pearl. At this moment, the Azure Sea King discovered that within the crack in the earth that he had cleaved open, faint, multicolored lightning flashed. After the primordial 5 elements extinction, divine lightning detonates the spiritual veins. Its power increases the closer it is to the center of the formation. Therefore, Chen Mobai needs to lure the enemy to Huangwu Immortal City, so that he can wipe out all the invading desolate sea demon clan in one fell swoop. The instant the Azure Sea King's halberd struck down, Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished from the spot. However, the primordial true Qi had already erupted, passing through the array patterns deep within the earth and penetrating into the peak fourth-order spiritual vein deep within the earth of Huangwu Immortal City. A powerful energy surge, which even made the Azure Sea King shudder, suddenly erupted, accompanied by multicolored lightning, spreading outwards and penetrating deep into the land of the Eastern Wu Plain, reaching the hundreds of spiritual veins covered by the myriad rivers returning to the sea formation. Chen Mobai's figure emerged from the depths of the earth's fissure in Huangwu Immortal City. He closed his eyes, feeling the eruption of the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder. Every burst of five-colored lightning triggered a spiritual energy explosion 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. The power of the five elements is the foundation of all spiritual veins. Under the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder, no matter what the attributes of the spiritual veins in the Eastern Wu Plain are, as long as they are within the scope of the five elements, they will all be unable to escape being detonated. On the border of Eastern Wu, the Jade Pearl Demon King led his demon army and finally spotted the Yunmeng Marsh not far away. On land, having not seen such a vast water source in a long time, it wore a contented smile. In addition, there was something else that made it even happier. The demon scouts at the forefront have already discovered that the Yunmeng Marsh and the opposite bank are filled with the smoke and energy of the human race gathering together. There are at least millions of mortals waiting for them to devour them. Men, give it your all. Tonight I'm going to eat 100 kids. The Jade Bead Demon King spoke in a chilling tone. At this moment, its powerful divine sense even reached the wind and rain immortal city at the center of Yunmeng Marsh. The place was filled with the aura of cultivators. As long as we break through there. Boom! Just as the Jade Pearl Demon Queen was having a sweet dream, a deafening roar resounded behind her, and then half of the land of Eastern Wu trembled. A terrifying burst of energy surged from behind, causing the Jade Pearl Demon King's divine consciousness to feel as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His face suddenly turned pale, and he almost revealed his true form. Its expression changed drastically as it turned its head, wanting to see what was going on. The instant it turned its head, an overwhelming burst of multicolored light spread out, and all the sea monsters touched by the light, regardless of their level, had no chance to resist and were all turned to ashes. No! As the Jade Pearl Demon King cried out, he was caught off guard and was immediately engulfed by the multicolored light. In an instant, its 200,000 demonic beasts were completely wiped out. Sun Huanglong and the others, who had just landed in the wind and rain immortal city and were preparing to rest, suddenly trembled all over. They turned around and saw a dazzling, multicolored light shooting into the sky. At first, it was just a small bundle the size of a thumb in their sight, but in the blink of an eye, it spread in all directions, and within a few breaths, it had spread to the entire land on the opposite bank of Yunmeng's. As the dazzling, multicolored pillar of light shot into the sky, the immortal city of wind and rain trembled continuously, and unprecedented turbulent waves surged on the surface of Yunmeng's lake, sweeping towards both banks. What's going on? The Jin family's core formation ancestor looked at the multicolored light piercing through the clouds and murmured to himself. This is the ultimate move of my five-element sect, a move that will destroy both my enemies and the enemy. The sect leader could not bear to see the monsters of the desolate sea ravaging the land of Eastern Wu, so he decided to sacrifice 100 years of cultivation to unleash this move, the primordial five elements annihilation divine thunder. Yi Yun, who was in charge of the Fengyu Xiancheng area, spoke up, saying that this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a terrifying, almost world-destroying scene. After he finished speaking, Sun Huanglong's eyes widened suddenly. Their ancestor's son was a sworn brother of Hunyuan ancestor, and was obviously aware of Hunyuan five elements extinction divine thunder. Eastern Wu is gone. After realizing what had happened, he stared blankly at his hometown on the other side of the river, which was shrouded in colorful light, and uttered 4 words in a daze. What? Upon hearing his words, the other core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu stared wide-eyed in shock. At this moment, the multicolored radiance finally began to dissipate. Sun Huanglong hesitated for a moment, but still managed to steer his flying magical artifact towards his hometown on the other side of the river. Yi Yun had anticipated this, and with a wave of his hand, he released the great formation of the wind and rain immortal city, allowing Sun Huanglong to fly out. The other core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu thought about it and followed Sun Huanglong. As they drew closer to the shore, what appeared before them was an apocalyptic scene. Countless cracks appeared on the earth, as if the land had been cut open by 1,000 knives. Within each crack, chaotic spiritual energy crackled and popped, and faint 5-colored lightning flashed. The land of Eastern Wu, which should have been able to withstand the floods of the Yunmeng Marsh and its great rivers, was now completely shattered. From countless wounds and fissures in the earth, streams of river water surged in. Sun Huanglong seemed to hear the land of Eastern Wu weeping, and the mountains and rivers wailing. All the Wu cultivators who witnessed the scene before them were stunned in midair. Because what they saw as a glance was a plain that had previously been hilly, but was now completely flat. Everything was blown up. Huangwu Immortal City. Chen Mobai, enveloped in primordial chaos true qi, flew out from the depths of the earth. The power of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder far exceeded his imagination. It not only blasted open the spiritual veins, but also triggered a cataclysmic change in the world. In addition to his myriad rivers returning to the sea formation, Su Zilu's Duluo demon refining formation was also detonated at the same time. With the two combined, the most precious hundreds of spiritual veins in the entire Eastern Wu territory were all transformed into the primordial 5 elements annihilation divine thunder, capable of destroying heaven and earth. This means that all living beings within the range of the Great Formation will have to endure the bombardment of this 4th-tier peak divine lightning. Although its grade is less than the 5th rank, the quantity is simply too large. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, at that instant, approximately 1,000 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously unleashed the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder upon the Eastern Wu land shrouded by the 2 great formations. Let's not talk about those low-level sea monsters. Even those 4th-tier demon kings, Chen Mobai saw that at the moment the spiritual vein was detonated, they only lasted a few breaths before being turned to ashes. A trace of pity flashed in Chen Mobai's eyes. In those few short breaths, he personally sent away millions of lives, even those of his enemies. Chen Mobai turned his head to look at the Huangwu Immortal City, which had been reduced to ruins, where 2 traces of demonic energy still lingered. He knew that now was the best time to completely eliminate the demonic threat. I told you, this will be your burial place. Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of fire and landed in front of the 2 demonic auras. They are the Azure Sea King and the 2-headed King. Both of them possessed 5th-tier defensive capabilities, and they actually survived such a terrifying attack. Even so, they were all seriously injured. The 2-headed King, in particular, was reduced to only 1 head and half a body. The rest had been reduced to fragments. You! The 2-headed King looked at Chen Mobai as he approached and opened his mouth to say something. A flash of purple lightning streaked past, sending it completely to the underworld. You're the only one left. After killing the 2-headed King, Chen Mobai looked at the last remaining king, the Azure Sea King. It's not much better. Although he is said to be invincible below the nascent soul stage, he is not a nascent soul stage person after all. Even with its 5th-tier defensive capabilities, it was still exhausted by the massive amount of primordial 5 elements extinction divine lightning. Although he managed to keep his body intact, he was left with only the strength to breathe. What kind of supernatural power is this? Knowing he was about to die, the king of the Blue Sea asked one last question. The primordial five elements extinction, divine thunder of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Chen Mobai nodded, fulfilling its last wish before it died. Is this the essence of the Holy Land? After saying this, the Azure Sea King sighed and closed his eyes. Chen Mobai activated the purple lightning sword again, severing its head as well. End of this chapter. Chapter 994 Eastern Wu submits. Chapter 994 Eastern Wu submits. Before dying, the Azure Sea King remembered what the Demon Lord had once told him. If you wish to attain godhood, your opportunity lies on land, and so will your tribulation. So this is what calamity is. So what about opportunity? With deep doubts, the head of the Azure Sea King fell to the ground. With a flash of light, a headless emerald green sea serpent appeared before Chen Mobai. This is the true form of the Azure Sea King. Chen Mobai reached out and put all the Demon King corpses into his storage bag, intending to have Qing Nu deal with them when he got back. The purple lightning sword flashed with a dazzling light and landed beside him. Chen Mobai handed it a high-grade spirit stone and then opened his own domain. The purple lightning sword felt that this was a bit too little, but this time it only needed to strike twice to get 2 kills, so it wouldn't complain even if the reward was reduced. Thank you, Master. After saying that, the purple lightning sword transformed into a ray of lightning and disappeared back into the realm. After sheathing his sword, Chen Mobai stood quietly in the center of Huangwu Immortal City, which was now a ruin. Looking around, all that could be seen were broken rocks and scorched earth, with lingering thunderous power in the air. If a different cultivator were to enter, it would likely immediately attract the gathering of these 5 elements divine lightning. However, since Chen Mobai's primordial chaos true qi covered his entire body, the 5 elements divine thunder that landed on his body surface was transformed into the purest 5 elements spiritual qi. That's why Zhou Yi surrendered immediately after Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul and mastered the primordial chaos true qi, because he knew that his biggest trump card was useless against Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai floated into the air, feeling the deathly silence after the extinction of everything around him, and couldn't help but sigh softly. The crown of heaven and earth and all living beings appeared above his head, and at some unknown time, strands of pitch-black lines had appeared on it. It's like a crown originally made of white jade, but with a piece of black jade mixed in, making it stand out. This is the cause and effect of the destruction of hundreds of spiritual veins in the land of Eastern Wu. Fortunately, this thing is based on human beings. Although its destruction of heaven and earth is a great cause and effect for the vast earth, it is a great merit for humanity. Looking inward, Chen Mobai saw that among the 9 virtues of the Holy King in his phoenix facing the sun diagram, the reward, celebration, punishment, and majesty virtue, which originally had only 1% progress, suddenly increased to 10%. It almost came to fruition. This virtue is a thunderous measure, allowing all beings under his command to feel the authority of the Holy King. Chen Mobai's annihilation of 1,000,000 demons in the desolate sea was a remarkable achievement, so this progress is to be expected. In addition, the progress of Mo also increased by 1%. This means that, although his destruction of the Eastern Wu spiritual veins and the killing of millions of demonic beasts had consequences for the world, he gained the support of the people. After all, if no drastic measures are taken and the people of Dongwu are allowed to be ruled by demons, then for the next few years or even longer, this place will be in dire straits, a living hell. Over the years, demons have been lurking in the shadows, frequently devouring humans, causing widespread fear and unease among the people of Dongwu. Nobody wants to be food that's only going to stay with them for a day. The progress of the phoenix facing the sun painting made Chen Mobai feel that his spiritual realm had undergone some changes. It's not just a simple increase in the strength of one's spiritual consciousness, but a transformation. He vaguely sensed a great road that stretched across endless ages and existed since time immemorial. This is sainthood. However, his own cultivation level was still too low, and he only sensed it for a moment before falling back down. Chen Mobai knew perfectly well that the phoenix facing the sun painting was protecting him. With his current level of understanding, if he were to directly delve into the great Tao of saintly virtue, it would be like a drop of water merging into the ocean. He would be assimilated and lose himself in an instant. Only after condensing the seed of saintly virtue can the primordial spirit find something to rely on, allowing it to roam freely within the great Tao of saintly virtue, and even draw upon the power of the great Tao to nourish its seed and grow. Having grasped this point, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. But at that moment, a concrete image that he had almost forgotten suddenly appeared in his danshan. It was a grayish-white millstone, the great millstone of destruction. This is what he saw in the deepest part of Earth Star when he first encountered the Tao through his immortal Earth spiritual root. It represents the true form of the demon lord and the end of the universe. Why did it suddenly appear? As Chen Mobai was filled with doubt, he saw one of the 3,000 faces of the world-destroying millstone turn to the center of his field of vision, and the black characters and patterns on it seemed to come alive, radiating a deep, eerie light. This wisp of light is ancient and mysterious, as if it were born before heaven and earth at the beginning of the universe, the origin of everything. The ghostly light seemed to come alive the moment it bloomed, emerging from the great millstone of annihilation and instantly merging into Chen Mobai's mind. He couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. After the ghostly light bloomed, the world-destroying millstone also disappeared into Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness. His expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what this ghostly light was, his foundation was entirely based on the orthodox Xuanmen Dao, and the pure Yang scroll was naturally incompatible with the demonic path. Now that demonic elements have clearly been incorporated into his mind, will there be any hidden dangers in the future? Chen Mobai immediately activated his natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell, and struck it several times, but there was no reaction whatsoever in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. This means that the ethereal light must be of an extremely high grade. Chen Mobai focused his mind, trying to recall the world-destroying millstone. Gradually, the world-destroying millstone that had disappeared from the purple mansion sea of consciousness reappeared as a phantom. This scene made Chen Mobai frown even more. How could he, a member of the righteous Xuanmen sect, be associated with the demonic path? However, with his current cultivation level, he is completely helpless against this world-destroying millstone. But after he visualized the great millstone of annihilation, the wisp of dark light that had been integrated into his mind reappeared. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but considering that this thing had already been integrated into him, he gritted his teeth and began to perceive it with his divine sense. However, to his disappointment, just like when he sensed the great Tao of sacred virtue, his current realm was still too low. Although his divine sense touched the dark light and he saw the black characters and patterns, he could not understand them. There was only one thing he suddenly knew when he sensed the ghostly light with his divine sense. This ghostly light is the legacy of the primordial heavenly demon, the leader of the 3,000 demonic paths. Chen Mobai's earth-shattering actions seem to have earned the approval of the great millstone of annihilation, which directly passed down this demonic technique. Moreover, the threshold for entering the 3,000 demonic paths is to cultivate a primordial spirit or achieve immortality. Chen Mobai is now just like Lin Dayaming back then. Only when he reaches the nascent soul stage can he decipher the demonic methods within this world-destroying mill. I belong to the righteous path of the Xuanmen. Even if I am stuck at the nascent soul stage in this life and die at the end of my life, I will never fall into demonic possession. After Chen Mobai learned of this was the only thought in his mind. He has a bright future on the great Tao of primordial spirit in the Xuanmen sect. As long as he refines the jade tree of the pill cauldron, he will have no problem reaching the Tao with the same cultivation method as the pill cauldron Taoist. However, Chen Mobai immediately thought of another point. If, after thousands of years, he is stuck before reaching the Tao integration stage due to the elixir cauldron and jade tree, unable to break through. So at that time, should we try to comprehend the primordial heavenly demon Tao and draw inferences from it? When Chen Mobai thought about this question, he hesitated. I feel that we shouldn't be so definitive in our statements. We'll talk about it later. Thinking about it this way, his anxiety about the appearance of the world-destroying millstone in his purple mansion sea of consciousness immediately subsided. At this moment, Chen Mobai sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. Turning around, he saw a five-colored figure flying from afar, none other than Su Zilu, who had transformed into a nascent soul. Greetings, Master Dayazi. After Su Zilu arrived, she immediately bowed to Chen Mobai. Thank you for your hard work in detonating the Eastern Wu spirit vein this time. 1,000,000 demons and 13 demon kings from the Desolate Sea have all perished here. We won't need to worry about the Desolate Sea for the next few hundred years. Chen Mobai spoke, and Su Zilu nodded slightly. This was also the first time she had used the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder to detonate the spiritual veins, and on such a large scale. The scene of utter devastation and the complete silence of all living beings touched her deeply, even though she had spent a long time in the demonic path and considered herself to be a heartless cultivator. Unfortunately, the price paid to annihilate the Desolate Sea Demon clan was too high. It is estimated that the spiritual energy on this land will be disordered for thousands of years to come, making it difficult for cultivators to cultivate. Su Zilu sighed and said that after the Hunyuan five elements extinction divine thunder was detonated, all the hundreds of spiritual veins on the Dongwu plain were blown open, and the spiritual energy was lost and exploded. In other words, the two of them possess Hunyuan true qi, which allows them to disregard this situation. Any other cultivator who wants to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here will need to expend several times the amount of their divine sense. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. This is a price that must be paid for the future of the people of Dongwu and for the eastern wilderness and even the entire eastern continent. Moreover, the shattered spiritual veins of this land also present a good opportunity for reintegration. As Chen Mobai spoke, he landed on the ground and then reached out to grasp the bursting spiritual energy that was flashing all around him into his palm. Soon, under his fifth-level Earth Master realm, the spiritual energy within 1,000 meters around him softened and, under his control, reintegrated into the shattered spiritual veins of the Earth. Subsequently, Chen Mobai created what was then a very ordinary first-order spiritual vein. However, compared to the surrounding environment, this spiritual vein was merely a drop in the ocean. The gentle spiritual energy it emitted could be easily refined, but it was quickly assimilated by the endless bursting spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai lightly stomped his foot, and a simple restriction was formed on the spiritual vein. This restriction is a special formation that prevents the explosive spiritual energy from entering the area where this first-tier spiritual vein is located. The first-tier spiritual vein that he had just formed could, on the contrary, slowly absorb the explosive spiritual energy around it to improve itself. This spiritual vein will be the ancestor of all spiritual veins on the Eastern Wu plane in the future. Dayazi's mastery of geomancy is probably second to none in the entire Eastern continent. Su Zilu was taken aback by this scene and felt genuine admiration. She had met many top cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths, some of whom were even known as fifth-order geomancers. But she was certain that no one could pull off what she was seeing. Thousands of years later, this spiritual vein will run through the ravaged plains of Dongwu today. After all the wounds are healed, it will become a powerful spiritual vein that Dongwu has never seen before. Chen Mobai pointed to the newly formed first-order spiritual vein beneath his feet and spoke softly. However, for him, several thousand years was simply too long. Fortunately, the art of geomancy, a branch of cultivation, was created specifically for this situation. Besides him, the Five Elements sect also has another powerful and infinitely promising geomancer. Where there's a will, there's a way. It's just a matter of hard work for Minger. Chen Mobai sighed. He had too many things to worry about, and it was impossible for him to stay on the bombed plains of eastern Wu for long. Fortunately, I have my precious apprentice, Zhuo Ming. However, this might delay Zhuo Ming's cultivation time. Chen Mobai had already thought it through. He would give her a bag of high-grade spirit stones so she could cultivate using them on the land of Dongwu. In addition to Zhuo Ming, Chen Mobai felt that a powerful spiritual plant also needed to be transplanted to suppress the shattered spiritual veins of the land in eastern Wu. Faced with this situation, the best option would naturally be the great ailanthus tree of the immortal sect. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai's status and position are not yet at that level, and as a sixth-order tree, if a branch of the great Tun tree were planted in the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai feared that it would sense something. After all, he had asked Wenren Zuwei about the effectiveness of the everlasting spring technique, whether it could work from a great distance. She replied that even across a small world, it would not affect the connection between her and the great Chun tree. Chen Mobai felt that before he reached the nascent soul stage, it was better not to let the immortal sects know about the existence of the heavenly river realm. Besides the great Tun tree, the jade wudong tree also has the ability to regulate the earth's veins, but the latter is more adept at regulating fire veins. The longevity wood also focuses on regulating the spiritual energy of earth, fire, and wood. After much deliberation, Chen Mobai finally thought of the five-element spirit tree planted in his own realm. This five-element spirit tree was originally planted from a branch of the One Yuan secret realm. Through his and Zhu Ming's unremitting efforts, along with the techniques of the immortal sect's void spiritual energy pack, it finally managed to survive. And after being nourished by the fifth-order spiritual vein that the heavenly origin pearl possessed, it grew even stronger. Originally, Chen Mobai planned to place the five-element spirit tree into the One Yuan secret realm when it reached the fourth level, replacing the original mother tree. He moved the mother tree into his own domain, preparing to cultivate it into the foundation of the Dharma realm in the future. The five-element spirit tree has very strict requirements for growth. It requires a balance of the five elements of spiritual energy. However, the current situation in Eastern Wu is very suitable. Because all the spiritual veins on this plane had been destroyed by him, and Su Zilu, using the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder, turning into scattered and explosive five-element spiritual energy. With his geomantic skills, Chen Mobai could easily set up a balanced supply of the five elements of spiritual energy in the first-order spiritual vein he had just created. In this way, when the ancestor of this Eastern Wu spiritual vein grows by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, it will also grow in accordance with the balance of the five elements as he set. If the five-element spirit tree is planted on it, it can survive and grow, and even regulate and balance the five elements of heaven and earth, eventually transforming this place into a second One Yuan secret realm. It may even surpass that and become a peak fifth-order spiritual vein. Moreover, there is another key point here. That means the five-element sect has now managed to preserve the five-element spirit tree. Once the five-element spirit fruit matures, he will be able to naturally promote the five elements golden elixir, demonstrating that the five-element sect uses the five-element spirit fruit as the main ingredient to refine the golden elixir. In this way, the five elements golden elixir of the five-element sect will at least be as popular as the three lights divine water of the star heaven Tao sect, becoming the #1 elixir for golden elixir formation in the eastern continent. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. However, the ancestral lineage of Dongwu is still very weak. At the very least, it will take until Zhu Ming adjusts and upgrades it to the third level before the five-element spirit tree in his realm can be transplanted over. When the Tushita demon refining array detonated the spiritual veins, were any traces of the demonic path discovered? When Chen Mobai and Su Zilu flew towards the eastern wilderness, they asked this question. Originally, it was a joint invasion of Eastern Wu by demons and monsters, but for some unknown reason, the demonic side suddenly disappeared from the demon army. But Chen Mobai knew that even if the demonic path turned against the demon race, it would never help the righteous path. While the Wanchuan Gihai formation was constantly besieged and invaded by the desolate sea demon clan, things were not too bad within the range of the Daoshuai demon refining formation. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, the demonic path should be hiding there. However, he had to oversee the overall situation of the Wanchuan Gihai formation, so he didn't have time to use the Hayashan mirror to search for traces of demonic cultivators. This time, when the Great Formation is detonated, no matter how deeply the demonic path is hidden, as long as it is within the range of the Great Formation, they will all be reduced to nothingness under the primordial 5 elements extinction divine lightning, just like the desolate sea demon clan. Quite a few demonic cultivators have manifested. Among those I saw who were dead, there was one nascent soul cultivator, 5 or 6 core formation cultivators, dozens foundation establishment cultivators, and hundreds chi refining cultivators. Suzilu spoke up, saying that under the detonation of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, apart from those who possessed primordial true chi, all living beings were equal and all went to the Yellow Springs. That's quite an achievement, but I wonder if the nascent soul cultivator who died was Dio Zionlin. After listening, Chen Mobai spoke softly. After he wiped out the demon race of the desolate sea, the only one who can still stir up trouble on this battlefield is Dio Zionlin, this giant of the demonic path. However, because she was a demonic cultivator, Chen Mobai was absolutely confident and certain that he could kill her in a single encounter, so he wasn't too worried. Now that we have destroyed the hundreds of most vital spiritual veins of Eastern Wu, even if Dio Zionlin is still alive, she shouldn't waste time making a move here. If she still has any sense, the best option is to lead the demonic disciples to retreat and wait for the results of the battle between the nascent soul cultivators in the eastern lands. Su Zilu shared her opinion, saying that when she was with Mingzun, she had heard the latter comment on the nascent soul cultivators of the various sects of the demonic path. Knowing that Dio Zionlin was able to join forces with Gongyang Qing to take control of the Dongli demonic path after Mingzun's disappearance was because she knew when to advance and retreat and wouldn't be stubborn. Tusk, I wish she could be more confident and try to kill me alone. Now that the demon race in the desolate sea is out of the game, she can lay the foundation for a great victory for the demonic path. Chen Mobai said something that left Su Zilu speechless. Soon, the two arrived at the border of Eastern Wu. The dam that was originally used to defend against Yunmengs had been destroyed by the explosion of the spiritual vein. The endless flow of the Yunmengs River is pouring into the cracked land of Eastern Wu. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. This place would definitely be very suitable for growing spiritual rice in the future. The moment the two flew into Yunmeng Marsh, beams of spiritual light surrounded them from outside. Greetings, sect leader. Yi Yun and the others from the 5 Elements sect were at the forefront. The 5 Elements spiritual energy on the land of Eastern Wu was currently in disarray, and they followed Chen Mobai's previous instructions and did not enter. This battle was a great victory. The millions of demons in the desolate sea have all been buried on the land of Eastern Wu. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the corpses of the Azure Sea King and the Two-Headed King out of his storage bag and suspended them in midair. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the 5 Elements sect were naturally filled with fervor, shouting to Chen Mobai, "Our sect leader's divine might is invincible," and so on. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Wu side, the core formation cultivators led by Sun Huanglong all gave a wry smile as their eyes flickered and flew over at the same time. We are deeply ashamed to have heard that sect leader Chen spent 100 years of his cultivation to kill 1,000,000 demons in the desolate sea. Sun Huanglong and his companions were heartbroken because their hometown was gone. But they dared not speak out about it. All I can do is express my gratitude to Chen Mobai and the 5 Elements sect. Because the best outcome for the major families of Eastern Wu is to flee their ancestral homeland, save their lives, and hope that a powerful figure will emerge among their descendants to lead them back to Eastern Wu and reclaim their homeland. but they all knew that this hope was almost impossible. To repel the million demons of the desolate sea, a dozen demon kings would need at least the cultivation level of a nascent soul cultivator to turn the tide. In the Eastern Wu, even the emergence of a nascent soul cultivator would cause great concern, while the emergence of a deity transformation cultivator was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Therefore, after the Five Elements sect destroyed the hundreds of core spiritual veins of Eastern Wu to exterminate the invading sea monsters, they could only force a smile and thank Chen Mobai in return. What are my sacrifices compared to the sake of humanity and all living beings? After hearing this, Chen Mobai spoke with a serious expression. Yun had already informed him of the claim of 100 years of cultivation via telepathy. It turns out that Yun had also considered that destroying the spiritual veins of Dongwu and the ancestral lands of these cultivation families might provoke resentment among some of them. So he said this to first evoke guilt among the Dongwu cultivators. The dignified leader of the Five Elements sect, a nascent soul cultivator, and a peerless genius with the potential to become a god in the future, has lost 100 years of cultivation for the sake of your Eastern Wu being invaded by the demon race. You should be grateful and not hold any resentment. Since Yun had said so, Chen Mobai had no choice but to cooperate. One lie requires many more to cover it up, something he, who pretended to be a genius in the immortal sect, understood best. Sect leader Chen is truly righteous. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's response, Sun Huanglong and the others all appeared deeply moved, expressing their admiration and respect in various languages. They had also thought it through clearly. With the Eastern Wu gone, if they wanted to cultivate and possess high-level spiritual veins and energy, they could only place their hopes on the Five Elements sect. So even if some people harbored resentment, on the surface, they could only loudly thank Chen Mobai. Sect leader Chen, we in Dongwu have a ceremony to celebrate a great victory. After Ancestor Huangwu and your sect's Hunyuan ancestor joined forces to seal the poison dragon, the 10 great families of Dongwu used this ceremony to express their gratitude to Ancestor Huangwu. Today, sect leader Chen sacrificed his cultivation to annihilate 1,000,000 demons in the desolate sea. His achievement is even greater than that of Ancestor Huangwu. I think it is only right that all the families of Dongwu should come forward and express our gratitude with a higher level of ceremony. This ceremony originally signified the submission of the 10 great families of Eastern Wu to Ancestor Huangwu. We also hope that sect leader Chen will accept the surrender of us, these stray dogs. Sun Huanglong was re-elected as the representative of the major families of Eastern Wu. He approached Chen Mobai with a look of awe and said the following words. Chen Mobai was very pleased with this. After all, although the other families of Eastern Wu had secretly surrendered to the Five Elements sect before, they only thought of using the Five Elements sect's power to preserve their own territory after the war. Sun Huanglong, on the other hand, has never shown any intention of surrendering. Today, by detonating hundreds of spiritual veins in Eastern Wu and annihilating 1,000,000 demons, the goal of unifying Eastern Wu has been achieved directly. After this ceremony, not only the mortals of Eastern Wu, but also cultivators, all became subjects of the Five Elements sect. It's hard to refuse such hospitality, but the war between good and evil is not over yet, and there are still treacherous villains lurking in the shadows. Let's have a small celebration then. After declining 3 times, Chen Mobai saw that the people from Dongwu were getting anxious and thought that the Five Elements sect might look down on them. Some of them even started crying dramatically, so he had no choice but to sigh and reluctantly agree. Then let's do as sect leader Chen wishes and hold a small event. Hearing that he had finally relented, the core formation cultivators on the Eastern Wu side all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mobai had just annihilated 1,000,000 demons, and that murderous aura still lingered around him, making them somewhat afraid to look directly at him. Some of the more sinister core formation cultivators even felt that if they didn't submit on the spot, the Five Elements sect cultivators, led by Mo Duguang, would probably draw their swords and kill them. In this way, Eastern Wu was directly subordinate to the Five Elements sect. The edge area of the Tushita refining demon array. Dio Xianlin stared blankly at the desolate land before her, where all living beings had perished. End of this chapter.